swings a bit late, and sometimes you've only just got in and stuff. So, you know, that's the art of knowing when to play the shot at the right time for me.
And again, it's that fine line, because as a batsman in this situation, if you can say to yourself, oh, look, if I do play an attacking shot and get out, no one's going to say anything, I'm going to be all right, and I'm going to get picked for the next game, because we've been told to play like this. Gives you that little bit of an excuse, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps. This is what I want to see. I want to see a couple of hundreds from this England side. You're not going to get a better chance to dig one out, you know.
Southey's on his way from our end and bowls a good ball outside Lees' off stump. He plays no shot to it. Again, it bounces through into Blundell's gloves.
It's had good carry.
Yeah.
Well, Jameson got good carry yesterday. Yeah. I mean, I know he would do. He's 6'8", but I mean, he did sort of go through nicely, but gun barrel really.
Yeah. And where did you dine? Where did you go
we
last
went
night?
for a curry.
Oh, good.
Curry, yeah.
Some very good curry houses in Nottingham.
Andy was with us. It was very enjoyable, wasn't it? Nice, lots of sizzling dishes.
Excellent. Southey bowls wide, and Lees is almost tempted to play at that. And then at the last moment, he could barely reach it, to be honest, but he let it go through.
King prawn and spinach I had.
Very nice.
Yeah, it was nice. I'm going on a bit of a health kick, you know.
Yeah.
Prawn, spinach.
And a walk.
And a walk.
My word.
It's the new Joe Wicks.
It's the new
But I think the new Joe Wicks isn't quite as fit as the old Joe Wicks, is it? So perhaps you are the new Joe Wicks tuffers. God, I had to do Joe Wicks during lockdown.
Did you?
Oh, here's Southey bowling, and that's pushed away out towards point.
Physical joke.
Well, she made us do it. What else are you doing? Like, Joe Wicks is going on. This maniac comes on. But he was fit, wasn't he, then?
Wow.
Whew, so we were there,
Yeah.
along with many, many others.
Yep.
Yeah, going through the Wicks route. I think we did it, well, 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. I used to enjoy my walks, actually. I might get back into it. I've got a bit of a dodgy left knee.
Get yourself a dog.
I know.
That's what you need.
Yeah.
Southey round the wicket, bowls, and Lees. Oh, another wonderful shot through the offside. The 100 comes up.
Yeah.
Well, I must say, a flawless square drive from left-handed Lees, who's renowned, really, his reputation is being quite a dour, obdurate player. But he's unfurled a couple of beautiful drives this morning.
Yeah, nice to see. Nice to see, as you say. I think sort of playing for himself a bit here, you know, instead of just trying to block things and do a job and everything. I think he's going to himself, well, hold on a minute, I think this is pretty flat.
Yeah. Southey bowls to him. This time he plays the ball away from his hip down to mid-on. Well, he's just got such an opportunity.
Well,
there's such a chance here to take this position.
Well, get yourself a 150.
Yeah.
Get yourself a 170 or something.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? It's like when it's turning or something. A lot of people, sort of spin bowlers, they get a bit panicky when it's turning. It's better than when it's flat.
Well, that's very true. That is true.
Yeah.
Make the most of it.
Get yourself a 7-fer.
Yeah. There's a man at deep square leg. As Southey approaches again, and he bowls to Lees. That's a good ball, swinging in quite late. Almost trapped the pad that had been rather planted there on the off stump. But it's the end of the over. There's no run. Tuffers, lovely to have caught up with you once again.
Yes.
And some thoughts from you, and then Isha Guha, who almost compliments me, actually, is coming in now.
Yes, it is. All very caramelly and beige today, but positive signs from England. Say Alex Lees has played a couple of beauties through that extra cover region. Isha, good morning.
Morning to you, Tuffers.
Morning.
Yeah. Caramel trousers.
Yes.
Not quite Werther's original style,
no.
more sandy.
Sandy,
I don't
yes.
like the colour of the pitch at the moment. It's looking quite bare. There's a few green patches around just down the sides as Bolt comes in from the pavilion end, bowling to Pope, who lets that one go. He's been a little bit wafty outside the off stump,
Yeah,
hasn't
we
he?
were
3 slips
saying.
in a gully in position.
Fidgety, a little bit. He's a fidgety kind of player, isn't he?
He's less fidgety than he was at the start of his innings yesterday, I reckon.
Yeah.
I reckon he was a little bit more frantic and frenetic then.
Yeah.
Kind of settled in a bit more now that he's across 50. Pope on 55, and England having made it to 102 for 1 in the 32nd over. Sorry, did that sound like a surprise? Bolt past the stumps to Pope, who lets it go again. This time a bit tighter to the off stump, getting that shape back in, but it's not drastic movement back in through to Blundell.
Yeah, not used to saying the word 100 followed by the words for 1 very often when England are batting.
No, not for a while.
That's changed. Look at Ollie Pope's recent form. He's had a very, very poor run in previous 25 innings before this one. He'd only passed 40 once. Well, he batted very well against India at the Oval last year, made 81.
Well, they've stuck with him, haven't they?
Bolt comes into Pope, who's whipping the ball to wider Schmid on the front foot. No run.
And it's looking at England top 7 players who've had a similar run of only having one 40-plus score in 25 innings. There's only 2 of them. Godfrey Evans, and he mostly batted at 7, was a wicketkeeper, and Keith Fletcher. So Fletcher, the only other sort of specialist batsman for England to have a 25-inning sequence with only one 40-plus score. So Pope has a chance now. Well, he's obviously ended that sequence. A chance to push on for a second Test 100.
Open stance to Bolt. Tucks this away out to deep backward square off his hips. Comes through for 1. Moves to 56. 103 for 1. England trail by 450.
And before that run began, he'd had a really good period for England in late 2019 when he came into the team in New Zealand. Made 75 in the second test, did well in South Africa, and at the start of the 2020 summer he'd scored 6 50s in 12 innings at that point, was averaging mid-50s for that period. So it appeared that he'd sort of established himself as a test player, and we've seen that with a number of this generation of England players. Decent starts and then fading away.
Bat high for Alex Lees as Bolt is in. Down the leg side. Lees tries to play at it, but quite a few inches away from the bat as it goes through. Yeah, it's been an interesting one for Ollie Pope. There's been a lot of confidence sort of put in him or instilled in him through the rest of the playing group, and Ben Stokes is a big fan. I think in that 100 as well, I think there was a big partnership with Stokes.
Yeah.
And giving him that belief and that backing by promoting him to 3 as Bolt spins around. Here he comes now, past the umpire to Lees, who's clipping to square leg, no run. End of the over, 103 for 1, trailing by 450. Lees 42, Pope 56. And I don't think there's any doubt that he has talent.
Yes.
It's just a case of at this level and on the international arena, how he can cope in those situations. There were times against India last year where he got himself into a good place, but then got himself out. And then over the winter, I think his biggest challenge was actually against spin. And any time he came to the middle, Nathan Lyon was straight on.
Yeah.
And he seemed to be trying to work it out as he was going. That overspin that Nathan Lyon gets, he was advancing down the track and getting himself into
all sorts
of problems as Pope on the back foot nearly hits the pad from Southey. As the slip cordon go up, but he manages to get his bat down in time, plays it to square leg. No run.
Clever bowler, isn't he, Tim Southey? He's been setting him up with that away swinger, and then he's bowled him a couple of little perhaps in swingers or even a little wobble seam that's just trying to nip back onto that pad as well.
And then, of course, last year there was that phase where he was getting right across his off stump, and that took away his cut shot, which has been so good for him.
It's ridiculous.
He's standing on middle stump now, forwards and pushing at the ball to extra cover, no run. But the way he sets up now, it's a lot stiller. There's a little trigger movement back and across, but it's not as pronounced as it was.
More orthodox, isn't it? More orthodox. It's quite a simple game, really, cricket, isn't it? Even though it's very, very difficult. I know that might be is that an oxymoron? I don't know what it... No, it's not, is it? What is it?
Simple and difficult.
Simple and difficult at the same time, yes. You know, they always say sideways game, just watch the ball.
2 slips in play as Pope drives nicely to extra, no run.
I don't know whether it was the same when you played though, Risha, but the batters funny creatures sometimes, aren't they? You know, they do
Oh, they'd
lots-
probably say the same about spinners, wouldn't
Well,
they?
no, not really. I mean, we just used to rock up, but they, you know, different bats, different weights,
Yeah,
colour
okay, yeah.
handles.
Yeah.
Do I
Yeah.
put my right foot forward? Is that my trigger mover? I'm now going to try stand outside off stump. I'm now going to stand. You know, I'm going to put my helmet on back to front or something. You know what I mean? They were always just tinkering with the game.
Pope, that waving in the air into position and driving to mid-off. No run. Just bowling this nice line and length at the moment. Tim Southey probing away. Gentle breeze blowing across from right to left, so he's getting the ball shaping away nicely.
It's sort of similar to golfers. You always hear golfers,
Yeah.
you know, they've completely dismantled their swing. Well, hold on, you just won the, you know, just won the Masters 6 months ago.
Challenge yourself.
I know. I never understand it. You know, you're pretty decent as you are. Just need a bit of luck.
Pope this time working the ball out to deep backward square, and there's a ripple of applause with every run that he scores. He moves to 57 as the throw comes in, 104 for 1. I'll just take the single.
Well, there's certainly some goodwill for this England side, isn't there? There's some great, you know, applause for Joe Root at
Oh, that
Lord's.
was
Amazing.
that was an incredible ovation.
Wasn't it just? And here as well, you can feel that, you know, they're willing, this side, to do good things.
Lees, the left-hander, just pulling out of position as New Zealand changed the field. Extra cover going out into a second gully. There's a deep point in position as well as Southey round the wicket to Lees, dabbing at the ball, playing it to that gully fielder. One bounce into him. No run at the end of the over, 104 for 1, trailing by 449. Pope 57, Lees on 42. Bright sunshine here at Trent Bridge. Few clouds dotted around, but there's a nice feel this Sunday morning.
It is. You feel like it's a good day to get a few rounds.
Rounds.
A few rounds. Get some rounds. Get some rounds. What did you do Saturday night-ish? Anything? Anything to report?
Night in, tie.
Yeah. Oh,
With the girls,
oh,
Alison Mitchell, Ellie Oldroyd.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
yes.
We had a
In your apartment.
yes apartment. Yep. Nice little chill. Nice
Good.
little catch up.
Good bit of Thai.
Lovely
Thai.
bit of Thai.
Yeah. Aromatic.
Aromatic Thai. We
Yeah.
had some pad Thai
Nice.
as Bolt continues from the pavilion end to Pope. Lets it go through across him. A reminder, Mo and Ali is taking your questions at lunch today. You can
Yes.
email us at tms@bbc.co.uk or send your questions on social media using the hashtag AskMo.
I like that. No, it's good to talk to Mo yesterday. It was interesting.
Yeah.
Came out with some interesting
Very
stuff.
insightful.
Yes, absolutely. Had a good chat with him about spin bowling.
Yeah, lots of dedicated chats. You're getting a lot of airtime on television as well, weren't you, Tuffers?
Was I?
Yeah, don't you remember when we were on the highlights and
Oh, yes.
the
well,
other channel
yeah.
kept focusing
The
in on
other
you?
channel.
Here comes Bolt, edge, no, down in front of first slip. And that has been a problem area
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah.
He hasn't been sure whether to play or not, and that was angled across. I think it might have been the scrambled seam delivery, and that has been the problem for England's batters. He had a little poke at it, a little feel outside the line of off stump, and it falls just in front of Daryl Mitchell.
Well, it's quality bowling. It's quality bowling. That is for sure. He's really trying to get him into the that kind of position.
Here comes Bolt again. Pope this time drives beautifully past extra cover. There's a vacant mid-off. He's on the charge out to the boundary. Pope comes back for 2 and will settle on that as the ball is retrieved and thrown in. So Pope to 59, 106 for 1. And the 100 partnership for Lees and Pope.
Listen to that. Lovely. It's a nice Sunday morning kind of feeling. Everyone really engaged in this test match. Fantastic reception for the 100 partnership.
Bolt past the stumps now to Pope, clipping the ball to mid-wicket. No run. So the mindset from Pope is that he's happy to still play his shots, even after that edge, where he looked a little bit uncomfortable. If it's there in the slot, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, yeah. just, I mean, it's two very experienced, high-quality bowlers out there. So they're gonna do you once in a while. It's as simple as that. But thankfully, didn't push out at it too much, did he? Just sort of, it was almost like a little reaction. Sort of, oh, there's the ball. I just want to feel it.
Pope this time drives.
Better.
Squarer, pass extra out to the deep cover boundary. He just leant on that and opened the face. That was a glorious shot. As he picks up 4, moves to 63, 110 for 1, trail by 443.
That's the Ollie Pope we've been hearing so much about.
Well, you just look at the highlights last night.
Yeah.
And all of those shots, just crisp precision and class.
Yes, no, excellent. As you say, good stride, and really went after it in the head. I think sometimes his head sort of doesn't go to the ball, and it's just like a reaction with the hands and the forearms to push out at it. That time, head and foot right over the ball and met it.
Round the wicket bolt to Pope, change of angle. He plays it in front of him. They come through for one. There's a throw in. Lees makes it and overthrows down to Jameson at fine leg, but they won't come through for another. So Pope to 64, 111 for 1 at the end of the over, trailing by 442. You've just turned me off, Phil.
Sorry.
There are quite a few boxes around us. I'll let you off for that one, Phil. He's popped out. In comes Sir Alistair Cook. Now, while Phil Tufnell walked to the ground today, I understand, Alistair, you went for a nice jog.
Good morning, Ish. Good morning, everyone. If you could call it a jog. It was a very, very...
I can imagine your jogs are still pretty good.
No, it was a very, very slow get out of the hotel, bit of fresh air and get moving before sitting down for the next 8 or 9 hours. So, yes, it was very slow, but nice to get out. What a lovely day.
Yeah, gorgeous day here in Trent Bridge. I'm sure there's plenty of cricket happening in Nottingham on a Sunday.
That 100 partnership came up in 31.3 overs. It's England's second 100 stand for the second wicket since July 2020. In that time, they've played, this is the 25th test they've played. And the average, the only other 100 stand for the second wicket was Crawley and Root, put on 201 in the West Indies in North Sound in March of this year. And of the 11 test nations that have played test cricket in that time, only West Indies have a lower average partnership for the second wicket. England's average second wicket stand over those 25 games has been just 25.7, including this unbroken century stand. So it's been a long-standing problem.
I also have 100 stat for you, which I've beaten you to results, although I've bombarded the listeners with stats. But this is the 17th 100 partnership England have had since 2021. And only the 4th if it hasn't included Joe Root.
Well,
My database is working well.
that's staggering, isn't it? And just gives you an insight into England's problems the last few years. Without you, Alistair, I'm sure, Andy, I've got one for you now to be able to look up. Alistair Cook, how many 100 partnerships was he involved in for?
Mo's joined us as well. They let us back on again, Mo.
Mo's appeared.
Guys. Yeah. Good morning.
How's it going?
Good.
I thought you were both very well behaved yesterday, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah, all in good spirits. Well, we've had a break in play because New Zealand have tried to change the ball again, and in fact they've been successful. Have they?
Yes, I think so. I think so.
The ball came out. So 2 slips for Pope as Southey continues. Pope clipping the ball to wideish mid-on, no run. He's on 64, Lees 42, 111 for 1, trailing by 442. What have you made of this morning so far, Moeen?
I think it's been good. I've been really impressed with Alex Lees, actually, more than probably Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope's been fighting, battling. Alex Lees has played some fantastic shots through the covers, but a very good start in all. I think if these two can carry on for the next half an hour, I think we'll see a lot of runs today.
Southey just rearranging his field. Square leg heading out to the boundary. 2 slips in the gully, still in position. That point sat back a little bit for Pope, who's backing across and trying to cut the ball, but it stays low. tried to jam down on it. I'm not quite sure where he was trying to play that shot as it goes through to the keeper.
He scores a lot of runs, doesn't he, through point, backward point, gully, and he's tried to run that down to third man. I totally agree with you, Mo. Alex Lees has been fantastic this morning. Actually, you took the 3 overs, the first 3 overs yesterday. We had a couple of whooshkas early on, and, you know, feet weren't moving. Apart from that first there, he's been absolutely fantastic. It looks like he belongs at this level. We haven't really seen that so far in his career. It looks really good.
As Pope tucks this down to fine leg, slightly fuller from Southey, zoning in on that middle and leg stump. As he comes through for one, Pope to 65, 112 for one, as Lees is just tucking his butt underneath his arm.
Yeah, he's been controlled, he's been decisive, he's left the ball really well of Tim Southey, the ball swinging back in from around the wicket. And as soon as he's over pitch, those couple of cover drives were, you know, you sit up and note it, and it's no fuss whatsoever. So I've been really impressed with him.
Still in his crease at the moment, Lees, as Southey changes angle again, round the wicket to the left-hander, 2 slips in play as he's backing across and guiding the ball to extra cover, no run. You would have enjoyed batting on a deck like this here at Trent Bridge, Alistair?
Not at Trent Bridge, not at Trent Bridge. If we could have picked this wicket up and moved it to a different ground, I'd hoped I'd have got a few runs on it, because you get great value for your shots here, isn't it? But no, I have to even, you know, when you sit up here, you think you're a better player than you are. I have to remember my average here. I'd have been nicked off already. I'd been sat down, and very famous balcony for me up there, sitting. I spend a lot of time watching games of cricket at this ground, actually participating in them.
Lees driving, but misses it. Beats the bat through to the keeper. Well, you knew something like that might happen after you've just picked him up, both of you.
I have got the greatest commentators. I reckon at the moment I'm leading this summer. Anytime I say anything positive about any of our batsmen, they do something like that. But luckily,
what you need to say is Alex Lees and Ollie Pope are not going to score 100 today. That's what you need to say.
Okay. Well, I haven't dared say that on air or anything like that.
Southey retrieving the ball. Still quite breezy conditions as he's through now to Lees, who's this time forward and defending in front of him, just leaning on the ball, head over it, and that is the end of the over. 112 for one. England, Lees 42, Pope 65.
When he bats like this, his technique's very simple. You know, we saw at Lords, and we've seen him moving around the crease, and he's trying all kinds of stuff. Actually, we're here. Very simple technique, very small trigger. You know, there's very little which can go wrong. Well, actually, it's been quite refreshing, hasn't it, to see a batsman bat like that. Certainly the England's top order over the last couple of years, there's quite a lot of techniques that are slightly different. Actually, this is quite calm now. And this is the tempo he's got to look for, isn't it? That, you know, that standing 2 foot outside off stump, I just think it's totally unnecessary. And he just bats like this and carried on this tempo and this controlled manner of batting. You know, he's looking, I reckon, for the first time, like a Test opening batsman.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Bolt is off. On comes Henry. Went for 30 from 6 overs yesterday. He's going to bowl with 2 slips and a gully. A backward point, shortish extra, quite square, wide mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, as he's past the stumps now to Pope on the back foot. Defending the ball to mid-wicket, Andy.
Alistair Cook was involved in 77 century stands in his Test career. It's pretty good. It's an England record. 17 ahead of Joe Root, who has 60. Ian Bell, 51. Jeff Boycott, 47. Kevin Peterson, 46. 13 of those were between you and Peterson.
There you go, as Henry is past the stumps to Pope, who lets it go. Rising delivery, back of a length.
Your average stand with Peterson was 64.6. 67 pairs of batsmen have batted together 50 or more times in cricket. That's the 3rd best average stand by a pair of batsmen. So how did... Because I don't think I'm breaking confidence saying you've not always 100% got on off the field.
No, actually, only at the end.
Right. So what was it? What do you think made you such an effective pair?
As Pope defends to the offside, another good length delivery, this time slightly tighter to the stumps.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Only at the end of our career, where obviously that very famous decision, which was made by the ECB and myself. I'll tell you what it was we were so different to Bolton. And I think he enjoyed batting me because I got off strike quite quickly when I was in, genuinely when he would have walked out to bat.
Pope defends the offside again, this time coming forwards to Henry, no run.
I wasn't a massive boundary hitter. I'd been more just rotate the strike, clip down to fine leg when they're there, get to third man, get off strike, and kind of allowed him to be the centre stage of the partnership. So I really enjoyed it because I was away from the attention, and obviously because KP was such a destructive batsman who could take the game away from the opposition so quickly, they would have spent all their focus on him. So I went under the radar and kind of allowed him to do it. And of course,
as Pope defends this time back to the bowler, no run.
He was just a fantastic batsman. So he would have gone and scored his runs. I'd have gone under the radar, got him on strike quite a lot. And I think that's probably why it worked. And again, we'd have been very different to bowler. He'd dominating the bowler, trying to get forward, trying to impose himself. Well, I would be hanging back, just trying to get on my merry way. And I think a lot of the attention would have gone to him and definitely helped me without a shadow of a doubt.
As Henry is into Pope, clipping it out to deep square, gets wide across there as he plays it for 4. Pope 116 for 1 now, England. Pope to 69, trailing by 437. Lees 42. A few more words from you, Alistair, and Mo. You can join in with this conversation. It's about to get very interesting, I reckon, as Simon Mann comes in.
Yeah, I actually batted a little bit with Cookie at times, and Cookie is very calm, and when you meet in the middle, we just spoke, and it's the thing sometimes for certain batters, they like what they speak about. And when I batted with Cookie, I remember we spoke a little bit about what the bowlers are doing, but we would generally talk about other things a lot of the time. And I think because Cookie was very confident and comfortable with the way he's batting, he was calm, and that kind of rubbed off other players, and you kind of knew you're okay.
Ball from Southey outside the off stump. Lees lets it go through, taken by Blundell. 116 for 1.
Even though he run me out once in Barbados.
I was just about to say, Mo, that was like the nicest thing you've ever said about me away from the game of cricket, or about the game of cricket, but you just had to get the run out in, didn't you? I knew that was coming.
Yeah, because we were playing well, and I can't remember the partnership, we were doing well, well for the team. And Barbados, you cut one straight to their quickest player and ran me out.
Here's Tim Southey. Past the umpire now to bowl to Lees. He's played well this morning. Short ball. Lees ducks underneath it. It's through to Blundell. Do you take being run out well, Mo, or not?
Let's just hold horses 1 second, because I did push and gap into the offside, and I'm pretty sure Mo sprinted. Then he thought, oh, he ain't going to throw my end. Dawdled the last bit, and it was Blackwell, wasn't it? And he thought he threw it the
Blackwood.
Reverse. Is it
Blackwood? Yeah.
Blackwood, yeah. Threw it the reverse end when Mo was thinking he's going to throw at my end. Now, is that true?
Yeah. I'll explain now.
Let's watch Southey first up, going into bowl to Lees. Lees angles that away. It's a nice looking shot out towards deep backer point. Only be a single. New Zealand have a fielder out there sweeping. So one more run to the total. 117 for 1. And Lees moves to 43.
I remember very well, we decided we're not going to run to Blackwood because he was rapid. And then he hits one, and he surprised me, he ran. So Blackwood's running, he's got the ball, and he's looking at Cookie's end. And I was still running, and I'm looking, oh, he's gone Cookie's end. So I've jogged a little bit, and he's thrown it at the keeper's end, and I'm like, oh my God. And I've tried to sprint miles out. It was never a run anyway, but yeah, he did do me as well.
It was definitely a run. I reckon you were. I reckon you were about 2 or 3 inches short, and there was no dive or any effort to get in.
Dive? I never dive in.
Ollie Pope waits for Southey, who bowls a straight ball, and Pope nudges that off stump, backward a square. There's a yelp from someone out there, either bowler or those behind. Anyway, Pope got some bat on it, plenty of bat on it. Takes him to 70, and England to 118 for 1.
No, I was just thinking whether the results was actually getting the game out. I know you haven't got any footage of it, but were you on 40 odd?
60 odd.
Were you 60?
And then
And we collapsed, didn't we?
Yeah. Then we collapsed, and then I went down to number 8.
What number were you batting there? What number?
6.
Okay.
That's right.
Oh dear, Mo.
Yeah, we collapsed and lost the game badly after that.
Yeah, we did quite a long way short of the first innings, weren't we? When we should have got loads.
Southey goes into bowl to Lees. Lees
Sharp.
stands up, punches it away into the offsides, half stopped in the covers. They'll get one. Will they come back for the second? Yes, they are coming back for the second. Throw to the non-strikers end. And Pope just has to dive for the line a bit. But he gets home. 2 more to the total. Such warm applause, actually, for that 2. I thought someone had made 50 or 100 or whatever, but the crowd seemed to be rising to these 2 England players. But it's been very positive this morning. 120 for 1. Lees to 45. He's not far away now from first big milestone in his Test career. First half century. 31 his highest score before this game. Southey bowls outside the off stump, side the way for 4. Down towards deep third. Well, not a convincing shot, but 4 runs nevertheless. He's actually having a conversation with Tim Southey in the middle of the pitch there. Southey waiting to have a word with him because Lees had come down to have a chat with Pope, and they were almost chatting away. One could just imagine what was being said there. It was a horrible shot, really. A big drive, thickish outside edge through the slip cordon. It was a catch to a tallish 4th slip, or probably a straightforward catch to a 4th slip. 124 for 1.
It's very good bowling from Tim Southey, that, because actually the couple he's crashed for 4 have been fuller, and actually since then he's just dragged his length back to him, so he's played a bit more of the back foot, and that one was the slightly fuller length but not there to drive, so he's encouraging Lees to play that, but actually having the skill not to bowl, you know, the half volley length, and on this wicket the margins are so small.
Henry bowls to Pope. Pope's in behind that, playing defensively towards mid-on, and there is no run.
I found the Cricinfo text commentary for that run out. Cut to backward point. They try a single. Moeen is run out. What a disaster for England. This chanceless stand broken so unnecessarily. It was a very sharp single. Moeen was running to the danger end.
Henry bowls to Pope. Pope is forward, turning that away through square leg for a single. Again, arms raised from the bowler. As Pope played it square with the wicket, a straight ball, but again he got enough bat on it. He goes to 71. Just feel Pope, he scores quickly, gives you a chance. It's actually interesting cricket. 125 for 1.
The text commentary continues. Not sure if it was a terrible call or not. Moeen was a little slow to take off. It looks like you were both at fault.
Well, actually, from your descriptions, I think you're both saying, yeah, we were both at fault in a way. It wasn't a single there, but you might have got there and didn't put the dive in.
Amazing what your memory comes back with. Yeah. I would never have that there, and then you suddenly bring it up, you can actually remember almost exactly what happened.
Lees comes down to take strike against Henry. 2 slips, a gully, a short extra cover. Henry bowls to Lees, who's forward, playing it to that short extra cover fielder, and there is no run.
I have tried to look at this on a well-known website where they have all the... You can look for videos, and I've just typed in Alistair Cook and Moeen Ali run out, hoping that might cover down it. It's just got thousands of Moeen Ali run outs.
Go on then, Zoltz. How many times has Moeen been run out?
This is on in the IPL and franchise cricket mainly.
Henry bowls to Lees, who gets the bat down just in time. They're looking to turn that into the onside.
It's funny you say that, because actually a couple of years ago I think I'm the only batter to get run out off a free hit. First ball.
Really?
Yeah, I went in first ball, free hit, smashed it straight to cover, and I thought, can't be a dot ball on a free hit. Ran a miles out direct hit.
When was that?
A couple of years ago in the IPL.
Henry to Lees, and Lees just gets the bat down in time on that one, drops the ball at his feet. And Lee's looking to, well, he plays the shot as if he wanted to flick that through mid-wicket. He plays it after the ball had dropped at his feet. 125 for 1. Lee's 1 away from a half-century. England got through the first 50 minutes play. Henry walking back to his mark at the far end from us, the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. Cloud behind sun at the moment. Henry bowls to Lees. Lees is forward, turning that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. He can't get his half-century there. And that's the last ball of Henry's over. 125 for 1. We've had 38 overs. England are still 428 runs behind. Pope at the other end is on 71.
I just wonder how much New Zealand are going to regret not picking Neil Wagner. I do think this wicket has not played quite as we all expected. I think, you know, from the first morning when we saw that green tinge of grass there, we thought it'd be a good wicket, but we thought it would nip around. It hasn't nipped at all, really. And now it's a fantastic wicket to bat on. Actually, New Zealand are quite samey, aren't they? I know there's a bit of difference in height, and there's the left Balti, but they're all swing bowlers who pitch the ball up, and there hasn't been a huge amount of reward, is there? There hasn't been much swing. So what Wagner does do on flat wickets is a very big point of difference. And Henry's a good bowler, but I just wonder if they had their time again, they would have gone for Wagner if they'd have known the pitch had played like this.
Yeah. And he's had a very good Test career, Neil Wagner. He's in the 200s. He's 36 years of age. But I think they've got 2 veteran bowlers as well still taking wickets at this level. Anyway, here's Jameson for now, the young pretender who's had a great start to his Test career. Goes in and bowls full on the pads of Pope. He tries to turn it away, struck on the pad, goes down fine, backward a square, and they're through for a leg bye. 126 for 1. So, Alistair, you enjoy batting with Kevin Pietersen. Who did you enjoy batting with, Mo? Anyone in particular?
I didn't bat long enough to bat with a lot of the guys, but when I did bat, I really enjoyed batting with Joe Root. He was great to bat. Alistair was another guy. Stokes is also very good to bat with. Actually, Johnny Bairstow is brilliant to bat with because he loves bat on ball, and again, you kind of feel like he's either going to hit a boundary or is getting singles a lot of the time, and you feel like you're going to get the strike a lot of the time. So, yeah, these guys I've batted quite a lot with in my career, and they were fantastic to bat with.
Jameson bowls to Lees, who's on 49. Lees plays a solid forward defensive shot back to the bowler, and Jameson picks up, and there is no run. Yeah, those batting combinations can be quite important. I mean, is anyone you walk out and think, oh no, it's him at the other end? He's not very quick between the wickets, or he doesn't rotate the strike, or whatever. Perhaps unfair to actually ask for a name.
I struggle with people that didn't talk so much in the middle.
Jameson to Lees. Lees turns that off his hip for runs. There's his half century. It's going out towards the boundary. It might be 4. It is 4. Raw for Alex Lees' half century. Big moment for him. He's played in an assured fashion in this first innings, and he's deserved his half century. He looks a Test player. Certainly does in this innings. Really calm and authoritative innings from Alex Lees. 109 balls, 9 fours. 130 for 1. Jameson bowls to him, and he drives through extra cover. More runs from here. New Zealand have a sweeper out, square of the wicket. He'll pick it up on the deep extra cover boundary. And Lees has come back for 2 runs, takes him to 55, 132 for 1. And what an opportunity for Alex Lees today.
Yeah, it's that word, isn't it? Opportunities. It gets used a lot and has been used a lot over the last couple of years, but there's not many times in Test cricket in England you get conditions as in the favour of the batsman, like whether it's a new ball, whether it's this new Duke's ball they're using this year, or the pitches we've been playing on.
Jameson bowls to Lees, wide of off stump. Lees leaves it. Did just jag back a bit. Remember last Sunday, probably Saturday actually, at Lord's, where he left one and it did jack back a long way and it bowled his off stump. It wasn't that dissimilar, that delivery. Probably started a bit wider.
Yeah, certainly. And I think over here, obviously, with the lack of swing and the wicket being so true, going back to the opportunity, he knows. And with Alex Lees, we know that he can score big in county cricket, and hopefully we'll see that today.
Jameson from the Ratcliffe Road end. 2 slips in the gully, bowls to Lees. Lees knocks that away into the onside. Offer a quick single towards mid-on. Shout the stumps at the striker's end. Pope responded well. They're home. The throw missed from Henry. And 1 more run to the total. 133 for 1. And Lees, he's a good counter as well. That was the last ball, the over tight single. Takes him to 56. And Pope on 71. Well, he was a player who was talked about when he was at Yorkshire in his younger days as being a future England player, and then it didn't quite work out for him. Now he's up at Durham.
Yeah, he was. He certainly was. I mean, I remember playing England Lions, and he was picked as this young batsman, doing very well for Yorkshire. And I think there was a couple of years of a bit of struggle. I don't know what it was. But even in domestic cricket, when he played, he scored. When he got his 100, they were big hundreds. And there was a couple of years he had lean years, but he's come back strong. Obviously moved to Durham and did really well.
He's on strike again. Henry's new over. Lees is forward. Strong defensive shot, punching the ball in defence up towards mid-off, and there's no run. It's worth noting, actually, there are 3 Durham players in this England side.
Helps when you're captain from Durham, isn't
Yeah.
it?
But I think for the first time, and we saw signs of it actually in that second innings at Lord's, where he played a bit more positively, and then he left that one from Jameson that jagged back and bowled him off stump. Didn't look great, but he played well there. Cameo innings, inside edge onto the pad there from Henry, and the ball rolls away out towards a cover.
There's all the talk about positivity, isn't it, and how you bat. But actually, his strike rate is just a normal strike rate. So
It just looks more.
Exactly.
It's his body language, isn't it?
actually, his intent to score when they miss. So you know, the overused word, "you've got to be positive when you bat." Actually, of course you do, but it's that balance of it. And we're looking at it. It's actually looked a very controlled innings. He hasn't looked overtly positively.
Henry bowls to Lees, and he's just a short ball, and it bursts through the gloves of Blundell as Lees let it go through. Played it pretty well, actually, just rocking back, allowed it to go past his chest. But yeah, there is some pace in this pitch as well, and Blundell couldn't stop it. We saw Blundell yesterday not go for a catch. Whether he has got a damaged hand when he was hit when he was batting yesterday. Anyway, he couldn't stop that. And it was just a fraction late on it as a keeper.
Surprising, because those couple of nicks from Ollie Pope haven't carried at all to slip, and then that one is absolutely, and they were genuine nicks. They weren't like a Kane Williamson, like ride the bounce. You know, they were. You know, he's gone at the ball to nick him, and they haven't carried at all, and then that's absolutely flown.
134 for one, make that 135 for one as Pope nudges Henry off his hip towards deep square leg. The run's coming quite plentifully for England. 135 for one as the field changes round for the left-hander. Pope to 72 now.
So New Zealand have gone for the option of having sweepers. England didn't really have too many sweepers, but what that does, actually, for Jameson, they had a sweeper both sides. So as a batsman there, you know, you've got such an easy get-off strike thing, and that's going to keep that strike rotating and the scoreboard ticking.
Henry bowls to Lees, who glances this, going down fine very quickly. Fine leg can't get round, that's 4 more. Again, we see Henry standing in the middle of the pitch, frustrated. He thought he might have got through onto the pad there, but Lees got the bat down in time, and it flew away. Just having a look at the replay. Well, it was a genuine leg glance, or genuine enough leg glance.
I think on Cookie's point with the sweepers out and rotating the strike, you do then end up bowling out a left-hander, right-hander, left, and you can err on your line a little bit.
139 for one. England galloping along. Henry bowls. Lees comes forward and plays that firmly back to the bowler, who picks up.
How many runs they scored this morning?
Well, they started at 90, so 49 runs in 58 minutes.
14 overs.
Feels more than that, actually, doesn't it? But they've just got going, haven't they, the last over or so.
OK, so 139 for one. We're going to a bit of a change here in just a moment. Alison Mitchell's coming in to commentate. Quick thought from Alistair or Mo.
It's been a brilliant morning this morning, and as a batsman not out overnight, it's all about getting through that first half an hour, and they've done that beautifully. I wonder if New Zealand might change up and bowl the spinner, try and just change the pace of the game. That, you know, the four seamers have all had a quick go, and it's been pretty plain sailing for England. So I want to change of pace, change of momentum is an option, maybe with Bracewell coming on, but still going to be Jameson.
Morning, Alistair and Moeen. Say hi and bye, because I've got Michael Vaughan standing. Come in. And England 139 for one. Jameson getting ready to bowl once more. Ollie Pope 72 not out. And this packed crowd here Sunday at Trent Bridge warmly applauding all these runs. 2 slips in now, Anna Gully outside the off stump from the tall blonde-haired Jameson and through to the keeper. Blundell doesn't take it completely cleanly there. Spilled. Pope 72 leads on 60. Good afternoon to you, Michael. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Well, just afternoon. There we go. Midday.
Afternoon, everyone. Sorry, Alison, I just switched
First
you
of all,
off.
I had the former England captain Alistair Cook cut me off with my microphone, and you pressed the same button just then as well. We're about there now. We're doing well. Jameson, long-legged in, full to Pope whipped off his legs along the ground to deep backward square, takes a single, moves himself on to 73. What have you made of the way Ollie Pope has gone about this innings?
Yeah, they've played really nicely. I mean, there's a great opportunity for both this pair to go and get a big score, but you've still got to earn the right. You've still got to survive that initial 30 minutes. The ball did swing, actually, a bit more than we saw yesterday for the first 30 minutes. They had a bit of fortune, played and missed. The ball hit the outside edge. One from Alex Lees went in the gap. One fell short from Ollie Pope to first slip.
Here's Lees standing tall with his bat raised. Jameson sends one through, slightly back of a length. Lees shapes the plays out, happy to let it go through.
But they survived and they've played nicely, and we know it's a quick scoring venue, so that the runs will flow. I'm just surprised with New Zealand that they've not tried the off spinner to Alex Lees in particular.
Yeah, Alistair's just
Alex
making
Lees
that.
now 60 not out. He's been out there for nearly 41 overs, and yet to face the off spinner, so I'm surprised by that. And I'll keep going back. Neil Wagner's a bowler that New Zealand need. He's their point of difference bowler.
Around the wicket to the left-hander, it sits up to be cut. Enough into the ground to evade Gully, down to the boundary for 4 more. Deep backward point, not able to cut that off. It wasn't too far away from his body, actually. It was quite a tight cut. 64, Lees now.
Yeah, I turned to the off spinner. I mean, just to have a look. Wagner's a poor non-selection, but with the attack that they have, I just wonder whether it's worth them just channeling it, going wide outside off stump and pack the offside, have 2 slips, 2 gullies, because you know the England players, that they're in the zone of scoring and they're going to come after you. You're almost trying to say, go on then, you're going to play the drive, it's going to be away from your eye line, there's no swing or seam.
Jameson bounds in again, Fuller in on the toes of Lees, and he's driving this down through mid-on, coming back for the second, sliding stop in the deep. Another comfortable 2, the runs keep flowing.
Well, it's too easy because, you know, Jameson's got this split field. He's got square leg on the boundary, so there's a big gap on the onside, cover point on the boundary. So there's an easy one there if you just play it to cover point. And then there's options down the ground. You know, mid-on and mid-off are quite wide. Very difficult to keep the batters quiet with this field on this kind of surface.
Jameson in now, around the wicket once more. Lees cracks this one away through point. There is a fielder there, he gathers. And Lees picks up another single. It was struck really crisply. 147 for 1 at the end of the over. Our commentary continues here on 5 Sports Extra via the BBC Sport website and BBC Sounds app. Drinks being brought out here, but our Radio 4 longwave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. Well, what a morning it's been so far. 147 for 1 then, so still a huge 406 behind, but the wicket's in hand, the way the partnership has developed, the way the pitch is playing. Pope 73 and Lees on 67. All being well, England should make really good headway eating into this deficit over the course of the next few hours.
Yeah, got a great chance to bat the day. Someone get a big score. 2 players to go on and get a big score. England, you'd think, would be well over 400 by close to. That's a long way off. I'm just looking at New Zealand. So England 147 for 1. England chased down the second innings at Lord's, 5 wickets down, so 270 odd for 5. So they've got over 400 runs and they've got 6 wickets, and we had 2 overs of spin. Ajaz Patel bowled 2 overs of spin.
Well, there was a feeling, wasn't there, that without Kane Williamson, that actually Tom Latham might use a spin option. I mean, it's not Bracewell, not a specialist spinner, but he's been coming into his own, I gather, as a spinner domestically in New Zealand cricket. So he's there as the all-rounder spin option.
But I'd like to just know, what are they scared of? You know, at Lord's, when that partnership of Ben Foakes and Joe Root was developing, they were making batting look so easy. You know, what are they scared of in terms of the spinners? The seamers are going from it. Look at this morning now, the seamers have travelled a bit, been hit both sides of the wicket. What can a spinner kind of produce that's so much worse than what we've seen already from the seam? I just don't quite get it, why you wouldn't just throw the ball to the off-spinner and say, come on, just see what you've got.
Well, maybe this is part of the conversation, a drinks break, just time for everybody to come together, pool ideas, messages can come out from the dressing room, maybe try something different. We might see that. Got 55 minutes until lunch, but it would feel a little bit sort of routine almost, just to bring the spinner on for 1 or 2 overs before the lunch break.
Yeah, and that's not the way you use your spinner. You know, if the ball was swinging around and the batters were playing and missing, and you felt there was a real chance of nicking a few quick ones with the seam. Of course, you keep going with the seam, but so far it's just looked so easy. First 20 minutes, you always sit and watch the next day and think, oh, you know, it could be a mistake, and that's a real opportunity for New Zealand to have got a couple of wickets, but they survived that, and since then it's just glorious to face the seam, hit both sides of the pitch, front foot, back foot.
Well, it might
Surely
be
changing it up's the way to go.
Might be that Dennis, the sign writer, might be getting twitchy fingers again. I bumped into him this morning. I took the opportunity of having a good look around the pavilion before play started, and the honours board has already been populated with Daryl Mitchell's 100. Took a photograph of it. So I tell you what, there's not that much room left on the batting honours board at Trent Bridge in the long room, the pavilion opposite us. You're on there a couple of times, Michael.
Well, I reckon they've probably got space for 2 more on that panel there.
So Mitchell and Blundell are in for 2022.
So a couple of England players.
Yeah.
I think they're going to need a new panel. They need a new
Well, they're
panel,
gonna have to extend
and
it.
it may be this week. You'd think that we'll see at least a couple more centuries this week, if not 3, potentially 4.
There are no honours board in the dressing rooms then here,
No.
are there? They're all in the pavilion.
the pavilion.
So at Lords, there's obviously you've got the away honours board in the away room and the home honours board, whereas this is just one board for test match batting performances at Trent Bridge. Hence why it's got a little bit crowded. But yours were against India, weren't they, here? Have a look. What? 2000, MP Vaughan, here we go. 2002, 197. Oof. What are your memories of falling just short?
Well, I tried to hit, and I thought it was a sensible option. It was a second new ball, and Ajit Agarkar bowled me a ball. I hit it through extra cover, got to 197, and I thought it was really sensible that the same ball, the next ball, which was a bit wider and a bit fuller, I tried to launch over extra cover for 6. I thought that was a sensible option at that stage. Caught behind.
Unlucky. Drinks have been taken here. We welcome back our listeners from Radio 4 Longwave, and it's at Matt Henry in outside the off stump with Lees on 67. Let's it go through to Blundell. Andy.
15 overs in that first hour of play. 57 runs, 14 from the first 7 overs and 43 from the next 8. Look at Alex Lees. I mentioned it, the slow pace of his scoring in his first few innings of his Test career, up to and including the first innings at Lords, which was his 7th Test innings, went at 28 per 100 balls. And the second innings at Lords and this one combined 87 off 153. That's twice as fast, 57 per 100 balls.
That's a good rate. Henry in now to Lees on. That's an inside edge. Or they will have the inside half of the bat in front of square on that leg side.
15 overs in the hour, Andy. That's good, isn't it?
That's good from good pace from bowlers as well as batters.
Yeah, I mean, to bowl 15 overs with no overs from the spinner in an hour in this era of Test cricket, that's
That'd
a
be
lot.
Red letter day.
Just watch Alex Lees, what he does in his kind of pre-delivery routine. He just looks at his bat. There you go, just has a look at his bat to make sure it's in the right position. He's happy, he looks again, he looks twice.
He holds it absolutely still as Henry is in. Then he brings it down, driving only as far as mid-off, picks out the fielder. No run. There's no waggle, is there? Gets it into position and just holds it up. Not even, say baseball style, but somebody like Johnny Bairstow, you feels more baseball style because there's a bit more of a wave, isn't it, as he waits and then is still. But
big chap, quite a wide stance, puts his bat in between his legs, and he just moves that right foot, opens it up so he can access the angle of the delivery.
Henry in now, width edged, quarter first slip. Mitchell takes what looks a comfortable catch, and Lees departs for 67. The over after the drinks break, and it's Matt Henry to find the edge from a drive from Lees, and this century stand for England's second wicket comes to an end. Oh, he was reaching for a little, wasn't he? Driving away from the body.
It's a really poor shot because it's not there to drive, and his right foot, I just mentioned, it kind of opens up to create the angle from over the wicket where the ball's being delivered, and it doesn't go towards the line of the ball. It's a ball that's in the channel on length, and I reckon if he gets that right foot over towards the line, he potentially could have controlled this shot, but his foot doesn't go. He plays away from his body. That is a huge opportunity missed by Alex Lee. He'll be happy to get his first Test match 50, and he played nicely, but I just know Test cricket, it's hard. The next time you go out facing the new ball, you can get a Javel reception Joe Root's going to get.
This is fabulous. Have a listen. Well, it was a low rumble of the route as he started to emerge down the steps, and as he entered the outfield, and the rest of the stadium saw
Well, he likes
the former
batting
England
here.
captain.
He likes batting here, and on a wicket like this, if he can get in, if he's still there at lunchtime in 50 minutes' time, I think we could be in for something special this afternoon. But it's always tricky to get in. It doesn't matter how good you are, how many runs you've scored. It's always that initial 30 minutes. Yeah, Alex Lees he'll be in that dressing room now, and he will just know.
Well, he thumped his bat with frustration, didn't he?
But I think he's shown us enough in the last. I thought his 20 in the second innings at Lord's showed us that he can play. You know, it was so much better than the first innings and what I saw in the Caribbean, and then here again, he's played some glorious shots. So yes, he'll be disappointed, but I think we've seen enough from Alex Lees to know that he's going to be around the team for a few more Test matches.
I think in the West Indies he was something like England's 19th opener since Andrew Strauss retired in 2012. I think we'll hope that they can settle upon a settled pair. I'll get Andy to give us the partnership final figure in a moment, but here is Root forward, the ball coming off the inside half of the bat. Past the square leg umpire. It's a chase back to the boundary as Root comes back for the second, and he's off the mark. And England are 149 for 2.
Lees' final number, 67 off 125 balls with 11 fours, and the partnership 141 in 39.4 overs.
Oh, thank you, Andy.
Just look at the celebration. Darryl Mitchell, he dropped Alex Lees yesterday.
Yeah.
Very similar catch, actually.
Yeah.
Probably didn't go to him as hard as this one.
Nichols over the wicket now to Root, and that's just past the outside edge. A little juggle from Blundell as he held it, and it wasn't far away. It had certainly Henry Nichols was bringing his hand to his mouth. A good delivery for Root to get early.
Yeah, he's zipping them through, Ali. It's quite quick, that bit of seam movement, 84 miles an hour, but it looks a bit quicker than that. There's sometimes that you see bowlers bowl 84 miles an hour and you think, it doesn't look that quick. That looks like it's skipping off the surface. Yeah, just a channel ball, just that corridor.
Yeah, and if you get that early in your innings.
You know, that's why Alex Lees has gifted a wicket to New Zealand as an opening batter. He'll know that, he goes out in the next innings, gets a good one early, like Zach Crawley did yesterday. You end up with a Test match with getting 70 runs rather than putting plenty in the bank. He had an opportunity to put a nice deposit in the bank.
Let's see if Ollie Pope can double down. He's on 73, but that one's come back in from Jameson. Bat and pad close together. The ball ricochets away into the ground and fielded at gully. 73 off 120 for Pope. And just remembering his journey, 2019, he had that dislocated shoulder, didn't he? Missed a lot of cricket then. He did it diving in the field domestically. I think he was playing against Essex. And then, after coming back, he'd had a lot of time thinking about batting here in that period when you're forced to not play. Made some adjustments. Then the breakthrough tour of South Africa. Jameson in full. This one's squirting away as he was forward and driving past square leg umpire. Out to the boundary once more, but Pope coming back for the second.
Well, this is...
Takes England past 150, Michael. 151 for 2.
Yeah, I don't remember, I'm sure they have. I don't remember Pope and Root having too many really great partnerships. But this is a little bit of the new, batting with, I'm not calling Joe the old, but he's been around a bit.
The experience.
And I know Ollie Pope, his hero is at the other end in Joe Root, trying to play like him, be like him. Well, the best way to try to grab a bit of Joe is bat for a few hours with him.
Pope's now on 75. Jameson in. He's left that one alone. It looked again to nip back a touch, and Jameson a sharp intake of breath that's taken by Blundell because it didn't go too far past that off stump. Even Ollie Pope might have had heart in mouth moments.
It just kept a bit low as well, wide of the crease from Jameson.
Oh, yeah,
wobble seam, just didn't bounce quite as much. It's a good leave because it misses the stumps.
That's the judgment.
I always feel when a wicket falls that it could quite easily be another one fall soon after. It just gives the fielding side a big lift, a big boost.
Pope, little flex of the knees and a wobble of the bat in its back lift as he waits. Now he's looking to drive, hasn't connected cleanly into the ground though, and then picked up by Jameson. Do you feel, now that Pope is on 75, do you feel a little calmer watching him than you were saying to me at the very start of his innings or the start of the day?
I feel calmer than I felt when he walked out yesterday.
Yeah.
Do I feel Joe Root calm when Joe Root gets in? Not quite yet. I still always feel that there's a potential mistake just around the corner.
It was funny, isn't it, that just after the drinks break, that's when Alex Lees, went for the big shot, the concentration. It's a good drive, but picking out the fielder at extra cover. So no run there for Pope.
He's just one of those players, Ollie Pope, that he's got such a good first-class record, and he's shown glimpses at Test match level of being a real star. You can see that there's something there that could be around for a long time, and if he can get his consistency in his mind and his game and his confidence inside himself, we could be seeing a player that would potentially be around to dominate Test match cricket, but he's still at that stage where you're not quite sure.
Jameson in up past the umpire. Bowles now forward. He comes again into drive, but picks out mid-off and no run. It was 135 not out, it was, wasn't it, at Port Elizabeth. Brought all the accolades, and because he was the youngest England centurion since Alistair Cook, people get very excited, and with good reason because of what they saw. But that was quite a lot of innings ago. I think more than 30 odd innings since that.
I still feel he's going to end up with a Test average over 40. I still feel he's got the game. I still feel he'll have a period where he'll get a lot of runs, but I still. He's only played 25 games. I don't know, 25 caps. It seems like, but it's not a lot. And he's still a young player. And I still watch him and think he's still working out the kind of player that he's trying to be. He's not ultimately convinced yet what his method is.
Well, maybe this partnership with Root will do him a lot of good if they can build one. Nicholls in, Root forward defensively. Ball coming off the inside half of the bat towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. 3 slips in the gully here for Joe Root, the new man out there, who's now ranked number 2, isn't he, in the ICC rankings? So his efforts at Lords just put him up a little bit. Kane Williamson has dropped down, still within the top 5 now, even though he's played just 2 Test matches, isn't it, in the last 12 months because of that elbow injury. In goes Nicholls again. Root outside the off stump, little wafty, looking to cut, and misses through to the keeper. Matt Henry turns on his heel, heads back towards the end of his mark.
There you go, inside Joe Root's first 4 deliveries. He's played and missed, and he's played a pretty poor shot for Joe Root. Wide of the off stump, short. Just try to kind of glance it down to that favoured area, the 3rd vacancy. This is New Zealand's chance.
Root facing up again. Forward defends. It's the offside. Fielded. No run there. Wonderful bright sunshine at Trent Bridge today. It's only been that one period of play where it was murky yesterday. Some cloud overhead, but it's very high cloud. Really excellent full house in by the looks of it. Very few empty seats that you can see.
Looking forward to the stand on the left, starting to sing. What was the song yesterday, Andy? We're in the sun.
Henry in. Root's driving. Full ball and off stump, and he'll get 4. All the way down to the scoreboard, to the side of the pavilion. Through long off. Wonderful shot, appreciated by the crowd.
Yeah, it's pure. Nice half volley. Quite a straight one as well. Just leans on it. Perfect from Joe Root. Yeah, the chant, was it? We're in the sun, and then you're in the shade. Yeah, liked it.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, I like that.
Keep it simple. I will say hello in that stand, actually, although I can't see the flag today. A group who are from Ashby St Mary. I walked past and had a chat with last night. Outside the off stump, and Blundell's worn one on the hand. He's wringing his hand out. The ball's running away towards the 3rd man boundary. It'll be collected, but he's in real pain here. Didn't take it cleanly. Byes awarded. He's in some trouble there. He took a blow yesterday as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it was when he was batting, and it's certainly affecting his keeping. He's a really good keeper. And you think back to yesterday, Ollie Pope snicked to Darryl Mitchell low down to his left. That was the keeper's catch. And I reckon if he was fit and firing, he goes for that catch. He's protecting himself. He's in a lot of pain. Must mention last night we were in a curry house. Andy was there, and there was a stag do who came to have a picture with us. Right. So we had the stag with us, and then we made all the the other members of the stack stand outside and look through the window as the picture was taken. They're here today. I think Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Oh, are they? Henry in and Root defends that one on off stump. That was a play and miss before from Root. A bit of a dabble outside off. But Blundell's got the wicket keeping. Well, he's still got that. Has he still got a glove off on one hand? Certainly in some discomfort. England are 157 for 2. You don't know which stand they're in.
I'm not too sure. I'm trying to look around now to see if I can see Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So wherever they are, hope you had a good night.
They might give you a hi-ho, Michael, if you ask for it. Aggers is about to come in. England 157 for 2 then, with Pope on 75, Root on 6, and Aggers will be with you in a moment.
There he comes, Aggers, with his nice round sweater on. The trendsetter, as he has said to me just downstairs. The Werther's original, as Phil Tufnell has called him. Good afternoon,
thank you.
Aggers.
Here's Jameson bowling on off stumps, played him mid on, getting a lot of stick for this very nice caramel coloured. Do you know what someone actually said to me next door? This is like the old cardboard beige New Zealand colour.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Really
very
quite
good.
devastated by that.
Well, it is.
Quite offended.
Have you got your name on the back? And
There'll be somebody here in the ground, I suspect, a Kiwi with a sense of humour, wearing the old cardboard beige that Jeremy Coney used to wear back in the day. 157 for 2, 396 behind. Jameson's on his way over the wicket and he bowls short. It's swung away into that leg side boundary area. It won't go all the way. There's a man down there. But they'll get one. And I've got a question for you, skipper. When you've got an attack that depends entirely on the ball swinging, and you've got a ball this morning, the first half hour, that's swinging nicely, why do you get rid of it and get a ball that does absolutely nothing? Why do you even take the chance?
well, because they're stupid.
Jeffrey, it's good to have you back.
Well, that's the only
I just can't.
solution
I
to
just
that.
think it's an extraordinary thing to have done. They rely on the ball swinging, all these bowlers. Then goes Jameson, bowls on off stump. Ball that goes absolutely straight as a gun barrel, and it's played to point, and there's no run.
I mean, throughout the series so far, we've seen endless times, haven't we, where the bowlers have been trying to change the ball, but yeah, you're absolutely right, the ball was swinging.
It really was.
It wasn't swinging, so much that it was a real threat. It was just enough, and that's all you need.
Yep.
Just need
And they bowled so well with it.
Yeah.
You get a bit fixated with
Not
shape
the brightest, though, bowlers, are they?
In goes Jameson then, lumbering up, very tall man, bowls outside the off stump. That one goes thudding into Blundell's gloves. He'll be favouring that left hand for a while, which is awkward for him because, of course, naturally he needs to go to his right most of the time. I'm sure you're right about that catch. That was his chance yesterday.
Well, it'd have been a good catch, but you always think that keepers, if first slip's going to his left,
Yeah.
I always think that the keeper can go for it.
Sun beating down. Jameson moves in bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside, going for a quick single. Pope a little bit slow setting off, but Root knew it was okay. He did cast an anxious glance behind him there as he ran up towards his end just to make sure that Pope was okay, but comfortably home. 159 for 2, so 394 runs behind.
Was that a Christmas present, by the way, or
No, it was an instruction to go and smarten myself up.
what? So you've chosen it?
I certainly have, and I'm very proud of it. I'm 62 years old and proud.
New pair of pumps on as well, haven't you?
We call them wheels.
Wheels, nice wheels. You went on a shopping trip, did you?
Well, the trouble is, as I think most men would accept, we tend to shop in job lots. There's Jameson on the leg stump. That's flicked away fine. A chase for the fielder in the distance, who does very well there. The performance rather a nice head over heels roly-poly as he does. Good running. Pope to 78. England to 161 for 2, so 392 behind. The man out was Lees, who was caught behind, played nicely. A bit disappointed perhaps with the shot that he played. It was just pushed across him and he followed it a bit. But I think most men do by job lots,
So
don't you?
you've gone out.
I'll have
Come and tell
three
me.
of those.
Okay,
Three of those.
okay. So this was when? Was it
This
Pre-series, was it? And you
This
just...
was, I think it was around about when I got back from
So you were on your own.
Australia.
You had no advisors advising you what to buy.
like advisors. I know.
So you went on your own.
Yeah.
So
With the
your job, like,
instruction
what do you get?
ringing in my ears to
many
go and
co-
smarten myself up a bit.
So you've got more new
Oh,
sweaters,
yes.
have you?
Oh,
Looking forward to the summer seeing your new
I
attire.
have 4 of those underpants, 4 of those pairs of socks, 4 of those shirts. Well, then you walk out. It takes 10 minutes.
Yeah.
The whole thing takes 10 minutes.
Just the one shop, or did you go around?
Oh,
the
same shop.
Same shop.
161 for 2. Southey. No, it's Wood. It's Henry, isn't it? Comes up and bowls, and that's turned away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. No, you can't do this all-day stuff.
Oh, I like
around.
the fact you're a bit old school. You actually go to shops. A lot of the people that I know just do it online.
Do they?
It gets delivered to your doorstep. If you don't like it, you send it back.
If a pain, well, yeah. You've got to be, I mean, it's quite hard.
You could have stayed in the Beaver and it'll just come to you.
Yeah, but you've got to find somewhere in the Beaver to send it back. Here comes Henry, and he bowls outside the off stump, and there's no shot. My little the latest local post office, which is about 6 miles away, is closed. That's one of the troubles. It really is. So, no, it's every couple of years.
What we took, was it, what, 10 or 15 minutes worth?
I'd say 15 max.
Straight
Go
in
in,
and out.
do
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Henry bowls, back goes Root.
So it can be done, can't it? Shopping can be done quickly.
Exactly. I don't know why it takes all day.
It's not hard, is it?
I thought it was quite brave to wear this. It's like assembled this morning, if I'm honest.
Well, it's got little kind of stripes on the cuff, hasn't it?
Yep.
Black, white, and
I think
brown.
the worst insult is definitely the Kiwi beige. Really quite sad about that. Henry bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Joe Root, who's got 7. It's collected by Blundell. Lots of applause there behind the wickets. New Zealand still not out of this. I mean, England have made a positive start, but they're still 392 behind. I mean, Potts at 8.
Well, that's the problem for England. You know, one bad session where they lose 3 or 4 wickets and advantage New Zealand. I don't think this pitch is going to crack up, but it's going to be such a bad pitch to bat on day 5, though.
Saw one keep loaders now, didn't we? Henry bowls. That's a beautiful drive from Root, but straight to extra cover. Jameson's the man, isn't it? I mean, at 6'8", if he makes one like we saw a couple of overs ago, keep very low from his height, that makes it awkward.
I'd just love to know from the New Zealand think tank of in this attack, you mentioned swing. You know, the one bowler that doesn't rely as much on swing is Wagner.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
He does swing it when it's the right conditions, but he takes pretty much everything out of the equation. He's such a...
Henry bowls short. Oh, what a flourishing shot that is from Root. He's played a pirouette and a flick at the same time. It was rather like a conductor there in front of the orchestra with his baton, flicking it away. What a shot. It's gone for 4, obviously.
Well,
Root goes to 11.
I just think New Zealand have got until lunch with Joe. They've got about another half an hour. And if he's still there at, let's say, 2 o'clock, so it might take him a little bit of a 20-minute period to get in after lunch. If he's still there at 2 o'clock, I think we'll be just seeing an exhibition once again, an artist at work. Perfect pitch for him.
Yep.
No swing, no movement. The spinner's not going to threaten him, you wouldn't have thought, or not worry him too much.
Jameson's on his way, he's there and he bowls, and Pope lines it up, turns the ball into the leg side, square leg comes scuttling in and fields. So it's 165 for 2. Talking of lunch, Ask Mo. I'm looking forward to that.
Yes, he's been on good form.
Yeah, he's on good form. So that's the hashtag for anyone on social media who wants to ask a question of Moeen Ali, who's here yesterday, here today. And any question you like. I think Mo's the sort of man who does answer just about anything.
Ask him about his 13-year-old nephew.
Right.
He's making his debut for Warwickshire's second team this week.
Is it 13?
13 years of age.
My word. Jameson bowls short of a length. Pope plays carefully to extra cover.
Left-handed batter.
Wow, what number is he batting?
I think he'll be near the top.
Right.
Telling me all about him earlier. He's playing in the Birmingham League.
13.
For Solihull, I think he said. Yes, he scored runs all the way through us. Well, it's only 13.
That is remarkable.
He's playing for Warwickshire Seconds.
165 for 2. Jameson again bowls, and Pope is forward. Runs up to mid-off.
I actually think that line there to Ollie Pope, kind of wide of off stump, with this kind of field, is the kind of line now that the balls, I'd just live there all day to him.
Man back.
Yeah, I just say, OK, I'm going to dangle the carrot to you. And every now and again I fire one straight. There's something about his batting that doesn't look comfortable at stages around that channel of off stump, just outside. I think as a bowler, I think you fancy that he'll snick one or...
Yeah, the next one is about middle and off. He works it into the leg side. No run again, fielded at mid-wicket. You can see he wants to get away. He's looking busy, and they have run well this morning. 165 for 2. He and Root share a word about something. There's a man at square third man. Deep backward point, you could call him, I suppose.
Well, he's 22 away from that Test century.
Yeah.
You were there for that one in South Africa in Port Elizabeth.
Really enjoyed watching it. 165 for 2. And Jameson bowls outside the off stump, and Pope lets that one go. That's the sort of channel.
That's the channel. I'm living there all day. Because you can see there, he's leaving it, but he's like, I want to get to it.
He wants to go.
Yeah, he's trying. He's got these hands that they're a bit electrified. They want to get at the ball.
Yeah,
he wants to feel bat on ball all the time. He doesn't want to be seeing the ball go through to the keeper. Brought cover point up for the last ball.
Yeah, that's definitely the line. Just prey on his patience. 165 for 2. He's on 78. Jameson runs in, bowls. It's full, off stumpish, and he's clipped that to mid-on. He does favour that onside. But, a good over there from Jameson. 165 for 2. Pope has 78. Root has 11. The man out was Lees, who edged a ball that was pushed across him, really, edged it to slip. Played some good shots in his innings, but he'd like to have gone on, of course, as all batsmen do, but he certainly showed us and Brendan McCullum, the coach, that he's more than just an obdurate opening batsman. He's played some wonderful cover drives, some square drives. 165 for 2. A reminder again, ask Mo on social media. It's tms@bbc.co.uk if you're on the email. And I think Mo's a sort of a man who will answer just about anything you put his way. 165 for 2. Root on 11. Henry's on his way, the sun's shining, he bowls outside the off stump. Root allows that to go by. Can I ask your definitive opinion, Jeremy Coney, and good afternoon to you.
Oh yes, it's a nice jersey you wear.
Well, I was going to ask you, and you would say the word jersey, and I'd expect you to, being a New Zealander. Does this in any way remind you of the cardboard beige colour that you all used to wear in your one-day cricket?
A little bit darker.
Oh, good, so it's not the same?
No.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
And it hasn't got the emblem of some sort of sponsor.
So it's nothing like it. Back goes Root, plays out to cover.
No, it's darker.
It's been good.
But there is, it is that beigey look, though, isn't it?
It's caramel.
Caramel, is it? Okay. Right, fine.
I'll be disappointed if it's like one of your beige ones.
Why?
Well,
it's for a start, the general tenor of the whole the article is loose and ample.
Here's Henry outside the off stump, but it has to be these days. It has to hide.
Well, that is an issue, but that's
to hide a multitude of sins.
It's fine. Ours were very tight.
They were tight
and strategically tight.
But
you reveal muscles.
You were ripped.
No. But I was thin.
Potato.
I remember the days of being thin. You were thin.
I saw a picture of you
thin.
when you were on tour at a pool.
Oh, did you? Now here's a steer away through third man by Root. Just waited, played that so late, guiding the ball away through the slips. Root goes to 15, 169 for for 2.
And you were thin then.
I know. I was
When you
very
were
thin.
playing.
I was
My
thin.
word, I think it was in the, is it Cowdrey's book, Chris Cowdrey's
Probably.
book?
I was very, very thin.
Yeah. I did when I saw it. I just wondered.
I'd trade to be
How many
somewhere
spells
between
would I
the
get out
two.
of this
I know,
man?
You get some spells.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yes. Economical, I think it was gone. I'd like to be somewhere between the two today, if I'm honest. But you know you were thin. 169 for 2 you still are. Here's Henry bowling and back goes Root. Playing down to gully. So anyway, we've established it's not New Zealand beige and that's all that matters. Yeah, I'll be offended by that.
Would you take offence?
Well,
You
because
should be
people
pleased
wear
with that.
those now for a bit of a Mickey taking, don't they?
But that's clearly not a... You're not trying to be part of the New Zealand side or to copy them in any way.
No, I'm not. Thank you for putting
No.
a sensible view on it, Jeremy. I appreciate it. 169 for 2. England 384 behind as Henry bowls on off stump. Back goes Root, guiding the ball into the gully. And it's been interesting morning's cricket, Jeremy. 169 for 2.
I've enjoyed it.
Answer my question about why you, a New Zealand captain of high esteem, if you've got this attack and you've got a ball that's swinging, why get rid of it?
No, you shouldn't do that.
Well, they did. This one's gone
Yeah.
gun barrel straight.
This has, I know. No, and I still... Can you explain to me as a bowler too, you would think that if the ball is slightly out of shape, it might behave differently when it
Yes.
bounces?
I don't think it matters.
Would you? No.
I mean, the
you
only
didn't.
thing-
Did you notice it in your hand, I guess was what I'm saying.
Well, yes, you'd often bowl with a ball that was a bit out of shape.
Yeah.
Because, A, you didn't have the rings in those days, and
No.
the umpire would look it up and just say, oh, get on with it. But also, yeah, it might do something a bit
Yes, you'd think it would,
peculiar.
wouldn't it?
It's not going perfectly through the air if it's got a little bit of a slight lump
Bias
on it.
of some sort, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's what I can't understand.
Southey's back and he bowls outside the off stump. That was swung a little bit. It was quite a low arm and it started wide. But when you have got a ball, I mean, swing is precious, isn't it? When it's doing nothing else off
Well,
the
it is when
surface.
you've got two swing bowlers
Yeah.
and rely on them and trust them.
Yeah, and Kyle.
And actually, I'm a
Jameson's
little
in it.
bit surprised Bolt hasn't bowled. I thought his opening spell was interesting.
Yeah, they bowl well.
In fact, really, Pope should have been caught.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand why slips nowadays haven't. There's a law, if you like, or a
So Southey running in bowling, and that's forward. He tried to flick that. Bit ambitious that against an outswing bowler out to mid-on, but Pope's on 78.
a law rather than a commandment. A law that says, "Thou shalt adjust and continually adjust thy depth from the batsman, depending on a variety of issues. How new is the ball? It carries more, obviously, when it's new. It bounces further."
Yep. Southey over the wicket, bowls, and this time he goes offside and runs the ball away of a thickish edge. Down to deep backward point for another run. Pope to 79.
How fresh is the bowler?
Yep.
Is he in his second over? Is he in his 15th over? If he's in his 15th, you come up a little. He's a bit more fatigued. So is he a bowler that bowls a lot of slower deliveries? You come up and have got to deal with the fact when he bowls a quick one, it might be coming faster too. But the point is you must be there for the catch.
Yep.
Otherwise you're out of the game.
Do you also consider the batsman, who might be a little bit sort of flicky outside the
Exactly.
off-stump, with
Does he
energy
go
on the ball?
hard at the ball?
Yep.
Or is he a more defensive
Is he a
player?
soft-handed
Defensive, up you go.
Yeah. Here's Southey bowling, and Root drives immaculately to mid-off. I mean, using these two as an example, I think you'd be tempted to perhaps stand a little bit closer for Root than you would for Pope, who is a little bit flicky about
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, to me, to take your mark, which they often do, the slips will make their mark on the ground, and they stay stoically in that position. For sometimes you can see them looking down and actually putting their heels on the mark. And that's not what you want to do at all. You constantly adjust.
Southey bowls, and that swung. That did swing. It's a lovely full length, and he got it right up there. And that beat Root, and it beat him all ends up too. It was a lovely ball.
There's the movement.
Yeah.
Just a little bit short as it happened to take the outside edge, and well done Root to actually hold the line, didn't follow it with the hands at all.
Lovely ball.
He's been beaten a few times, hasn't he? Henry has beaten them as well. So I think it's quite a good contest out here this morning.
Yep. Still 383 behind. Southey again runs up and bowls. It's full on the leg stump this time. Now Root can get it away to mid-wicket. They've taken one lovely sliding save there in the modern way. Keeps them down to 1. And whoever that is, he's got a jumper on, so we can't see.
It's Conway.
It's Conway. He's hobbling round a bit there. So he's possibly damaged himself. Anyway, Jeremy, I'm going to leave you some thoughts from you, and then there's 20 minutes to go until lunch and Ask Mo. So I'll ask a trawl there for any questions you might have. Simon Mann's coming in here after thoughts from Jeremy.
Yeah, and just to complete that, I mean, about the slip fielders. I mean, if a pitch is dying, as you've seen in matches, and you'll hear from commentators, this pitch isn't bouncing as much as it did on day whatever. And if it is doing that, then again you obviously move up. The bounce isn't going to carry to you. You must put yourself in a position to take the catch. And the nick off Pope this morning from Bolt was a genuine edge and should have been held, and he took it just in front of himself. You know, he allowed it to bounce, and he's too deep.
Is he too deep now?
Well, for now that Root is in, I would go up a little bit, because he's looking to just get his innings started. You must be up there, yes. Half a pace deep.
Nice Bolt to bowl, and Root on strike on 16, and Bolt goes into Root, and Root pushes that away into the offside, sets off for a single initially. Bracewell comes in, there was never a run there, and Root recognised it pretty quickly.
You see, he's tugging at the mark now, just to look. He's thinking of these things. He's looking, I'm talking about the first slip, Mitchell, and he's there looking at how wide am I, and because of the angle. And he's put down, 2 at the moment? If I count that one this morning, that's number 2, because he's dropped one, I think, last night as well.
Well, he dropped 2 last night, didn't he?
Well, but I'm thinking off Bolt. He got an edge this morning and an edge last night that went to his left a bit.
Bolt bowls to Root. Root gets a ball outside the off. He was tempted to flash that away, but he let it go through to Blundell.
The other thing you watch as a slip fieldsman is that where is it going to the keeper? Now, that was actually below the waist. That came through below the waist of Blundell. Blundell's obviously having trouble, isn't he, with his one hand. Yeah. Especially looks like the right hand at the moment. And I don't quite know. There's lots of keepers out there. Latham's out there. You've got Conway out there. You've got Cam Fletcher over there, who is the keeper.
Bracewell can keep as well, can't he?
Oh,
apparently. You want him to bowl, though. Here's Bolt bowling full, dug out by Root on the drive, but straight to Bracewell in the covers. And there's no run.
Yeah, so there's plenty of keepers. You know, there's no reason for him to stay out there if he is unable to take the ball with comfort. You want him to be really in the game. And we've talked about his straighter legs rather than the bent leg, to actually shock absorb yourself and to give you power to drive off one leg or the other to move in the opposite direction. Just a bit upright.
Bolt goes into bowl to Root. Root lets that one go outside the off. I mean, it seemed to just curve back in, but it was started wide enough for Root to allow it to go by, and Blundell took that directly behind the stumps. That's the way it ended up. We've got the slightly unusual situation of 266 in our eye line at the moment. Root 66, and Blundell is also 66. 171 for 2. Bolt number 18 at the top of his mark on a breezy day, not quite as windy as it's been on the first 2 days. Bolt bowls to Root. It's full. He's driven it for 4. Doesn't bother moving. Through extra cover. Rifled across the turf here at Trent Bridge. Root moves to 20. It's 175 for 2. Not just TMS today, the test match being on. Of course, 8 games in the LV County Championship. Every match available on the BBC Sport website and app. Bolt bowls to Root. Root drives that to Bracewell at cover. He was looking for 4 more there. He hit it very cleanly, but straight at the fielder. Right field, he's missed out there. 2 nice shots, 1 a dot ball. Root 20. Pope is on 79, 175 for 2, and the leaders Surrey have Somerset 4 down at Taunton, and we'll check in with Kevin Howells, who's there at the county ground in Taunton at lunchtime, as well as Ask Mo will around all the county cricket that's being played today. It's a strange interlude in the Blast.
Yeah.
Championship match shoehorned in. And then back to the Blast, I think, next Friday, in the Blast cricket last Friday.
Joe Root has been troubled a little by Trent Boult in his Test career. Bolt's got him out 5 times in all for 146 runs. So Root averages 29 against Boult, compared with his overall average of 49.
Here's Southey bowling to Pope, who's right forward, a ball outside the off stump. Goes out towards extra cover. Pope on 79. Got so many shots, Pope. You just feel he wants to be scoring the whole time. And you feel as a bowling side that you're always in the game with him.
Just a little, sorry, on Neil Wagner, been left out both of the first tests. In his last 19 tests since December 2018, 90 wickets, averaged 21.7.
Southey to bowl to Pope. Pope drives, doesn't time that, goes to Bracewell in the covers. And there is no run.
In terms of the way he bowls, Jeremy's kind of unique in world cricket now, possibly in the history of Test cricket. No one's ever quite bowled the way Wagner does.
No, full marks to him too, to finding that way. He was regarded as a swing bowler down when he originally arrived from South Africa and played for Otago, but then became more a reverse swing kind of merchant.
Southey moves away from us, bowls to Pope. Pope busily turns this into the onside, into a semi-gap at mid-wicket, and gets the single as well, picking the gap between 2 fielders, one of whom is Ajaz Patel, who's on the field at mid-on. I think New Zealand would quite like to have him out there playing, wouldn't they?
Well, at some stage today, surely we will see Michael Bracewell have a bit of a role. I wondered whether they might interrupt their seamers just a bit, but now that 2 right-handers are in, and pretty good players of spin, both of them really, I think I'd just take that easy for a moment.
176 for 2. Southey bowls to Root down the leg side, tries to flick it away, misses it. It's taken by Blundell in overcast conditions at the moment. That single has taken Pope to 80. Out today, Lees, his highest Test score, but perhaps just got a bit ambitious. Big drive to a ball on the up outside the off stump, nicked it to Mitchell at slip, and Mitchell took the catch.
It's going to happen. Always going to. His drive. I mean, they look lovely shots and that, but the bowlers will think that's an angled bat. You're showing me a lot of edge there. If I can just get it to bounce.
Southey bowls. That's edged as well through third slip for 4. Off the back of Root, and it was a catchable height. 2 slips in the gully. Root comes down the pitch. He's having a conversation with Southey about that. I mean, normally you come down the pitch to talk to your partner, but it's almost as Southey intercepted him. He did it with Lees earlier today as well. Something along the lines of, "You lucky so-and-so."
It swung last over too. He beat him outside the edge last over. You must have catches in if you can.
2 slips and a gully, only for New Zealand. England 180 for 2 with that boundary. So they've scored 90 runs in the morning session. Well, we thought it was a quick scoring ground. The outfield's so fast and pitch is good. But that was an opportunity. Here's Southey bowling, and Root plays defensively to a straight ball. Ball on off stump, drops it onto the pitch, and that is the end of the over from Southey. 180 for 2. So 51 overs for those 180. So England, like New Zealand, scoring at a good rate on this ground.
Oh, I think that'll continue. I don't see any reason from these 2 sides. They're prepared to play shots. They do offer opportunities. And New Zealand, I think they've been in the game this morning. There's been enough movement, just enough. As I say, they've got an edge, I think, that should have been taken earlier today with the fieldsman just a wee bit deep. They've beaten the bat, Henry, Southey, Boult, they all have done that.
Here's Pope on 80. Boult goes in to bowl to him, and Pope, was he trying to leave that? And the ball just seemed to hit the bat. Again, went very quickly off the bat, stopped in the gully, and there's no run. It's the sort of day, you think, batting day, but you could also see, as happened to New Zealand actually in their first innings where they went to 169 for, you could see 220 for 5 as well from here.
Absolutely.
Suddenly, if the edges went to slip, went to hand or whatever.
And they were held.
Yes. And you had a fielder there. Again, 2 slips in the gully for Boult. He goes in now to bowl to Pope, and Pope chases quite a wide delivery there. Again, looking to score, trying to run it down towards deep third. and hit it hard into the surface. It bounced up and down towards the slip cordon, and there is no run. Pope, he's a nice player to watch, but I think as a bowling side, you want to keep on going, because you don't want to get disheartened when you're bowling to him. If he creams you through the offside, the next one could come off the edge, but he has got a lovely array of shots. His extra cover driving is very pleasing on the eye. Trent Boult, Pavilion behind him, moves in and bowls to Pope. Pope turns that away, looking for a single, but goes straight to mid-wicket. And there's no run there. And just the 1 wicket lost this morning by England. It's Young there at mid-wicket. A few of the New Zealanders, actually most of them, just looking around the ground, have got their short sleeve sweaters on this breezy early afternoon. Actually, the breeze has picked up a bit now. You can see the trees away to our left-hand side really being buffeted. It's been a feature of the game. Strong winds. Sunshine at the moment. Boult bowls and Pope eases this down the ground. And it's half stopped at mid-off. It's deflected out towards long on. They're going to get 1. Throws on its way towards the non-striker's end and actually hits the stumps. But Pope was home for the run. I think they probably he could have run with the shot there and still got a single, even if the fielder had picked it up cleanly. I think they would have done in a one-day match and they would have got it comfortably, but he just held back for a moment. Pope to 81 with that single. 81 from 144 balls, 181 for 2. England still 372 behind with 8 minutes or so to go until lunch on this third day. Now Boult's going to come round the wicket to bowl to Root. And he moves in now and bowls to the former England captain, hits that crisply, nicely towards mid-off. No run. This time straight at mid-off rather than just to his right-hand side. Crowd a good one on this Sunday. All the tickets sold apparently, and the crowds the first 3 days have been good. Still plenty of tickets available for Monday and Tuesday. Working days, not particularly surprising. Boult spins round past umpire Rifle and bowls to Root. He's looking to fiddle that away into the offside. Hits it hard into the surface, dribbles away, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. 181 for 2. Pope 81, Root 24. These two game together at 147. So looking to build another partnership after a stand of 141 for the second wicket between Lees and Pope.
That stand of 141 was England's third highest for the first or second wicket in the last 5 years since the start of the 2017 English season. They played 67 tests in that time. It's been they've struggled at the top of the order.
I can say not hard to identify where some of England's problems have been of late.
Couldn't they have chosen another game?
Here's Southey bowling, and Pope looking to run that away into the offside. Again, hitting it behind him. It goes down into the slip cordon where it's collected and there's no run.
Got to be careful playing that shot, don't you? I've seen Williamson play that shot a lot, and sometimes if it is coming of an angle back into the right-hander, that one was slightly going away. But you can actually run it into your stumps if you get it on an inside edge.
Pope fiddling away, playing with his gloves. Waits for Southey, and again playing busily there, looking for a single into the offside, but too close to Bracewell in the covers, and there's no run. New Zealand have a man back at deep backward point and at deep backward square leg, and the fine leg as well. So 3 men out, or sweepers really, on this fast scoring ground. Trying to halt the flow of boundaries. It's felt like a very nice place to bat in the last few days. Southey wide of the crease, bowls to Pope, who eases this square with the wicket on the offside, and the sweeper on the offside comes into play, and Pope gets another single. And there are some players who just like to keep ticking it over the boundaries, and you can frustrate them a bit if they're just getting singles for
totally
shots
yes.
like that. Although that was more of a, I mean, that was a guided push from Pope.
Oh, there's no doubt he likes to be busy, doesn't he? He likes to be in control and become the sort of the centre of what's happening.
182 for 2. Pope to 82. And back with Root. That man's come up now. But Root clips this through mid-wicket for runs. Chase for Jameson from mid-on. Should get 3. That's the biggest boundary on the ground out there. And that one doesn't go for 4. And Root comes back for the third. Takes him to 27. 185 for 2. Yeah, there haven't been loads of 3s in this Test match.
Well, I was about to say, I think I'm surprised that with the speed of the surface, I think there's been quite a few 3s.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't, but of course that will.
I suppose they've been they've been pushes, haven't they? That was actually quite a firm clip, but they've been pushes, and they ended up going for 3 when perhaps on another ground they might just be 1 outside the off stump from Southey, and it's left alone by Pope and taken by Blundell in front of Mitchell at first slip, who's been the centre of the attention really as far as New Zealand's catching has been concerned. He's caught 1, dropped 2, and then he had that one that Jeremy mentioned that bounced in front of him, and when Pope played it he thought, oh, that's out. Instinctively he just thought, that's got to be out, because it was quite a firm nick, but it didn't quite carry to Mitchell, who goes down now as Southey sets off again past the umpire and bowls to Pope, who knocks his away into the offside to the left of Bracewell, who hurls the ball at the stumps and then misses them from 1 stump to aim at, and it goes out towards deep backward square leg, but they run past the stumps at either end because it was a quick single, so there's no possibility of an overthrow there. Pope to 83 and also takes the bowling as well, because that was the last ball of the over. 186 for 2. England 367 behind. I mean, in theory their first target is 354 to avoid being asked to follow on, but I don't think there's any chance of New Zealand enforcing it. I think they would have had to bowl England out for 150 or something like that, or 200, and to enforce the follow on. Get a big score in his second innings, totally control the game, and then try to squeeze it in the last 4 sessions of the match. That's the way teams like to do it these days. Bolt set off there, and Pope held him up, and then I like Bolt. He ran back to his mark. Goes in now and bowls to Pope, who clips that firmly into the onside. Oh, there's another misfield. Henry at mid-on, diving away to his right, didn't pick it up cleanly. Pope gets a single. Yeah, Bolt there was as if he were playing in one of those T20 matches where you've got to get your overs in by a particular time. He just ran back to his mark. 187 for 2. Pope to 84. Perhaps he's conscious that they want to get another over in before lunch. And there are 5 balls left in this over. Ran the wicket to bowl to Root, and Root opens the face, runs it down into the gully. And is that the skipper there in the gully?
No, that's the skipper at mid-off.
Skipper at mid-off.
That's Henry Nicholls in the gully.
Henry Nicholls in the gully, yeah. Here's Bolt. Bowling to Root, who edges, he dropped at second slip, difficult one, high one to Southey, who leapt in the air, gets 4 for it. That typical Root ebullience outside off stump, going for it, thickish edge. It would not have been a straightforward chance for Southey. It flew, and it was very high. He got 2 hands to it, fingertips really. And I mean, football parlance, it would have been a magnificent save, flicking the ball over the bar. It's gone away for 4. Again, the edge found, but the chance not taken. 191 for 2. Root 31. That one is close to his off stump from round the wicket and let it go by. Bolt follows through and then immediately starts jogging back to his mark. Yeah, they're keen to get one more over in here, but before the lunch interval. There's only a minute to go on our clock. They're going to be struggling to do it. 2 balls left in the over. But Bolt sets off again. There's a man on a mission here. Bowls to Root. Root turns it away towards mid-wicket. It goes actually to Henry at wide mid-on, and there's no run. Bolt striding back, but I think if he's going to find another over here, he needs to run back. 191 for 2. It's clock ticking round towards 1 o'clock. Here is Bolt. Are we going to get one more over in? Here he bowls to Root, and Root thrashes this through the covers for 4. Square with the wicket. Chases on from Nicholls. It was always going to be a chase in vain, skimming across this quick outfield. 195 for 2, and that is it. That is the end of the morning session. A morning session in which England have scored 105 for 1. Quick scoring ground, generally speaking in favour of the batters in this test match, and England have capitalised. They've had some luck on the way. Edges found on a couple of occasions, not going to hand, but they've also played positively as well. So they've scored at 3.75 runs per over, and they're 195 for 2 at lunch, with Pope closing in on a second test match 100, and Joe Root playing his shots as well. Root is on 35, Pope is on 84.
I think it's been an interesting morning, hasn't it, really? I mean, New Zealand have used their seam bowlers, as we know that New Zealand like to do. Well, they've got 4 of them, and they try, and their point of difference from England is the left armour of Bolt, of course, left arm Bolt, and also the height, if you like, of Jameson. That's really that. England have all right arm bowlers, and generally of the similar pace, and bowl on the same side. So New Zealand want to think about how they use their bowlers. Yeah, they've created a couple of opportunities. A shame that last one just went quite quickly.
Difficult chance, that,
yes,
wasn't it?
Up high, and he was jumping certainly, and I think it actually beat him for pace a little bit as well. So it was more a tippy sort of over the bar, as you say. Whereas the other catch, I felt, was just an issue of the depth that the slips were catching. So Southee now 16 overs. I don't know how many he bowled last night, but just 1 maiden. That just shows you how difficult it is to bowl a maiden here. Bolt's had 14, Henry 13, and Jameson 11. So there's a similarity of how Latham has used his bowlers. No need for the right arm off spinner just yet. We'll see whether that happens. And it's pretty similar runs, isn't it, to Simon? I mean, about 100 a session at this stage.
Yeah, England will be hoping for something similar in the rest of the day. They had 100 for 1 session, so they 200 for 2 or 3 from the rest of the day. And if that were to happen, they'd be up around that 400 mark, 5 down, something like that. And that's roughly their goal for the day, I would say.
Yeah, I'm sure, and not to lose too many.
Yeah,
but New Zealand have earned the right to earn today, I think, after scoring the 500 runs.
Yeah, and there's that thought. Yeah, okay, good batting pitch, fast outfield, attacking batting as well. But if the catches started going to hand, you could find 3 for 50 or something like that. Then it suddenly becomes a different game because New Zealand have so many runs on the board. So it has been a fascinating morning. It promises to be a fascinating afternoon as well. Southee 16 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 52. Bolt 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 43. Henry 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 54. Jameson 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 41, and no off spinner yet. No Bracewell, but 2 right-handers out there at the moment, as Jeremy mentioned. One of them an exceptionally good player of spin bowling in Joe Root. So Pope is 84, Root is 35. It's 195 for 2. Jonathan's got a very technical challenge here, where all the headphones are sort of...
Wow.
They've been,
it's like someone's knitting has completely exploded everywhere.
Anyway, you've located the mic button and you've got some headphones on, and it's time for Ask Mo, which I think everyone's looking forward to.
There's certainly lots of questions, as you'd expect. But first, there's been a break in the T20 Blast, and the LV County Championship resumes today. There's 8 matches going on. Of course, every ball of every game is live on the BBC Sport website and the app. Kevin Howell's at Taunton today, where the First Division leaders Surrey are taking on Somerset. And Kevin, Surrey among the wickets already. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, it's been... hello there. Nice to speak to you for the first time.
I think it's the first time this summer. There you go.
So there we are. Nice to have a word with you. Yeah, we've got 8 games going on, as you say. Surrey have made a really strong start to the season in both the formats so far. And they're going well here against Somerset. Somerset's problems, and it really sort of reared its head at the end of last year, particularly at the end of last season. It's continued pretty much into this season as well, has been the batting. Despite that, they won the toss and batted batted first here in this game against Surrey, and they find themselves at 53 for 4. The wickets have been shared around. Jordan Clark, Dan Worrell, Jamie Overton back at his own ground, old ground should I say, and he got a lovely reception as well from the Somerset supporters. I wasn't really expecting anything else, but a lovely reception for Jamie Overton. He's picked up a wicket. He may not get that reception later now. Gus Atkinson also in amongst the wickets as well. So Somerset struggling at 53 for 4. As you say, this round of matches randomly really picked. Trying part of the attempt really to get a bit more red ball cricket into the height of summer. The schedule is what it is at the moment. They're obviously going to try and sort that all out with various reviews, but it certainly means we've got a couple of rounds coming up in July and one smack bang in the middle of the T20 Blast, and this is it. So that's what's going on here at Taunton, and Surrey certainly enjoying the better of the first session. Must point out, by the way, that Craig Overton, mentioned Jamie Craig Overton, has been released by England to take part in this game as well. So obviously is a bit of a boost maybe later for Somerset when it comes to their bowling. Talking of players released, Harry Brook has been released by England to rejoin Yorkshire. That's a big game going on at the Ageas. It's second versus third there. Hampshire versus Yorkshire. Yorkshire 68 for 1. Adam Lyth was out for 19, and the relatively young pair of George Hill and Will Frayne are the not out pair, steering Yorkshire to 68 for 1 by lunch. Two teams who have struggled so far in Division 1 are Kent and Gloucestershire. They're the bottom two teams, and Gloucestershire are batting first there against Kent. 114 for 3. Matthew Milnes taking all the 3 wickets there for Kent in that game. They've just gone to lunch. Warwickshire against Lancashire, defending champions against one of the teams favoured at the start of the season to perhaps lift the title by the end. But Warwickshire got to 83 for 3 at lunch against Lancashire. 2 of the wickets going to George Balderson. 4 matches also in the second division, including the leaders Middlesex in action. They're away to Derbyshire. Middlesex have got to lunch at 83 for 3. Durham are taking on Worcestershire at Chester Street, and a strong start made by Durham there. They've got to lunch at 105 for 1. Glamorgan versus Sussex, where Sussex have reached lunch at 97 for 2. And one of the East Midlands derbies, it's Leicestershire against Nottinghamshire. This one taking place at Leicester for obvious reasons, because Trent Bridge is just a bit busy at the moment. Leicestershire have got to lunch there, 129 for 2. Notts currently sits second in the second division. There you are, up to date with all the 8 matches.
Lovely, Kevin. Well done, thank you. And as you said, all the games are live on the BBC Sport website and the app. England's morning here, 105 they added in that session, losing just the 1 wicket of Alex Lees for 67. So Messrs Pope and Root will be resuming in about half an hour or so, when the umpires will appear from the pavilion down there at the far end. England, though, still 358 behind, so lots of batting to do. Now they're mowing. Welcome.
Thank you.
I was going to lift your microphone up a little bit there. There we got you. Welcome to Test Match Special. I know you were here yesterday as well, but it's your full proper lunchtime grilling. They're a friendly lot, our listeners. They're gentle.
No, they're very good. They're always good.
You'll be all right.
No.
Actually, I'll tell you, it's going to be my question to start. Because Michael Vaughan, when I was on with him, was telling me about your 13-year-old nephew, who's playing for Warwickshire second 11. That seems incredible.
Yeah, he's. I think this week he's gonna play. Left-hand batsman, quite tall. Very, very good player. Like, he's started amazingly well in his very short career so far. But he's very confident, quietly confident. Plays good shots. There's just something about him and the way he plays and his character where you're thinking he's going to play, he will play.
What's his name?
Ishaq Mohammed.
Right.
His brother also plays Worcestershire second team. He's about 16, 17. He's on the academy there. They're both on the academies. One's at Warwickshire, one's at Worcester. So yeah, looking good.
And I mean, he can stand up to men. He's playing in men's club cricket, presumably.
Yeah, he's playing men's club cricket. He's played all the age groups at Warwickshire. He's done really well. He just looked very comfortable, and from an early age he was training at like good speed on the machine, sidearm, at my dad's academy, and he's good. There's just something about him. Yeah, everyone raving about him.
13.
Yeah,
that does seem amazing.
That is amazing. Yeah.
Extraordinary. Good. Well, good luck to him. We'll be following him now. Into other questions. And Usman Khan, how does it feel to have hugely inspired people from ethnic backgrounds that they too could represent their country? And I'll link that with Haroon too. It's fantastic to have Mo in the box. a very positive role model for the British Pakistani and Muslim community. And we'll move on to his, but who were the toughest players you batted a bowler against? We'll come on to that in a second. But that first one about, I mean, do you feel representing such a large proportion of the country?
I think initially when I set out and I got picked for England, I never thought about these things at all. I've obviously, like everybody else, just thinking about playing for England, doing well, trying to establish myself as a cricketer. And then as time goes on, people feel like you are their role model, or it was almost put on me a little bit, to be honest with you, where you're representing a certain types of people, etc. And then you kind of just learn to live with it, and you try and be your best. And end of the day, it's for me the first and most important thing was to perform on the field for England.
Of course, yeah.
And do well for the team, and still think about my own career. And then the other things just came with it, really, and that sort of responsibility, where what people have put on you, then it is a bit of a burden, and it's quite a heavy burden, but you kind of learn to live with it, and you know how to deal with it.
Yes. Does it frustrate you? I mean, Leicestershire is my county, and I still live down there. Does it frustrate you that there is such, I don't know, it's a barrier or a brick wall, you know, that Leicestershire does not have anything like the number of Asian players playing for that county as there should be, looking at the population? I mean, and then there's Yorkshire. I mean, does that frustrate you? And have you got any solution at all?
It does frustrate you a little bit, because there are good players out there, and I think regardless if they're Asian or from a different background, if they practice of faith or they don't, whatever, you know, I don't think these things should come into it, but it is frustrating, and I think it's a bit of both, to be honest with you. I think the system, which is changing, and with time it will change more, but also as I can only talk from an Asian sort of background, is we also have our own internal issues and things that we also need to develop as people, and going forward.
What sort of things?
So just things like, and this is from my own experience, being a bit more disciplined to be a professional sports person, learning to be more punctual, and these are just things from my own opinion and my own experiences where we kind of lack, and we need to learn these things as we go along. But yeah, it is frustrating because there are some very good players, and I'll give you an example. Worcester have just signed a guy called Kashif Ali, who's 23. He's been around training. He's played a little bit in the leagues abroad, done very well this year in domestic cricket, second team, with a high strike rate in T20. Like, you can just see this guy, and nobody was signing him, and I'm like, why are we not signing this guy? And the guys, and the answers you get are, he's 23. Why would somebody else have not signed him yet? These kind of things, and those kind of answers are quite frustrating, because just sign the guy. I mean, he's a good player. Why would you not sign him, and stuff like that? So that's frustrating. That just seems to take a lot more time than it should.
Yes. Because signing someone like that, who then becomes successful, that is unlocking that.
Yeah.
It's unlocking the door, isn't it? Which needs to be done.
Of course, and that's the frustrating bit, because there are good players out there for sure.
Yes. Well, let's have the second bit of Haroon's question. Who are the toughest players that you've batted against and bowled against so far? So it's a fairly standard question, but come on, you've played against some great players, haven't you? Bowled and batted.
Yeah, many players I've played against. Bowlers in particular were. I actually find this is for a different reason. Nathan Lyon was quite difficult for me, and I know he got me out a lot in Australia, but it was more of a mental thing he had over me. Right. And when you have an Ashes, such a big series, or a 5-match series against the opposition, what makes Test cricket so good is when he's on top of you, or if you're on top of somebody, that kind of brings in when either I came into bat, he just came straight on, and that is the difficult thing about Test cricket, and that's what people don't realise.
No respite.
There's no, yeah, exactly right, and that is where it's really hard, and that was a real tough period for me, because I didn't feel like he was getting me out because he was bowling Jaffers, or it was he could have bowled underarm and he'd probably get me out, and it actually felt like that.
Yeah.
Just mentally.
How do you get rid of that? How do you get rid of that in your mind? How can you dispel that?
the way I got rid of it is I got dropped, and then I didn't play again, which was probably the best way, because it happened in Australia. I came to England, played at Edgbaston, and he got me out twice.
Yes.
It just felt so relentless. And the funny thing is, actually before that, 2015, we played here. He didn't get me out once, and I actually hit him for a few runs. He just had it over me, and more than anything, mentally he was all over me.
Was it anything to do with the fact that he was an off spinner as well? Because you hate getting out. I mean, off spinners hate getting out to off spinners.
Not so much, no, because. Yeah, you obviously don't want to get out to the opposition spinner and stuff, but he's a very good off spinner, and when I faced him before, he bowled beautiful shape on the ball. It was quite nicely accurate, but then when I faced him again in Australia 2017, he bowled the same thing but quicker, and I found that this guy is actually a very, very good bowler. His stock ball is really good, particularly to left-handers. So he was one.
Quick bowlers,
I would say. There's obviously quite a lot of quick bowlers out there. Mitchell Starc is quite nasty to face, because he's got a real heavy ball. Even though you feel you can score because he goes full and tries to swing it, he's quite nasty. But the hardest is Pat Cummins.
Really?
Yeah, because he runs in just relentless at that length. Doesn't do a lot with it, but he does. He's just not a big swinger of the ball, but he just gets that nip. But it's a length he keeps bowling at that pace. He's very, very difficult.
Yeah, and I suppose later on, I'm watching you batting, and there's a short leg. There's two men out, and they're bombing you around those ribs. I mean, how can you play that when you've got two out for the hook and you've got a short leg? That's not easy, is it?
I actually so just before that period, when I played county cricket, I never ever felt like there was an issue with the short ball, and I got out a couple of times against India with a short ball. It was a ball before lunch at Lords where I was in two minds. I was like, we were playing for the draw and I didn't want to take it on, and I got caught in two minds, got out, and then India, like I said, in Test cricket, they keep coming at you with the same. And then I found myself every Test match I'm playing against every opposition coming in at number 6, 7, short leg, two men back, leg gully kind of thing. And
Here we go. Yeah.
And that is very difficult for any batter to first go in and the guys got the tails. It's not like they're warming up.
No.
They've already got somebody else just for you before you came in. So I found that period very difficult, and I had to change my technique. I went with a higher back lift. I had to try and lean forward and all that kind of stuff, which you do as a cricketer. And that was a very difficult period of batting. And then with white ball as well, then actually white ball helped me because I got a lot of confidence just practicing the pull shot and getting under it and all that kind of stuff. And then I felt like towards the back end I wasn't too worried about that, the short ball anymore. And I didn't feel like it was too fast or I couldn't play. I felt like my technique wasn't good enough for it.
Something scared of it.
No, yeah, exactly right. That's why I didn't feel like I was running or it was more. I just knew my technique wasn't good enough to deal with it, and that was what I had to work on.
Yeah. Batsmen, who've been those that you've found most challenging?
Steve Smith was very challenging.
Yeah, where did you bowl to him?
Because he actually plays spin very, very well. Like, I just found whatever sort of plan I came with, he was difficult. Like he was obviously got the hunger for runs, and I knew he could take me down in different ways, and that was difficult. He can go over the top, he can go through, knock me around. Very difficult to bowl at. But Misbah-ul Haq actually was very difficult to bowl at because he reverse swept me a lot, and then when I felt like he wanted to, he hit me over my head, and as a spinner I think that's the hardest, when guys sweep well and then they can hit you over your head.
Yes.
It's very hard to keep them quiet.
And I think the reverse sweep is a bit of a killer, isn't it?
Yeah,
they're playing that well. That really does message your line, message your field.
Yeah, I mean I ended up getting him out a couple of times, but he was very difficult because he, like you said, the reverse, he was brilliant at it. It wasn't like some guys reverse and I know they're not sure about it, so then you can set a kind of fit, but he was brilliant at it. Like yes. And then when I blocked the reverse and the sweep, he went over my head, and
Bang.
that is very difficult.
Yeah. Mary in Durham, hello Mary, says, I was interested to hear about your relationship with Brendan McCullum. What is it about him that makes him so good to work with? I was listening to this yesterday, actually, in the car. It was interesting.
He's very. I got to know him in India, playing in the IPL for RCB, and we just got on really well straight away. He is very. I would say he's very loyal, just very trustworthy, and all these very good characteristics that he has. And just a nice guy, like good fun, likes having a bit of fun, and great to talk to about the game and other things in life.
He doesn't strike me as being a sort of coach who just peers into a laptop all the time.
No. He's very like one-on-one, face-to-face. Loves having a good chat with you, and I just feel like he was really interested in me as a person, and away from the cricket side. And then obviously we talked cricket as well, and we just got on really, really well. And we've always kept in touch here and there, with messages. But yeah, like just a really nice guy, and I enjoy that side of him.
Yeah, it seems, Mo, that this opportunity here is that because he is so respected by your generation of cricketer, he's all playing now. But it's not as though he's been involved in English cricket, so he's too close to you all. You can respect him for what he's done, but there's often that bit of a gap, isn't there, between a player coming back as a coach if he knows everybody so well.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really exist so much. I know you've played against him with him in the IPL, but
yeah, and you kind of like sometimes when you spend so much time with someone, they will end up letting the guard down, and you probably see their insecurity. But I feel like he's such a genuine person that there's even his insecurities, whatever it is there anyway, and he's very open. And as a player, like you say, in our generation coming up, we were amazed by the way he played.
Yes.
Right or wrong, whatever, people have their opinions, but it was just amazing that he was able to do that on such a stage, fearless kind of batting, and still managed to score big runs and in Test cricket and in one-day cricket and T20 cricket and stuff. So yeah, just and then you have that respect for somebody like that, for what he's done in the game, and on top of that, being such a good guy, you kind of you respect him immensely.
He's got a harsh side to him, though. I've been watching what he's been doing to Phil Tufnell in New Zealand, chucking him off the Auckland Tower, 15,000 feet parachute. He's got a hard side to him.
I know, but I've heard that he doesn't like doing that stuff himself.
So, I mean, again, I was driving down listening yesterday. I mean, given that you have this relationship with him, I mean, do you think there's a chance for you to come back and play Test cricket with him? I mean, with the fact that he's the coach, and you've got Ben Stokes as captain, I mean, does that change things for you?
It does, yeah. I mean, he is somebody, and Stokesy is somebody, the type of characters they are, that I think you would love to play. I think anybody would love to play for, first of all, even guys who've probably been retired a very long time.
Don't look at me like that.
But there is something about them. It is exciting, first of all. I think when in 2015, when we, after the World Cup, we changed the whole thing. It was great to be part of that sort of cycle of change and what you can do to make that change. And whether it happens or not, I mean, I've spoken to Baz a few times and stuff. And I get obviously asked a lot, but I don't want to disrespect Leachy or whoever, Parky and these guys, because they're there now and playing, and I wish them all the best. But I did say to Baz, look, if there's ever injuries and you needed somebody, or you feel like you needed me, then of course give me a call and I'll come and play.
Yeah, but so what's stopping you playing at the moment then?
So at the moment, obviously, I'm not in the side, and I did retire end of last season. And that's it, really.
Why did you do that? You just kind of wanted to draw a line?
Yeah, and to be honest, I wasn't enjoying... when I came back to the Test side and I played that summer, I just didn't enjoy the way we were playing. We were losing, obviously, a lot of games and all that kind of stuff. And I felt like maybe I was part of that, and the team needed a bit of a change. Or I just didn't... I didn't feel like I was getting to that zone of playing Test cricket, and maybe it's because I've been out for a while, and if I come back, and I don't think I'll feel that under this new change.
They'd welcome you back with open arms, wouldn't they? They'd love to have you back.
Yeah, maybe, but there's you got to respect the game, respect what's going on, and the changing room right now with the guys in there, the guys who are there and playing right now. For someone like Leachy and Parky, who, in my opinion, they deserve to get given a run and play. They should, and I don't want to disrespect that. That's my biggest thing. Like, I get asked obviously quite often now, and it has changed, but I also want to let them guys play. I spoke to Baz actually this morning, Brendan this morning, and we spoke about possibly in the winter and stuff like that, with going to Pakistan, for instance. So yeah, we'll see.
So you're officially unretired yet?
So the door is open, yeah.
So that's official unretired?
Yeah.
Good lad. Well, that's good news. I think people are really pleased to hear that. Well done, brilliant. Duncan in Kidderminster, however.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Moeen and Worcestershire fan. I'm concerned to read reports suggesting that Yorkshire may be interested in signing you. What are you going to say about that?
Yeah, obviously it's my last year at Worcester, with the contract and stuff. And we're talking. I'm talking to them. I'm talking to other counties, etc. So we'll see. I mean, I do love playing for Worcester. I've been there for I think 14, 15 years now. Moved from Warwickshire from earlier then, and obviously helped me develop my game, play for England and all that kind of stuff. And but it is early in the season still for me, and it's not things I think too much about going forward. So when the time comes, I'll make a decision properly.
Going back to where you were with the role model side, do you think you've got a role to play at Yorkshire, given what's been going on there recently? Would that be any part of your decision at all?
No, I don't know. That wouldn't. No, if I did ever leave and go to Yorkshire, I wouldn't want it to be for them kind of reasons. I think Yorkshire are doing a good job, and they will continue to do that. I don't think they need to sign me to make it a publicity stunt almost. I think you got to be. I'll go for cricketing reasons, and if I ever left, it would be for them kind of reasons, not for them reasons. So.
Yeah. Sam in Shropshire, there's been a lot of debate about the future of Test cricket. If someone gave you the option of only playing in one format, would it be Test cricket, ODI 50-over cricket, T20 cricket, or even the 100? What would you choose? What do you prefer? What really zings you up?
I'm not. This is genuinely the truth. If I was good, in terms of if I was a Joe Root and I did because Test cricket is the hardest by a mile, and I don't care what anybody says. But if I was someone like Joe Root or Ben Stokes who do well in Test cricket consistently, and I would be, of course, Test cricket, because I would enjoy it more. Because there's no, I'm sure they're stressed and stuff, and that challenge. But I just felt like I had great days in Test cricket, but I also had a lot of bad days in Test cricket, and that was difficult to deal with. When I say great days, I mean I scored a few runs, I took wickets,
winning games,
tried to win games, and they were amazing. That felt the best, and you don't get that feeling in any other form of the game. But the shorter format is a little bit easier in terms of that. It's still hard. But that intense, that sort of focus on your game is not there, and you can relax a little bit more. And I think it's easier for me in terms of the way I play the game to play the shorter format. But answering your question, Test cricket is Test cricket is by far the best to play.
Do you notice, because your age and the time span that you've been in the game, that there is a change at all from the youngsters coming in, that actually they're more motivated to play white ball cricket rather than Test cricket? I mean, can you actually sort of sense that?
Yeah, definitely sense that. I think there is, and I think it's just the hype around the white ball game. There's so much franchise cricket around there. There's so much money to be made in franchise cricket. So yeah, I think there is a shift of focus. But I also think it's going to change again now. I think in particular with the domestic wickets changing this year and getting flatter, I think there will be a shift, and there is a niche for Test players.
Yes.
Out there, there's plenty of white ball players. There's plenty of guys who can hit the ball a long way and stuff. But I think there is a niche in the market for it. If I was a young batter coming through now, I'd be thinking, wow, Test cricket is the way, because if I'm going to play for England, I've probably got more chance of playing Test cricket.
And do you think for the youngsters coming in that you've dealt with, Mo, that there is still that real hunger to play for England, or is that now diminishing a bit because people think, well, I could get a nice franchise job all around the world, I could be a nice franchise cricketer for the next 10, 15 years and I'll set myself up, and that's actually what I'm going to aim to do?
I think if there is, my advice would be, like, I'm now playing a lot more franchise cricket than before. There's nothing like playing for England. There honestly is. In international cricket, you can play. I'm sitting in the hotels playing franchise cricket thinking, this is nowhere near as good as playing for England.
Following the test scores.
Yeah, of course. And when I say playing for England, is in any format, either test matches, T20s or 50 overs, there is nothing better than that. So that franchise is good and the money is good and stuff, but playing international cricket is the ultimate, and it is the best.
And that would be your advice. Any youngster came up to you? And,
I said no. Play for England as much, because then what happens when, like in my cases, I played for England for quite a few years. Now I play franchise cricket, and I think that is the way to go, not the other way, not so much franchise cricket unless it gets you to England or international cricket, but don't focus on the international stuff.
You played the T10, haven't you? Well, that must be pretty frantic. I watched a bit on the telly.
That is it is an amazing format of the game, honestly. We play, I think there's 3 games a night. Nobody watches, nobody cares, but there's sixes everywhere, and there's spinners got no chance, basically.
How do you bowl in that?
I don't bowl. I'm captain, I don't bowl myself at all.
That's a really good thing. Jake, what one piece of wisdom have you picked up in your career that you'd pass on to your younger self? So young Mo appears. I presume he means cricketing wisdom.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or maybe in life you can expand it if you like, become philosophical.
Yeah, I think if I was to say in cricketing terms first, I would say there are a lot more bad days than good days in cricket, but the bad days are not as bad as I think they are. So there's more going around in the world. There's more going on. Don't worry about the actual game as much, and as long as you work hard and you're focused, you'll be fine.
Yes.
I think there was times where I would let things get to me during the game or after the game, where now I look back and think, actually, it wasn't that much of a big deal at the time, but I made it a big deal, and that happens in cricket a lot, I think.
It's very psychological, isn't it? I mean, you've talked a bit about more psychological bits, like Nathan Lyon and so on. I mean, how do you get it? So much is in the head, isn't it?
Yeah.
How part of being a successful cricketer at this level must be the ability to kind of... I mean, look at Stuart Broad, his pub's burnt down.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that he was really close to.
Yeah.
And he's got to come out here and play a test match. I mean, he hasn't been out to see it. It's only 5 miles away. He told us, I'm not going to see it until the game's over because I will be affected by it. But then again, all this stuff going on in the mind.
And what happens sometimes when something is that bad, for Stuart, for example, I'm sure being on the field is probably the best thing for him.
Right.
Because it takes his mind away from that. Although he won't be as focused and he'll be hurt by what's happened, I always find coming to a game and playing for England or playing in an international venue, you kind of takes you away from what's happening in life, and you're like, right, this is me at my safest, at my best, at my ultimate. This is what I trained all my life to do, and it just takes you away from all that sort of negativity, away from what's happening around the world.
Yeah. And how dependent are you on your teammates as well to know when you're in that sort of mood where you're thinking, okay, someone comes along and says, come on, man, don't worry about that. Yeah.
And that happened often. I didn't get down a lot, and I wouldn't show it too much when it comes to cricket. But when other players are down, I feel like I was often one of the guys who would go to them and try and lift them and say, no, everything's okay, kind of thing. And I think that was my probably biggest strength in the changing room, is as much as I loved having fun and cracking a few jokes and things like that, I really say I cared for the players, and I would try and lift people who are down about either their game or something else is going on, and spend time with people and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. John Hobden, what do we do to ensure our domestic cricket system continues to produce test match quality spin bowlers? Is there any... Can you wave a magic wand?
I think with the wickets getting better, you will have more spinners will have to bowl proper spinners will have to bowl, and not like your guys who bat and then roll a few overs out. When you have a good wickets, you'll end up producing better spinners as the season goes on. Maybe potentially change when the timings of when you play 4-day cricket, because then if you want to, you want the wickets to be at the best. So when obviously June, July, August, you probably want to play more championship cricket.
Should be playing red ball cricket then, shouldn't they?
I think so, yeah. I think for spinners, batters to bat long, spinners to bowl long spells is crucial. I think seam bowlers will always be good. Fast bowlers will always be decent. But they're the two areas that we as a country need to work on.
Neil Matthews, for England, do you class yourself as a batsman who bowls, an all-rounder, or a bowler who bats?
Depends on who was captain. As Cookie's right next to me.
I know, you be careful there.
No, no, I came in the side as a batsman who bowled a little bit because I hardly bowled. And then that was quick. And then, I ended up being a spinner who batted 8, which I didn't mind at all because I was in the team, and as long as I was playing, I was actually fine with it, honestly.
Stuck with the tail a bit though.
Yeah, that was the only thing. The only thing was you didn't feel like you could score a big innings or play, but you kind of have to shift. And initially it was actually good because I did quite well, and then after, when you don't score a couple of games, you're like, oh, I just wish I could have a bit of time in the middle and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, in the end I ended up being more of a spinner, I think, than a batter, which was fine because, like I said, ended up playing 60-odd test matches, which was a lot more than I ever thought I was going to.
Yeah. And of course, I mean, you've been virtually everywhere, haven't you? Up to number 3. I mean, how did you feel about that at the time?
I think when I was 3 at the time, I was playing well. I just did well in county cricket batting 3, and Ruti, I think, was struggling a little bit, and he asked me if I wanted to bat 3. I ended up batting 3. I batted a couple of games, I think. I was in 2-3 games. Cookie's last game I was 3, and 1 after that, and then back to number 8.
Yeah, that comes more or less from David Riches, who's sitting on a beach in Croatia. I hope you're having a lovely holiday, David. Hope you can get back. I'm sure you'll be absolutely fine. Tony, have you managed to see your beloved Liverpool? Oh, you're a Liverpool man, are you?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
Oh, okay. Have you been? Wait.
I have been. I was at the final, the Champions League final, which was honestly, if that was my first ever game, I wouldn't go to a football game again. It was a real bad experience. Yes. But luckily we were fine. We had a good team. Yeah. Well, I think it was almost it was impossible to get away with it. Honestly, anyone away from it. We were just lucky we wasn't right in the middle of it. Yeah, it was very difficult actually.
Could you sense that?
From the moment we got there, it was just like it just felt. We did 2 nights there, one before the game, one the night of the game, and I just wanted to get out of there.
Yeah, you're such a calm man, though. I wonder what it is about football crowds as well. You seem to be a complete antithesis, really.
Yeah, no, I enjoy watching the football. I'd prefer to watch on TV actually, because you end up getting all the analysis and the replays, etc. But it is nice to experience the live games and watch Liverpool play.
Well, I've seen you playing before. It was banned by England. You were quite nifty on the outfield, weren't you?
I was okay. I was all right.
No, you were okay.
Probably top goal scorer for England.
Cook shaking his head. No, yeah. I've seen it. And boxing as well. Is that right, or is that a complete?
No, that's not me.
Well, I think we've got a duff question from Helen on social media.
I've got a good.
Like
I've
boxing?
got a right hook on me. Yeah.
Yeah, but you follow boxing?
A tiny bit, not as much as someone like Adil Rashid and these guys. They follow it quite. I'm not a big follower of boxing. No.
Okay. Were you a big trainer? Were you a big runner and trained? Cookie's laughing now. I thought I'd better ask that question.
I trained in terms of batting and bowling quite a lot.
Right.
And I did my batting and my bowling and my field. I wasn't a massive gym guy or a long distance sort of running. I did a few sprints here and there. But no, I was more concentrated on my batting and bowling.
All right, Mo. Look, it's lovely to thank you. We answered so many questions there. That's really great.
Well, thank you for having me.
They're all right. Awesome. Did they leave? They off fairly lightly?
Good questions. Yeah. I was got away with that one.
I think you let off nicely. Great. Well, we've got all day with you, so
thank you.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Mo, very much indeed for passing our lunch break. Out go the players. England 358 behind. So it was their session, though. They lost only 1 wicket in the course of that. Alex Lees was caught at first slip in this match of dropped catches. There has been another one. Joe Root gave a chance. Not an easy one, but he'll come out on 35. Ollie Pope on 84, so 16 away from his second Test century. And we've seen his usual mix, really, of some lovely flourishes through the offside, the odd play and miss. and some flicks through the leg side as well. So he's on 84, 195 for 2. That's lunch done from here, and Alison Mitchell is going to start us off.
Thank you, Aggers. Yep, fascinating to listen to Mo. Some really good questions in there. And I think if you go to BBC Sounds at the close of play, I think a section of that will appear on the TMS podcast as well. So if you missed any of it, be sure to have a listen back as well. Some very good questions and some even better answers. The sun is shining at Trent Bridge. The players are back out there in the middle then. A few empty seats, quite a few of them as the crowd are still milling around from their lunch. Alistair Cook is alongside me. Do you enjoy your lunch, Alistair?
I met up with Chris Wokes, who's
very
obviously
nice.
working for the TV, and I haven't seen him for a while, so we had a nice little conversation over our lamb chop.
Tell you anything about his sort of injury?
Yeah, I think he's getting there. I think he's quite frustrated with it, but I think it's a couple of weeks away from play for Warwickshire Seconds or something, but it's all up in the air, but he's just desperate to get back out there. He's looking very smart, as he always does. Looks immaculate, doesn't the old Wokesy?
Yes, yeah. All those shoulder and knee injuries, isn't it? Joe Root is tying his shoelaces. He's going to be at the non-strikers end. Ollie Pope resuming his innings on 84, not out. So big afternoon coming up for England, but in particular for Pope, because he's so close, isn't he? Yet he will still feel like these last, what does he need now? 14 runs is going to be a long time coming. 16 runs.
I was just checking your maths there, Ali.
Took another look at the score, but 84, yeah.
Yeah, he played really nicely this morning, very controlled again. A couple of flirts outside the off stump, but apart from that, he's looked very much like the player we know he can be.
So it's going to be Matt Henry from the Radcliffe Road end. 2 slips in the gully, and Pope gets one down the leg side. And he made to flick it down to fine leg. Didn't make contact, taken by Blundell, tumbling to his left-hand side, who's still uncomfortable. He's pulled off his right wicket-keeping glove again. He's been troubled since that blow on the hand. But Pope will just want to get himself in again here. It's a reset, isn't it, after an interval? Get your concentration back.
Yeah, it will be. And also the nerves, as you quite rightly mentioned, about those next 16. But actually, those 16 runs are very important, but he'll have his eyes set on something a lot bigger than that. This is the time where you can go, could go really big.
Outside the off stump, looking to drive, hasn't timed it, and Henry in his follow-through, tumbling to his left, saves a run. England are still 358 runs behind on first innings, so 195 for 2. There's an awful lot of batting that needs to be done. This partnership is at 48, as they were, and they went into the lunch break, and there is still some 61 overs to bowl. Now, choice of bowler to open up with, you've gone with Henry. When we saw Southey and Bolt lead up to the lunch break, as Henry is in again. Pope waits, 2 slips in the gully behind him. A quick single being taken, angling it out towards cover. Shy at the stumps, Roots comfortably home, but that was a big wild fling, and it couldn't be backed up, and there'll be 4 overthrows. So 5 to the England total, brings up the 200 in this over after lunch. A little bit of over-exuberation, but was really flung in hard to the stumps. Only one fielder in that region to back it up.
That's 5 of them for Ollie Pope. Yeah, it was a very comfortable single. No need to throw it, but he threw it miles wide. Didn't hit Root, did it? No, I don't think so. I just think the guy backing up couldn't see because Root is in the way, and he's missed the stunts by 6 or 7 yards, and it's a nice way to get from 84 to 89.
Thank you very much, he says. And he's down at the non-strikers end, leaving Root now to face up to Henry. Fielder goes back on the deep backward point boundary.
I don't mind Henry. I've been saying that the Henry-Root matchup, certainly early on, he has that ability to bowl that slightly fuller length skiddy. You want to try and bring Joe Root forward. So this is a big 20 minutes, I think, for New Zealand, because if Joe Root gets in again...
Yeah, they could be in trouble, couldn't they? Full Root looking to drive, the on-drive. It's a tumbling stop mid-on and no run.
Yeah, and we know his ability, Joe Root, to once he gets in, certainly over the last couple of years, he gets past 50, he gets a big score, and he'll have his eyes set on it. Good players don't tend to miss out when you do so. Get past this 20 minutes, and it's almost New Zealand will be fearing the worst.
Root will settle in. Yeah, hundreds here against 2 against India, 1 against Australia, 2014, 15 and 2021, wasn't it, against India last year. Shapes to play, rocks onto the back foot, allows that to go through to Blundell, no run. Andy. Hello,
You
you're
in?
on.
Press the
Yeah,
magic
you're
button.
on.
Matt Henry has dismissed Joe Root 3 times in the 5 previous innings he's bowled at him. Root scored 94 runs off his bowling, averaging 31 against Henry. That overall average just fractionally under 50 at the moment.
Let's see if how this matchup evolves in the course of the next half hour or so. Henry in now full. Root driving well through mid-off. Just fractionally wide of the fielder. 4 runs for Root. His first boundary after lunch. A fluent stroke. Very well struck drive. 204 for 2 England.
So you're batting for an hour, isn't he? Alex Lees got out just after the drinks break when it first over. So he batted for an hour. He's on 40 already, or 39 if we're being precise. And that's just that is Joe Root, isn't it? You look up, and he's suddenly got 20. You look up again, he's on 40, and it's that ability to just get going so quickly just makes him stand out. And it must be such a nice feeling as a batsman. You know, you bat for an hour and you're already in, you're away. Like 40's a decent score. Of course, you want a lot more, but that 40, you then suddenly feel more relaxed at the crease. You're not scrabbling around for 10, 15 runs or whatever, and you're away. And then suddenly the run scoring is just very hard to time down.
Yeah. Well, Trent Boult, his job to try and tie this pair down. Ollie Pope on 89, so he's working his way up to what would be just his second Test 100. First of his career came at Port Elizabeth. This is 34th innings since then. But Boult in, the left arm over, clipped away, finding the gap between mid-wicket and mid-off. Will be 4 as well. Chase is in vain. A slide into the rope. Is that Wagner who's on the field as a substitute at the moment? And so Pope moves to 93.
Yeah, it's for the moment he hit his bat. He didn't probably time it absolutely perfectly, but on this outfield, there's a little in-swing up on off stump, and he's thrown. I was about to say like flown through the 80s and into the 90s, but he has, hasn't he? Like at 84, it feels quite a long way away still, that 100, and then 9 runs in about 3 balls.
Yep, a couple of scoring strokes, and he's almost there. Because there was a period before lunch where things just slowed down a little for him.
Yeah, they tied him up, didn't they? They bowled a lot more in that channel to him, especially Southey. Hid the ball, but was challenging him, that drive and his scoring shot. And he was very patient, left it very well.
2 slips in the gully, Bolton again. Pope flicks this nonchalantly behind square for 1. Comfortably down towards fine leg, it's fielded. He's on to 94.
Real sense in the crowd, isn't there? They're desperate. The reaction Alex Lees got for his 50. Half the crowd stood up. They're willing the top order to do well.
Do you think the standing ovation has been devalued over the years? A standing ovation for 50. Used to have 200. It's Ollie Pope's highest score in a home Test match, beating the 91 he made against West Indies at Manchester in July 2002.
That's one landmark ticked off for him. Root on 39, facing up. A little bit of width from Boult. Cross him. He's running away. Down towards long off. It's cut off 2/3 of the way back. Tall figure of Kyle Jamieson, and Root's back for the second. So he has moved into the 40s. 41, and it's... Well, New Zealand have got early problems here, haven't they? Because the runs have come rapidly in these opening couple of overs. England 195 for 2, 211 for 2 already. So they've got to be thinking, right, well, how can we contain yet also be in a position to be taking wickets?
I think both sides have found it hard to stem the scoring on this ground when batsmen get in.
Root taps his bat. Boult around the wicket. Skips up onto his toes as he comes forward and is happy to let it go through to Blundell.
Yeah, the only time I think both any of the sides has is when they have hung it and bowled 7-2. England bowled 7-2 after that rain break and to Mitchell, hung it in that channel. James Anderson, to Pope, Southey did it and got some dot balls. But if you go straight there, it seems so evenly paced and comes on nicely that you can kind of score freely as soon as you just miss that mark. So I wonder that could be
That's well wide outside the off stump. No tempting shot for Root there.
a bit of a tactic for New Zealand to use. Actually say, right, we're just going to sit in for a bit. Now, you could actually, with Ollie Pope on 94, do that. And probably not the two bowlers to do it for. Like Bolt will be moving the ball in general to the right-hander, but you know, if Matt Henry definitely could bowl wide into that channel and say, come on, if you want your 100, come and get it, and test his patience out there. As you said, he's only 2 scoring shots away from it.
Bolt is rushing in, sweatband on his right wrist, bowls with his left arm around. Again, Root watches it, so he's bowling quite wide. There's some in shape, though, to the right-hander. And he's allowing it to go through once again.
I said two scoring shots. We could do it in one, couldn't we? I suppose that's probably how I think. 6 wasn't really in my
I don't know,
on my radar.
Would Ollie Pope be thinking of a clean 6 to go from 94 to 100? It'd be brave. A brave shot, wouldn't it?
Top edge pull, maybe it might be, but
211 for 2 at the end of that Trent Bolt over.
Yeah, 16 runs in the 2 overs since lunch, 9 in the last over before lunch. But there was a single from a misfield, 4 from a drop catch, and 4 overthrows amongst. That's been an oddly un-New Zealandish fielding performance.
Yeah, there was a little bit of sloppiness, wasn't there, creeping up to the lunch break, and not helped with the overthrows since. Ollie Pope is on 94, and Matt Henry is bowling to him. 2 slips in the gully. Henry bounding in forward, defending into that onside. Interesting just to see how he plays these. Is he able to stay patient, defend the good balls, wait for that scoring opportunity? Can he stay calm in the midst of being just 6 away from a very significant career 100 for him?
It will be. And the way he's gone about this innings, and also just what's happened in his career, like the run of those scores. But I'm not going to talk about anything. I'm just going to let Matt Henry...
Henry in now full. There's a chance to drive. It's into the ground, though, and then well fielded. It's a short extra cover. Devon Conway. Sorry, it's Michael Bracewell there in that position, who we still haven't seen bowl. We didn't bowl at all. No spin up until lunch.
No, and I suppose now with Root and Pope in, you know, without the left-hander, obviously Joe is a very good player to spin. But yeah, as I said, I seem to be the best at commentating's curse at the moment. I'm just not going to say much apart from... trying to avoid the elephant in the room.
We're paying you to talk, but Pope doesn't time that one coming forward. It's fielded by Gully. Latham there, moving forward to field. Sunglasses glinting on his head. Yeah, feel free to.
I was going to talk
to contribute, but maybe not. Don't feel the need to dwell too much on Ollie Pope then at this moment in time. But that one's come in from Henry, an inside edge onto the pad and out towards Gully.
It's the story, though, isn't it? That's what's going through his mind. You know, the nerves will be starting. Well, they will be there, even though he's played so beautifully so far.
Hopefully he can keep them calm here. He awaits as Henry is in, chops away into the ground, over the top of Gully, down to the boundary, and that's 4 to move Ollie Pope to within 2 of his 100. He goes on to 98, and there's a smile on his face as he meets Joe Root. Bit of a tap on the bat end on the pitch, touch of the gloves.
The smile's trying to stay calm. Stay calm, Rodney. Stay calm, Rodney.
Is Root a good man to have out there with you? You'd imagine he would be.
Yeah, I mean...
At this point of time.
Why wouldn't he?
He would keep you calm, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. He would just be reinforcing. Just watch the next ball.
In goes Henry.
That could be
Not out towards the covers. And Ollie Pope turns for the second run, fielded in the deep. He makes the second. Ollie Pope, a significant career 100, elevated to the number 3 position, removes his helmet, a swipe of his bat, and Trent Bridge to their feet. A huge hug from Joe Root, a pat on the chest, and well played, Ollie Pope. Just his second Test 100. It's been a long time in the coming. Could this be the making of him in this position, in this England side?
Well played, Ollie Pope. What a feeling. He knew as soon as it got past the extra cover, he was going to get 2. And what a reaction from the crowd.
Really warm reception. Henry in outside the off stump, and he lets that go. Will revert back to calmness, watchful, continue the innings. I've just seen him give a big puff. Whew. Done it, made it. And that will be, well, what emotions, Alistair? A mix of elation, but relief.
Relief, I think, it will be the one because of what's happened so far. He got that brilliant 100 against South Africa. Then it's been stop-start with his injuries, and when he's come back, he hasn't played as well. Got dropped a couple of times, and you know, credit to the decision to put him at 3. A brave call, not played there at all for Surrey. And someone's put their neck on the line, whether it's Ben Stokes, Rob Key, Brendan McCullum. he's the man I want to bat a 3. And actually, that must be a great feeling for a batsman or a player when your coach or your captain or whoever has come to say, without any record in terms of batting at 3, we want you're the man to bat at 3, giving him the confidence, and he's responded well, really well, actually. Especially, I didn't play quite so well at Lords in his first go, and he's come here at a good opportunity on a good wicket, and he's taken it. He has taken it, and is he going to start to make the number 3 spot his own as he grows into it and he learns it, from not batting there at all?
Yep, he has played 33. This is 34th innings since the century he made at Port Elizabeth, and he passed 50 just 4 times since then. Down at the non-strikers end is Pope, as Bolt is in now to Root. Comes in, he's defending. The pitch picked up at the onside. Andy, we got the vital stats.
Vital stats: 160 balls, 2 sixes and 10 fours. He said his second Test century. That 34 innings gap between the first and the second is up in the top 8 longest gaps for an England player between their first and second Test hundreds. Also only the second Test century by an England number 3 at home in the last 6 home summers. The other was Zach Crawley's massive 267 against Pakistan 2 years ago.
Oh, that just says about the difficulties England have had about finding a stable top order with openers and 3. A drop and run from Root, thinks better of it. Pope saying no, probably a good thing. Southey moves forward to field from his position in the slips. 217 for 2.
And I think probably over the last 18 months, 24 months for Ollie Pope is that he's been in and out of the England side, whether it's been injury or getting dropped or not scoring runs. But every time he's gone back to Surrey, he has scored runs. So that kind of almost must play on his mind even more. The longer that went on, him not scoring runs for England and scoring runs for Surrey, that question...
Bolt rushing into Root, outside the off stump, through to Blundell.
The question is in his own mind, and people asking, is he good enough for international cricket? Is he just a good county player? Can I make the transition? And those doubts in your mind, the longer that goes on, it's harder to overcome. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Elephant in the room, the nagging, the negative thoughts, because every time he went back, he scored runs. So it was just really strange, wasn't it? It was the highest average from first class to the lowest in Test, the biggest discrepancy. So now he's proved to himself he can do it.
Root on 41. Here's a drive through the covers for 4. Again, just classic Joe Root. There to be driven. Looking in such command of his game. He's on to 45 off 54, really helping this scoreboard to move. England 332 behind.
Well, we can just describe another great shot by Joe Root, but back to Ollie Pope is, that must have been so frustrating for him, and those negative thoughts in his brain. So to do it now, it will give him just another confidence boost.
Root gets a ball that he's able to pull, backward a square. Back of a length from Trent Bolt, but it's just the one. There's a fielder at deep square leg, cuts it off. 222 for 2.
And while you never feel ever totally comfortable as an England player, all the, like you do at county cricket, because you just don't really, even maybe Joe Root does, but not many people ever get to that stage. The closer you can get to that, the more likely to unlock your potential and score the many runs as you should. So really pleased for Ollie Pope.
And you used that word unlock, which we'd heard a little bit from Rob Key, hadn't we? Here's one from Pope that he's able to pull it into the ground, but it's been neatly fielded at short mid-wicket. Not able to evade the fielder. Bolt's trying something a little bit different, shortening his length after being driven. So we've got Root on 46 at the end of that over. Ollie Pope, 100 not out. And England 222 for 2, 331 behind. Yeah, Pope... He's had to answer those questions in his own mind, I'm sure, as much as those around him.
Absolutely, and your own mind is the one you need to conquer. And what he does do, Ollie Pope, because he scores very freely, like Joe Root in the sense all around the ground. When he gets in, he tends to score quite big hundreds for Surrey, because he's very hard to tie down in any particular area. So I think we'll see more of that actually in this next little bit as if he gets going again after his 100. I think you'll see that they'll struggle to keep that scoring rate down. With Joe Root at the other end, it's danger signs for New Zealand.
It is. Henry in now, new over, clipped off the legs. This will be 4 more. Well, the post-lunch crowd, tell you what, if you were late back to your seat, you've missed a flurry of runs and a flurry of landmark moments. And here's another 50 for Joe Root. Magnificent second innings 100 at Lords, backing it up with 50 off just 56 balls. And how he loves batting at Trent Bridge, and how the crowd here just adore watching him. Another standing ovation.
Yeah, not just the crowd. I mean, just watching him back, the rhythm, the timing. 56 balls and so risk-free. One little flirt from over Tim Southey's head.
Henry is in. It'll skip up to his toes to allow it to go through to the keeper.
Of Trent Boult, where he edged it, didn't it? Apart from that, it's just been 55 balls, a total up of dominance and control.
It's marvellous to watch. Well, the partnership's already extended to 79 between these two. So the stand of 141 between Pope and Lees has been continued on. This is what this England top order has been, the England lineup has been missing. Henry a little straighter that time, and Root positive running, knock and run. Pope has collided with Henry as he scampered through for the single, but he's made it. Jameson moving forward to field from mid-on. We've got through for the single. Yeah, it's building a partnership, backing it up with another partnership to actually compile an innings of real substance.
Absolutely, and this England side of over the last 2 or 3 years have had a bit of a partnership, then lost 3 or 4 quick wickets. So this is a little step in the right direction. 2 partnerships after another.
And Pope at 3 figures now forward and defending. His challenge is now he's got to that landmark. All the elation and the rush of adrenaline that he would have felt in the moment is to push on and go deeper. Do a Daryl Mitchell, make it a big one, make it a daddy, as you would have said.
Well, absolutely. Like when you've had a few low scores, like a run of low scores, Ollie Pope, you'll be hungry. You'll be desperate to turn it into a big one.
Henry in now, short ball, and he ducks, pulls out of the shot, knows that there's deep backward square on the boundary if he was to take it on and slightly miss cue. Of course, Tom Blundell, he was out early after he reached 3 figures, wasn't he? Hit a catch straight to Stokes. So just knuckle down, keep the focus, keep the concentration. The pitch is good, conditions are absolutely spot on. It's a bit of a breeze. It's not quite as windy, actually, for the bowlers as it was on day 1 of this match, I don't think. Henry short ball again, but he has taken this on, has kept it down. A low pull, down to fine leg, and jogging through for 1. So Pope 101 not out. England 228 for 2 at the end of that over.
Joe Root's half century from 56 balls with 10 fours. It's his 80th score of 50 or more in Test cricket. 26 of those he's converted into hundreds, including 9 of the previous 13, and he's moved into 12th place on the all-time most Test 50s, ahead of Sunil Gavaskar, who had 79, second behind Alistair Cook for England. Just 10 half-centuries behind, which at current rate will get in about 11 innings.
Of course, that was a big feature of Root before he hit this absolute golden form. Was just a bit of an issue with converting those 50s into hundreds, but that has not been an issue in the last 12 months. Alistair, a few more thoughts from you. Simon Mann is here to come in.
You got your headphones ready to go, Simon. The red button's on.
Be quiet then. Here is Henry bowling, dabbed away by Pope into the offside, and they go through for a single. Good afternoon, Alistair. 229 for 2. I got a little stat for you. It's not mine, but it's from downstairs in the press box. Lawrence Booth, I think, originated it, and Ali Martin told me at lunchtime, the Guardian's cricket correspondent, it's Pope's first 100 north of the Thames.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Who finds that out?
Well, I think it comes from the fact, of course, he's scored a lot of runs at the Oval. It's like the idea, well, you can only score runs at the Oval. I say that slightly tongue-in-cheek, but, that idea that, he likes that nice pitch at the Oval where he's, scored hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of runs. Of course, he's not been playing that long, has he, relatively speaking. And his 100 in Test cricket was in Port Elizabeth. Excuse me.
That's definitely south of the river.
That's definitely south of the Thames. 229 for 2. Here is Boult bowling and nudged away by Root with an open face towards backward point. So I think the point being, of course, he likes nice southern dry conditions, but he doesn't like it in the I don't know, the damper north and the greener pitches. Although, Old Trafford's not particularly green, is it? For example.
Well, yeah, I don't know how to. Apart from it's a good stat, I don't think you can really describe too much of that, can you?
Well, the thing is,
he
is only young, he hasn't played that much cricket. As time goes on, he will score more hundreds north of the Thames.
Yeah, how many games has he played north of the Thames? Let's start. We're really digging into it.
Boult bowls, guided away by Root, stopped by Southey. One-handed at second slip. Root was looking to access that deep third boundary again, which you see so often in his batting, cuffing the ball away. Well stopped by Southey. Good piece of fielding. 229 for 2. England have scored freely today. We're only in the 60th over. They're still 324 runs behind. It's the sort of, when I come up with a stat line, it's the sort of thing that Zoltz loves. He loves to pick that up and run with it and have a look.
But do you think he likes that when you've come in and sat there and done his job for him and he's like, he's missed it? Does he like that when he's missed it?
I don't know about that, but I know that he likes a challenge, so he'll respond to that because he's a good team player, Zoltz. He doesn't score against you.
Actually, Zoltz
scores with you. Well, he scores with me, Cookie. I don't know whether he scores with you. He might not. He might score against you.
Well, me and Zoltz...
What's the problem here? Are we going to have another ball change?
Another ball change.
It's about the fourth, isn't it?
To be fair, actually, the ball they changed from, which swung, to this one hasn't done anything.
Yeah. So get this one off as quickly as possible.
But Zoltz, apart from obviously trying to give all my records to Joe Root last week, I texted him saying, we're going for dinner. No, I said, I'm at a curry house last night. Do you want to come? And rather than him saying, oh, I'd love to come for dinner with you, Cookie, he just went... Is Vaughan and Tuffers there? As in, like, he couldn't bear just to think it could be me or you, Simon, or Mounty. It was like, he's checking that someone else was there rather than just come for dinner with me.
Right, you've bowled your bouncer, Zoltz. How are you going to play it?
Oh, I explained this earlier. It was a logistical thing because Tuffers and Michael had left the hotel, so we're going to try and find somewhere for dinner. So I just wanted to know if this was the same dinner party or if Alistair had broken out on his own.
But it was instant. Oh, Vaughan and Tuffers there. As if he couldn't bear to have
so you
dinner
need
with
you need a balanced team, don't you? It's all very well having one left-handed opener. You need a right-handed batsman and a bowler as well, don't you? For any dinner.
Well, to me, that's quite a convincing reply, Alistair.
Well, he's clever, isn't he? I can't just...
He is clever. He's the cleverest person in this commentary box, I know that.
It's like chess, isn't it? You think you get him in check and he'll just respond, won't he? You can't just...
Yeah. Anyway, what about these hundreds north of the river?
I don't know if being the cleverest person in this commentary box is much to write home about.
No, it's not, actually, you're right.
Ollie Pope's his 14th first-class 100. 9 at the Oval. 1 at the ICC Academy ground in Dubai in 2019. He made 251 there. The Test century in South Africa and hundreds at the Rose Bowl and the Woodbridge Road ground in Guildford as well. So yeah, this is...
Here's a Bolt with a different ball. Bowls to Root. And it's a short ball and it swung. It did swing after it went past Root's helmet and taken by Blundell down the leg side.
This is indeed his most northerly century. I don't know if he has a lifelong fear of polar bears, and the further north he gets, the less effective his batting becomes.
Well, I think the idea is greener pitches in the north, but I mean, that's not necessarily the case, is it?
No, I didn't think I'd hear that sentence today at a Test match special. Lifelong fear of polar bears, describing someone's batting.
Well, you'll hear all sorts if you continue working for us. Here is Root pushing that away towards backward point, and there's no run. You probably missed the conversation about catching fish with the hands the other day, did you? You were probably downstairs doing TV. Highlights tonight, 7 o'clock. You can see some of Ollie Pope's main strokes. Well, there might be a few more as well. He's 102 not out. Root's on 51. 229 for 2. Cricket's a long game. You've got 30 hours to fill every match. That's where you discover how much Tuffers knows. Yeah, it's full of surprises. Bolt bowls. Root tries to force into the offside, but too close to him to get any power, and the shot rolls out towards Bracewell in the covers. We have not seen Bracewell with the ball yet. Well, not bowling. We've seen him with the ball there because he fielded it, but not bowling. 229 for 2. Is it time, or
absolutely?
Or do they want to have a look at this ball, actually see where it's going to swing first?
Yeah, I thought we'd have seen him a little bit earlier in this morning session, but they just got that wicket just after the drinks break, didn't Ali? So they went back to the seamers. The thing about just quickly on Tuffers, which I just found out, he says it so confidently, all the stuff he says, and I always think I know some random stuff, but then I think, is that true? Have I just made it up? Has someone just told me an absolute thing? And if I say it on the radio, someone like straight away would say that's just absolute rubbish.
Probably Zoltz, actually.
Probably. But he says it's so confident that you believe it, don't you? And then he's off air before you've even doubted yourself, and it moves on. It was upside down sharks or something, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah. 229 for 2. Pope 102. Here's Henry with 2 slips in the gully, bowls outside the off stump. Pope, well, he might have been tempted to crash that through extra cover. He decided to leave it. And it went through to Blundell.
Apparently, Dan Norcross popped in to say it's Ollie Pope's 14th match north of the Thames in first-class cricket in his first 100.
Another stat, someone's beaten you 2 Zolts.
Ooh.
I can't do them all.
Here's Henry to Pope, who back cuts. Nice looking shot out towards the boundary. There's a fielder out there, he won't get there. It's so quick, this outfield, as we've been saying all game. Rifled away by Pope. A lovely sound off the bat as well. Takes him to 106. And the score to 233 for 2. And yeah, this partnership building, it's actually heading towards 100 now. It's 147 when the last wicket fell.
Well, just looking at the game situation, England, will need to all these runs if any chance of getting back into the game and to be able to put New Zealand under pressure. I think pressure is probably the only thing it seems on the wicket as good as this to upset a batsman. As every batsman, I think, in the top 6 has got in, haven't they? Really, apart from one. Sorry, Zach Crawley is the only one who didn't get double figures. Down to Bracewell at number. He was at 7, wasn't he, for New Zealand? So the whole of their top 7 got in, which just shows that it's a really good pitch. So England need to try and bat past you if that's possible.
Henry bowls short uppercut by Pope. 4 more or 6 possibly. 6.
Great shot.
Over the deep third boundary. Well, magnificent blow. And again, just illustrating there is some pace in this pitch that you can use as well as a batter. Untenanted deep third boundary. There's a deep backward point, and it went into the crowd at deep third. So 6 to Ollie Pope.
Yeah, the ball, the New Zealand just before their move, Southey from second slip to leg slip, pushed another man out on the leg side boundary. So they're going to go for the short theory, but I think you've got to go all in, haven't you? You've got to get that covered there, so don't give the batsman an option. So I think you don't need extra cover. They need to go to square leg. It's ball too late for me. It's maybe the good idea to have a little go at it, but you've got to go all in on a wicket like this.
Right, so it's all a changing out there now. They've got a fine third on the boundary, a deep square leg, a fine leg. There's a leg slip in as well. Deep backward point. It's a quite unusual field, no slips. There is a gully, and here is Henry, presumably going to bang it in with this field. Moves in to bowl to Pope. Is a short ball, and Pope ducks underneath it, and it goes through to Blundell. 239 for 2. England scoring quickly.
Yeah. I think you need a short leg as well, because if where you are here now, even if he can ride it if he wants to without too much danger in it, I think the short leg.
So the square leg into short leg?
Well, I'd leave square leg there, so if he plays it. I think when you go like this, where every ball's got a short, you've got to give the batsman no option. So they can't ride it. They've got the only way is going underneath every ball. So I would probably take gully out. I'm not sure you need both of those 2 third mans, and just get the short leg in. So if he tries to ride it, you've got that as well.
Henry bowls, and that's not short. It's on the hip, really, of Pope, and he knocks it away towards deep back of square leg. He'll come back for 2. Bolt sends in the return, running round to his left at fine leg. Nice return as well from Bolt. Makes it easy for Blundell, right over the bails. 241 for 2. So England, since lunch, have scored 46 runs in 31 minutes. And they're 312 runs behind. And still a long, long way behind. But there's a lot of time left in the match.
Yeah, 41 runs from 41 balls since lunch.
Henry to Pope, who's 114 not out. Another short ball. Pope ducks underneath it through to Blundell. So we're not even halfway through the game yet, but so many runs scored in this match for so few wickets. 12 wickets. And what are we now into? 700 and almost up to 800 runs in the game.
46 runs in the 7 overs since lunch.
In terms of draws on this ground in the 21st century, there haven't been stacks of them. There was that really tedious game in 2014, the India match, in which Alistair took his 1 test wicket. The fact he was bowling towards the end tells you how tedious the pitch was. And then there was the game last year that was rain affected. It wouldn't have been a draw because the last day was washed out. So India needed about 160 to win, something like that. I think they had all 10 wickets left.
9 wickets left.
9 wickets left.
Going to that last day.
Yeah.
Beautifully poised.
It was. Well, yeah, India probably would have won. Probably. But not definitely. And then there was one other. That's it. There's one other draw since 2000 on this ground, when England drew here against Zimbabwe from memory. And I think that was quite rain affected, that game in 2000. I mean, generally it's a result ground. Right, it's going to be Jameson, who I think has bowled all his overs from the Radcliffe Road end up until now, but he is now going to bowl from the Pavilion end for the first time in the match. 11 overs, 0 for 41. He's going to be bowling to Joe Root, who's 51 not out. He's got a second slip and a fourth slip. Jameson bowls and Root comes easily forward, guiding that up to the skipper, Latham, at mid-off. And there is no run. The weather is nice. Clouds are high. It's a nice afternoon for batting. Stiffish breeze. Nice afternoon for batting. It's been a nice match for batting after the struggles down at Lord's for most, not all. Still managed to come up with a couple of hundreds down there. We've had 3 hundreds already in this game. Jameson bowls to Root, and Root lets that one go. Curves back into him. And Blundell takes it away to his left, the wicketkeeper. Root comes down the pitch to have a quick chat with Pope. There is, the ball is not gun barrel straight the whole time. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, is alongside me. It's not gun barrel straight the whole time. They have changed it. This one's I think about our fourth ball.
It is. 20 overs for the first ball, 14 for the second, 25 for the third.
And how long till the new ball? This is the 62nd over, so 18 overs, another hour and a quarter probably. As the seamers who've bowled with it the whole way through. Jameson bowls, chopped away by Root. There's a fielder at deep backward point. And so it's only a single. Root to 52. 242 for 2, and the partnership now to 95 for this third wicket. Still waiting to see a Bracewell with the ball, which suggests that the skipper Latham does think he's an occasional off spinner. Otherwise, we definitely would have seen him by now with the score at 240 for 2 for 2. Jameson from the Pavilion end bowls to Pope. Pope chops that away just short of Southey in that fourth slip position. Nicely pouched by Southey. It was on the bounce. He played it deliberately, Pope. He hit it well as well out the middle of the bat. It was almost as if he was giving him slip catching practice there. Could so easily have been a soft dismissal, that one. Southey's got very good hands. Although before lunch he did drop one in inverted commas. I think that was a hard chance. It was top of the fingertips really, and reached slashed hard. Thickish edge. Southey leaping, couldn't stop it. It went for 4. Jameson turns. Long-legged, goes in now and bowls to Pope, who tries to force that. Goes down to the slip cordon again. This time Mitchell fields, tumbling away to his right-hand side. And there is no run. Jameson bowling to Pope. He's got 3 fielders out, deep back with square leg. Fine leg. Henry, who's having a drink down there in the support staff and New Zealand dressing room, giving him a drink. And a deep backward point, or deep third if you like. Twiddle the bat from Pope. 114 not out. Looks up to see Jameson approaching past the umpire now, goes in and bowls to Pope, and Pope gets a ball outside the off stump, and that one did, I think, go gun barrel straight. Pope let it go through to Blundell. That was 82 miles an hour from Jameson. It's the end of the over, so 62 gone, 242 for 2.
I think it's getting to a situation, isn't the game, where it's very clear the batsmen are holding sway here right since almost the first ball of the match. I don't think I've seen too many slower balls. I don't think I've seen, we've seen people using the crease. That's fine. That makes sense. But I'd like to see some slower balls. Even a slower ball bouncer sometimes in a good pitch like this is worth a go, because you've got to just change your timing, and the speed of the stroke as well has to change. A loopy bouncer can sometimes be your downfall on these kinds of pitches, because you think that this is going to go. And you can get through the stroke too early, and you can hit it up, and it can be so disappointing. But I think what I'm saying is I think it's time to start to think of those things. Perhaps start your run-up a little deeper, and so you bowl just a bit. You'll bowl the same, but just bowl a little bit shorter of the bowling crease, and starting to do those sorts of things when it's obviously more difficult for the bowlers than it is the batsmen here, and batting looks quite comfortable.
Change of bowling for New Zealand. You probably heard it over the loud speaker system. Tim Southey is into the attack, placing Matt Henry. Goes in now to bowl to Root outside the off stump. A away movement there, but started quite wide, and Root allowed it to go through.
The last 121 overs for England, the last 58.5 at Lords, and the 62.1 here. They've scored 453 for 3. Having in their previous 127 overs, the last innings in the West Indies and the first innings and start of the second innings at Lords, they'd lost 24 wickets, 330.
Yep. And Root has been part of that, of course, but Pope has joined in today. There's a long conversation. Latham involved and just trying to sort out the field here. It looks like we're going to get a strong ring on the offside. Just waiting to see what Latham's got in mind. And Southey. 7-2 offside field. Goes in now and bowls. Oh, and Root drags it into the onside. Top edge, keeper running for it. Can he get there? Not quite. And Root eventually comes back for 2 runs. Blundell was after it and threw it in. There's a deep back with square leg. He was charging in as well, Jameson. Blundell was sprinting out behind the umpire, out towards square leg. And Root saw the 7-2 offside field, and it was a bit like a one-day game, a white ball game. He dragged it from outside the off stump and hit it high in the air, but he really got away with one. And actually Root, he didn't bother running initially. He had his head down. He thought, oh, what have I done? I've given this away. But it fell between the running Blundell and Jameson coming in from fine leg. Well, a remarkable moment actually, and the shot came from that change of tactic by New Zealand. 7-2 offside field, 244 for 2. Root goes to 54. Here goes Southey bowling to Root, and Root cuffs that away down into the gully, and it's stopped by Nichols, and there's no run.
It went so high, Root is lucky. Very lucky.
What about Jameson's catch potentially?
Well, who was running further? For both of them, it was a pretty close run thing, wasn't it? The keeper, sometimes for those high ones, maybe he felt it wasn't going quite as far, but he had to run about 40 yards, didn't he?
Yeah. Southey bowls, Root drives, well stopped by Southey in his follow through. Pope dives to make his ground just in case he thought he was going to be run out at the non-striker's end. And that shot is no run. Very well struck by Root. But Root thought he'd given his wicket up there. It was a real tantalising for both of them. And seeing it again on the replay, Blundell
took off straight away, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And Jameson actually was. He felt as if Jameson was a bit closer to it. But difficult to tell on that angle. Here's Southey bowling full, and Root drives through mid-on for 4 down the ground. Again, just taking that from outside the off stump into the onside. Back in the day, the sort of stroke that Viv Richards used to play with a bit of bottom hand through mid-on. And there is the 100 partnership between Root and Pope. England ultra positive here. It's come very quickly as well, that 100 partnership.
They're 21 overs and 1 ball.
It's a lovely stroke, isn't it? Deliberately played, just a checked, just slightly across the line, but still using the full face of the bat through a vacant mid-on area.
248 for 2. Southey bowls full. Again, he plays that shot with a bit of bottom hand. It's straight to Henry at mid-on. There's no run. It's the end of the over. England bounding along. 248 for 2. We've had 63 overs. Pope has 114. Root has 58. More from you, Jeremy, and then it will be Isha Guha.
You can't help feel, can you, that New Zealand have erred in the selection of, or the non-selection of Wagner. They've brought Henry in ahead of him, who was very useful on a pitch where it's actually seaming about a little bit, and he's, and he is lively. But this isn't seaming at all here. In fact, if anything, the ball just goes out of shape. So Wagner on a flat pitch where nothing much is happening, I think, would have given, just a few more options for New Zealand that they've got at the moment.
Like a runaway train at the moment, these two, Root and Pope, having an indoor net as Kyle Jameson approaches the crease to Pope, who outside edges it but plays it into the ground to Gully, no run. 248 for 2 England, trailing by 305, route 58, off 72 balls. And Pope, having made his second Test century, 114, in his 25th Test, declaring that he belongs at number 3. Jameson receives the ball, slipping a gully in position, deep backward point, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. The blonde-haired Jameson past the stumps to Pope, who's forwards and pushing at the ball in front of him, no run. Jeremy, you mentioned Wagner, but they've also probably missed the moment for Bracewell as well, have they?
Well, they have while the left hand is gone. These two are good players of spin bowling. He's a part-time bowler effectively for New Zealand. He's bowled for what? How long, Andy? A couple of years, 2 or 3 seasons?
Yeah.
And he's picked up, what, 30 first-class wickets at about 45, something like
It's
that?
about 25.
So is the whiff a strong whiff, you'd have to say, of part-time about it?
Jameson in to Pope, who drives beautifully with a flourish out to the deep cover boundary. We've seen these classical strokes all day long. Pope picks up another, moves to 118, 252 now for England. 2 wickets down, trailing by 301.
Yep, we've seen it from all the batsmen, haven't we? If they're capable of getting forward onto the front foot and get good balance, every batsman has enjoyed the full ball here today and yesterday and the day before. So it's just a continuation of the bat dominating at the moment.
Pope gently taps his bat down. Jameson bowls to Pope, who's guiding the ball to gully, no run. Southey shapes to throw, but doesn't leave his hand. As the crowd get involved, flags hanging limp in the distance, certainly not as blustery as it was on day 1 and the majority of day 2. Fair bit of blue sky around. And a nice breeze coming through into the commentary box here as the tall frame of Jameson circles. Shuffles forwards, now running towards us. Pope still in his crease. Gentle trigger as he's backing across and working the ball out to deep backward square. Zoning in on those pads, Jameson, as they come through for 1. Pope to 119, 253 for 2. So if you're England, they're obviously going along at, what, 6 and over since lunch. They want to just keep batting. But have they got a plan of where they want to be by the end of the day?
I've no idea. But they're having a little spurt here. We'll just see if they want to make a bit more of a charge. If that means that they take some more risks, they might lose some wickets. That's the only issue. They're still a long way behind.
Jameson past the stumps to Root, who tries to guide it past gully, but Southey diving to his right, stops it with his right hand. No run at the end of the over. 253 for 2, trailing 300. Pope 119, route 58.
I mean, New Zealand would be quite delighted if they made a mistake. We nearly saw 1 2 overs ago. So the luck has gone at the moment today with the England batsmen. A shot really created by setting a lot of fielders on one side of the park and wanting to hit to the other side, and got a top edge and just managed to get it between 2 fielders. You know, those things they just change a game sometimes, those sorts of shots. But it's gone with England today, and that's fine. It can change, though, and if they want to take risks, the element of the percentage starts to come back towards the bowler. We'll just have to wait and see. I don't know whether, I mean, how many are they behind, Andy? 300 and something, you say?
Exactly,
it's a
300.
heck of a long way. You know, if suddenly they lose 3 wickets through trying and attempting to go after New Zealand, they've still got to get a bit closer first, don't they?
Southey bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end, slipping a gully in position to Pope. Back and across, allowing it to go past in the channel. Good length delivery. There's a man out at deep backward point, a catching point, cover in the ring, an extra cover and a mid-off. So packed offside field, a wideish mid-on and a man down at long leg.
Yeah, well, if the ball does swing at all, it'll be, you know, usually and generally it goes away from the right-hander from Southey. If there is an inclination to want to go to the leg side, whether it's only covered by 2 fieldsmen, there is a risk.
He gets onto his off stump and lets it go again in the channel. Pope He's now just rehearsing playing it to the leg side, but yeah, it's an interesting tactic here. Will he decide to try and manoeuvre it? Cutting off his scoring area, that deep point position as well.
Well, if Southey can get his length right, we saw a lovely drive from Pope last over, but it was really a little bit full. If he can just pull his length back a bit, it makes it a bit more tricky.
Southey bowling wide of the crease, a bit of shape, good length delivery, and again, just shouldering arms, Pope. Just hanging it out there at the moment, Tim Southey. Jeremy, we spoke at lunch about the 1986 match here.
Yeah.
Which is going to be on our TV highlights tonight. You're reminiscing about Richard Hadlee, 10 wickets in the match. Bracewell's uncle, Michael Bracewell's uncle John, picking up a century.
Yeah, it was...
Southey is past the stumps now. It's Pope who does drive, catches the outside edge, but heads out to that deep point position. Picks up one, moves to 120, 254 for 2.
Yeah, it was an interesting series, not an easy series. I tend to, well, you guys forced me by inviting me there to think about it a bit more. It was kind of a tour of overcomings, really. We lost our manager very early on in the tour. He had to go home very ill. We had a broken thumb to our only 2 seamers. Hadlee didn't play any of the tour matches.
Root standing upright, advancing, driving past and threading it through, extra cover and cover out to the boundary. That is quality, sheer quality from Root. As he moves to 62, 258 for 2.
Yeah, it was wide, and he had to therefore just engineer it just a little bit. Didn't quite get out there, and so he's just smothered it, if anything, just a little, closing the face to keep the ball down. So a nice little bit of invention added to what is a decent cricket stroke, and just closing the face upon contact to keep it down, and making a little step as well to try and get there. Lovely shot.
Root back and across, this time staying in his crease and playing it to mid-off off the front foot. It's met the middle of the bat on pretty much every occasion when it comes to Joe Root today. 258 for 2, trailing by 295 England.
Yeah, so losing a manager early. The chap who had a broken thumb, which was Ewan Chatfield, who was our second seamer, he couldn't play the first 2 tests, so he became the manager. And then Bruce Edgar became the treasurer, who was also a player. We had our bus broken into and all personal things and all our film equipment and so on for practices and so on. That was stolen. Ian Smith left the tour for family affairs and movement, and we had just lost a number 3 from a guy who was a really good player of spin, and I wonder with Embry and Edmonds against us and that whether that might become a bit of an issue in the tour. So it wasn't all our way, if you like. We also had quite a change in the social groupings of the team.
As Jamieson approaches from the pavilion end, Pope clipping out to deep square. Will rush through for 1, they'll spring back for 2. These 2 hustle well. They get back comfortably as a throw sent in. The man running to his left at deep square to collect it and throw it in, Will Young down there. So they pick up another couple. Pope to 122, 260 for 2 England.
Yeah, Jamieson just losing length and line there onto that leg stump. Pope's strong there. It was, we had to overcome a few things. We had lots of very young people.
Pope allowing it to go past him, good length outside the line of off stump.
And as I say, it was Richard Hadlee's benefit year, 86. He'd been here since 78, and so we decided he didn't, he asked if he could miss all the tour games. And we said, yep, that's fine, and we'll offer 3 days of our non-playing days, if you like, scheduled, to offer our services, and he gladly took those, and so we could arrange 3 games for him to make it a little bit more. So we had him for the tests and the 1-dayers, but that's all.
Jamieson bowls. Pope pushing forwards, catches the inner part of the bat as it finds its way to mid-on, no run.
We got the better of a drawn test, I thought, at Lord's, and then we came here for the second test match. And as I think I mentioned to you, murky sort of storm-laden clouds, and it was nearly a 4-day match, and in those circumstances you want to bat once. So we were lucky enough to win the toss, and Hadley went to work, you know, in his sort of home away from home.
Yeah, 375 wickets, first class wickets here at just over 13. Decent, as Pope is forwards and playing the ball to mid-off, no run.
Well, he was, as I said to you, primus inter pares. He was first among equals, and he just was always around the off stump, and if it nibbled back in, they either missed it, or they got LBW, or they got bowled, or he would nip it away. He was right at the peak of his powers. He'd got 33 wickets over in Australia in 3 tests, 11 a test, a 6 and a 5 every game. It's unbelievable what he did.
Pope, outside edge to extra cover. He was looking to turn it to the leg side. Just turned the bat too much. Hits the outside edge and finds its way to extra, but that could have gone anywhere, really.
Just those little half chances for New Zealand. That didn't go in the air. It could easily have gone to cover, couldn't it? So, Richard got 6 in the first innings, and England were bowled out for 250 odd, and we needed then to bat once and bat long in that match, 1986, years ago.
Pope this time trying to dab outside the line of off stump and guide it down to third man, but again just goes between bat and pad, just dies on him in the end, but again nearly caught the inside edge. So a couple of moments of opportunity potentially for New Zealand. 260 for 2 at the end of the over.
You know, in those days the tours were so different, Isha. You know, we regarded coming to England, that was the best tour of all. It was the golden tour, because you got lots of lead-up games, playing county after county after, and you could actually develop a player. And that's by not having Hadley there. We had 3 youngsters we had to try and bring on in some way, and we gave them all the opportunities. They got a guy called Derek Sterling, who was a tall lad, strongly built, variable control, one might say.
Southey from the Ratcliffe Road end to Root, who's covering up outside the line of off stump. Just to go through the field again on this offside. He's just sent that cover back a little bit deeper to Root. There's a slip in a gully, a catching point extra mid-off, and a deep point for Root, and just the 2 on the leg side.
Big gap between the keeper and first slip, because he's bowling a little bit wider. That kind of makes sense, but you would hate it to go through between keeper and, well, almost a second and 2.5 slips.
Southey bowls to Root, who's getting right across his off stump. This time playing it close to his body and jamming it down into the pitch to first slip. Darren Mitchell there.
So, yeah, we had a 19-year-old and a 20-year-old trying to make the side. And they performed indifferently, to be really honest. But we got the spinners going. We actually had 4 spinners in the game here in 86. Edmonds and Embry, Gray and Bracewell for New Zealand. And they really became quite good players, the New Zealand too.
Southey coming in on an angle. Root drives. Comes through for 1 to that man at sort of cover but set deep. Comes through easily, moves to 63. This throw sent in 261 for 2, trailing 292 England. But yeah, the significance of that 1986 match, the last time New Zealand won here.
Yeah. Gray, 5 hours to make 50. That's that tests a patron's patience. But he anchored it with Hadley, who got 60. You know, Bracewell got 100.
There's Pope, lets it go outside the off.
And even Sterling, number 10, got 30. So we ended up with 413, I think, and a lead of 160. And then Hadley bowled again and got 4. And, you know, and the others came to the party a bit more, with Bracewell getting 3, and I think Gray got 1. So England had an interesting side at that time. They kind of had Gladstone Small, I think, who was on debut for that match. A guy called Greg Thomas from, was it Glamorgan?
Pope clipping to wideish mid-on. off the front foot, comes through for another single, 123 to him now. England 2-6, 2 for 2, trailing by 291.
Maybe Derek Pringle might have been there.
Pringle was batting 6, Embry at 7, Edmonds.
Embry got 75 in England's second innings.
In the second innings, yeah. He did.
Quite a long tail.
And in comparison, you talked about a 5-hour 50. I think Joe Root got to his 50 in no time today. What, just over an hour?
It wasn't a pitch like this.
This is a flat pancake as Root gets right across again and guides the ball out to deep point for another one. Moves to 64, 263 for 2 England at the end of the over, trailing by 290.
It took him 56 balls, 10 fours to reach his 50 out of the 80 50-plus innings he's scored. It was the joint 7th fastest he's reached 50 in terms of balls faced, and the 2nd fastest since 2017.
He was just on one today. He got runs off his first delivery, got a couple of drives away, a lovely pull, and it's just been free-flowing Joe Root once again. Purple patch in his career, the back of a magical century, a match-winning century at Lord's. Players now taking drinks then. They've gathered together for refreshment as the ground staff come on to patch up the crease lines.
Yeah, it's been a good hour for England, hasn't it? I mean, there have been little kind of quarter chances, let's call them that, where they've tried to express themselves a little bit more than perhaps the ball warranted. However, that's what the batsmen now have moved into that phase of their innings, if you like, and both of them prepared to express themselves. So that's gone quite well. They haven't lost a wicket. That's excellent for them. And batsmen in control. As I say, I don't think that's there's a sense because of the recent past that everyone's delighted with this. But really, the batsmen have been in basic control right throughout the start of this match, if they were good at what they were doing. So I don't see that as a major change, to be really honest. But the match is still kind of poised because New Zealand got so many runs.
It is nicely poised. Trailing by 290 then England. The sun has come out to bathe the stands. A lot of movement over to our left as people head towards the food stands and probably to retrieve some drinks as well, as Michael Vaughan's going to come in here for Jeremy Coney. We'll get his thoughts on the way England have batted and their intent really after the lunch interval, like they've had a booster shot or something of glucose, not anything else. Michael, it's been fantastic viewing if you're an England fan.
Yes, afternoon everyone. Glorious. Sun is shining, pitch is doing nothing. And Ollie Pope has just got a magnificent century. He's a player of huge talent, one that many have spoken so highly of for many years. And I just wonder if this is the innings that just triggers him into that belief and that consistency. Batting at number 3, it was a risk to put him at number 3, and he's got a pure wicket here. And I always believe, as I look now as an ex-player, that when you get weeks like this and you see a pitch like that, you've got to put plenty in the bank, because there'll be another week that's not quite as rosy as the week we're seeing here for batters. But he's played beautifully, and at the other end, Joe Root's got a 64 not out with a cigar on. He's not broken sweat.
But that's surely why Pope's got a great chance here. He's got Root at the other end, who's going to talk him through this. I mean, a bit of a danger period here. 120s, having a drink. He's got to keep that concentration going. But who better to have at the other end than Root?
I hope someone's saying, because this is all the new and the positive, and you've got to play your strokes. That's what this England Test match team are going to do. But I hope someone, and Joe's just having a word in Ollie Pope, not to restrain him, but just remember all those times where you got lots of low scores. Those times that everyone's questioned whether you're good enough. Well, these are the days where you can, it's about looking at numbers. Cricket is a numbers game, and that average of 27 before this Test match, he's got a great chance here of making sure that average goes well into the 30s.
Yep.
Get a big number. He's only 25 Test matches into his career. As I say, it's about putting plenty in the bank. When you've got an opportunity to just put some in Nice little deposit account. Get it in there. Keep it in there.
Yeah. No, quite right.
One thing I will say, Aggers, so New Zealand now have been hit for over 520 odd in the last 2 innings for, what have they got, 7 wickets. And we've seen 2 overs of spin. Now, Michael Bracewell is a batter that bowls some off-spin. And I don't care how bad he is, he should have bowled a few overs. I don't care how ordinary he may be. I don't know how good an off-spinner he is. Haven't seen a great deal of him, but for New Zealand not to have changed the pace up once, I just find it remarkable.
Yep, so do I. You can't really explain it. 263 for 2. First ball after drinks. Jameson's on his way, and Root shuffles into a defensive shot. The big, tall, fast bowler stoops and picks it up. If a new ball do against them.
Well, this is what I'm going to say. I mean, you've got 12.5 overs to that second new ball. So realistically, you're looking now as a New Zealand team, you're going, right, if we get one between now and then, bonus. But we need to get to that second new ball quite quickly. And do you know what we need when we get that second new ball? Fresh bowler. So let's rest up our seamers, particularly Bolt, Southey, Henry, Big Carl Jones continuing to steam in once again. Just try and bowl Daryl Mitchell for a few dobbers.
Jameson bowls, is driven on the up by Root. Pass covers left hand as a man out on the deep point boundary. So it won't go all the way for 4 runs, but he just had to stretch that a little bit. It wasn't a half volley. Just beautifully played. He had a wonderful shot in the previous over, I think it was, where he threaded the ball through those 7 men on the offside they had set for him for Southey. He is new to the inch where he was playing that ball. I mean, it was brilliant.
Oh, we're witnessing here a player at the top of his game.
Yeah.
You know, you've just got to enjoy the ride, enjoy the visual of someone playing so purely.
Jameson bowls. He's a little bit surprised by that, but he's played it so well again, because I think that bounced rather more than he expected. And at the very last moment, he's got on top of the bounce. This is gesturing there to Pope, saying that bounced, you know. But so how on earth did he play this brilliant shot up on his toes, responding so quickly to a ball that has climbed? Just run it down. Run it down for 4. Definitely surprised him, didn't it?
Yeah, well, it's because he plays it so late, and he plays it with that 45-degree angle bat. You know, and as soon as it hits the kind of blade, it doesn't hit the edge, it hits the blade of the bat, and it just runs down into that vacant space.
Jameson bowls to him short, pulled through mid-wicket. It'll be fielded on the square leg boundary. They take one more run. But that previous one demonstrates that for most of us mere mortals, we bat, and we've got a bat in our hands, and we try and control what we're doing with it, but we can't really. But the exceptionally skillful ones, that bat is sort of part of them. It's an extension of your hands and your arms, and you can just do something as naturally as that.
Yeah, it's just an instinctive reaction.
Yeah. Jameson bowls, that's short, chopped away. Fielders are just rushing everywhere now.
Oh, it's cannon fodder, this. Got to try something different. I mean, Daryl Mitchell with the keeper stood up, you know, two kind of drive fielders in front of square on the onside and the offside, you know, just almost one-day style.
But both sides of the wicket at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a bit of a shambles, to be honest. And they still lead by 282, but the runs are coming so quickly at the moment. Jameson lumbers in again, and he bowls short, and it's down towards third man again. Should be 2. Conway's picking it up. No, Root says no. Well fielded.
The big fella struggling for length, isn't he?
Well, he's just bowling too short. Short on both sides of the wicket.
Well, there's no shape, so they can't pitch it too far. Not because they're getting driven, so they bowl back of a length, and there's nothing there because it sits up.
Surely Southey should be saying to
There we go, we're getting a spinner.
Oh, we are, he's coming on. I mean, I was going to say, the bowlers must be saying, for goodness sake, skipper, give us a bit of a break.
Well, all the talk, you know, you speak to like Jeremy Coney and Craig McMillan, they say that Kane Williamson doesn't generally like to bowl spin. And it's when Tom Latham gets the captaincy. You know, when Ajay Patel got his 10 for it was with Tom Latham as the captain, and they also, if Kane had been captain, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to get 10 because he wouldn't have bowled as much. Well, Tom Latham's the captain this week.
Yeah. Well, he's finally turning to Michael Bracewell. The latest, as we said on the first day, of the Bracewell dynasty. Batted well.
Yeah.
He's 31. He's been around for some time, and he bowls. But he's a batsman who bowls. Let's put it that way. Bowls off spin.
Well, I reckon if you talk about young batters when they make debuts, they play against Hazelwood Cummins in Australia. That's a tough debut. I reckon bowling off spin at Trent Bridge on the third day to a player called Joe Root on 72. I think this is the equivalent as a spinner. I think he's one of the great players of spin.
Let's see how he goes. Whether he tries to impose himself on him.
And you've got him on 72. And it's not going to spin a great deal.
No, but he's got a slip. He's got 2 men out at square. It's a long on, I think, down here to our right, who I can't see, but I assume he's there. So Bracewell's first ball in Test cricket, and nothing wrong with that. Root goes back and plays it for the bowler to pick up. So this is the 69th over, so he's not going to get much of a spell in here. But at least he's on. At least finally.
He'll reverse sweep him quite soon, I reckon.
Ooh. There's a man at slip. Bracewell bowls a better length, tucked away for a single, and our man emerges from long on to throw it back again. 273 for 2. Root to 73.
What's Ollie Pope's record, Andy, against off spin? Nathan Lyons had him a couple of times, I think.
Sort of a good dust there as that one pitch. It didn't do anything untoward, but again, quite a dry surface. The Root's gone all the way down and telling Pope all about those first 2 balls that he faced. They're what to expect. Bracewell bowls short this time, and Pope tries to fiddle that away for a single in the offside, but finds the slip fieldsman.
That's a shot that I saw Ollie Pope get out to in Brisbane to Nathan Lyon in the second innings. It's just bounced. He went back to a ball that was too straight to play the cut shot against the off spinner.
Bracewell again bowls, and that one he does manage to steer to deep point. And again, I thought I saw a puff of dust with that previous ball, actually, the one that bounced.
And also I saw a bit of drift. Just drift away from the right-hander. See the revolution, just seeing the replay on the screen. A bit over the top, kind of almost like top spin that he gets rather than the side spin.
274 for 2, and he bowls. No real turn there. Root can go back and pick up another single out to deep point. 275 for 2, and not least he gets the over 8 up a bit. There's still 47 to bowl today. Becomes again licking his lips, bowls, and that's played carefully into the leg side by Pope. We've had our first look at Bracewell, who conceded 3 off that over, Andy.
I was looking up the stat. I think it was 2.
2.
Ollie Pope against off-break bowling in his Test career has been out 7 times and scored just 109 runs, averages 15 against off-spin, 35 against left-arm spin.
Which is, Andy, even more remarkable that he's got to 120 odd. And with all the data that these teams have, I mean, in T20 cricket now, all you ever hear is matchups this, matchups that. And for him not to have faced an off-spin until he gets to 123.
Who's been getting him out? Ashwin?
Ashwin 4 times for 53 runs. Lyon twice for just 9 runs. Roston Chase also dismissed him.
Was he a part of that hideous collapse in Barbados?
Roston got 8 for, didn't he? That was a good one, that, wasn't it?
Astonishing spell I've ever seen. 275 for 2. We've got Jameson coming in and bowling to Root. Plays the first ball to square leg.
Still going, the big fella. Was that Roston that didn't spin a ball?
He didn't turn a single ball and got 8 for what?
8 for 6. I don't think Pope was involved in that particular debacle, but I think he got him out.
That's a great effort. 8 for not spinning a ball.
But his actual spell was something even more. It wasn't the actual spell of 8. I think was incredible.
Don't want to talk about it, Agus.
You don't.
It's too soon.
Come on, let's talk about it a bit more. We've got to relive these great moments.
Absolutely remarkable. 276 for 2. Jameson's on his way, bowls outside the off stumps, flicked away firmly by Pope, but only as far as gully. 276 for 2. So England are 277 behind. They've lost 1 wicket today. Alex Lees edged a catch to slip, but he made 67 and played fluently. A good positive innings from the left-handed opener. Partnership worth 141 with Pope. Jamieson from the pavilion end bowls, and Pope is forward, pushing it away out to cover. And there's no run. That was a slower ball. I think it certainly looked as if it was into the shot.
Again,
earlier.
That's what you'd be saying as a bowling unit. It's offering nothing through the air. There's no seam. The ball's old. So I think it's the kind of afternoon where variations, it's almost like T20 style bowling, that you're going to have to offer loads of variations, slower ball bounces. Just try something.
Yep. Just ran his fingers over that one. Pope and Root have had a conversation about it. Again, a lot of smiling going on there. They're really enjoying themselves. As Jamieson bowls outside the off stump, Pope cracks that away, but there's a man specifically placed for that now, sort of between third man and deep point, and not all the way down to the boundary, which is the longer.
Hey, did you see the other day? Last week we were talking about the Ranji Trophy.
Oh yeah.
Andy said, did you see that, Andy? Did you see the victory? I think it was the biggest ever victory, wasn't it?
How do they win?
Yeah, they won by over 700, didn't they, in the quarter-final?
Oh, the quarter. Oh, they have the final yet?
No, it's coming. And there was a debutant. I think there was a debutant that got over 200.
Lord. Jameson bowls, and Root, a wristy flick, sends the ball to mid-wicket.
They won by 725 runs.
Excellent.
Which is the biggest margin of victory by run, so it doesn't include innings victories. So for example,
what were the teams, Andy?
Yeah, so it was Mumbai against Uttarakhand in the quarter-final of the Ranji Trophy. Mumbai 647 for 8 declared, with 252 for debutant Suved Parker.
Good start.
Bowled out Uttarakhand for 114.
Yeah.
Then forced to follow on, presumably. Perhaps it was a hot day. Here comes Jamieson, bowls. Root on the back foot, wants a single. Oh, he sent it back. There could be a run out here. Oh, the fielder got in a tangle and ended up doing a little sort of reverse flick there and missed the stumps, obviously. But Root was committed to that run, and Pope sent him back, and they're going to have a little conversation about that. And I mean, it was actually Pope's call, to be fair. Went behind square, so that normally means that batsman has the right to call.
It's Bracewell, isn't it? He does well. He gets it in his left hand.
That's the transfer.
And he tried to transfer it into his right so he could kind of backhand it.
Yeah.
The backhand, and he just fumbled it.
But Root must have been 7 or 8 good paces down the field, down the pitch. And a dive in despairingly. I think he'd made his ground, actually, because he got a bit of a tangle there.
Don't want to get run out on this pitch.
In this game, they bowled out for
140, so with a dicey lead of only 533.
Right.
Well, they've got a bat again, do they?
The bowlers having ploughed through 41.1 arduous overs, they couldn't risk the follow-on.
No.
So batted again.
Would you?
261 for 3 declared.
The debutant, how did he do in the second innings?
6 not out.
Yeah.
Redinker.
Yeah, nice.
Bracewell over the wicket. Bowls, and Pope stands up and plays to square leg, and there's no run.
With what we have to agree is a tricky target of 795 to win. Uttarakhand lost both openers for ducks.
Oh. So they were set back on their victory chase, were they?
It's still possible there.
Bracewell tosses this up, flicked away for a single to long on by Pope, who goes to 127, and England 278 for 2.
And were sadly unable to recover, all out for 69 to
69
lose.
all out?
To lose by 725 runs.
I'm quite glad I wasn't commentating on that match, if I'm honest. It just floated up, very full, squeezed away for a single by Root. How many days did it last?
It was 4 days.
Was it 4 days? About the distance?
Well, I think they play 5-day games.
Yeah, they do.
Some ridiculous matches, because the team that I think has the advantage from the regular season of finishing higher only has to draw to get through.
Yeah.
So there is some really appallingly turgid cricket.
But we did say the other day that's also the case in the World Test Championship final, isn't it? This is spinning into the right hander, chops the ball away down to backward point. Well, it was one of the potential criticisms of that final, wasn't it?
I have to say the off spinner looks okay here, and I think from what I've seen, all right, he gives it a bit of a rip. And inside the first 2 overs that he's bowled, he's looked as likely as any to do something.
Quite high action, bowls again. And Pope plays that to short mid-wicket.
It's a good win, though, isn't it? When you win by 700, celebrate that one.
Yes. As is floated up on the leg stump and played out to mid-wicket. Are there any recognisable names? I'm thinking only of the argument that happened down the other day with that bullying innings of 200.
Oh, by Ricky
Clark.
Clark, yeah.
Oh, yes, 229 he
It's got an
got.
interesting debate that, actually. But
Club game, wasn't it?
there's a club
Yeah, but
game.
he's been around the era of Graham Gooch. You know, if you get in, you've got to get a daddy, haven't you?
Well, you have.
Or a granddie. You've got to make it
I
count.
think it was somebody thirds, wasn't it? He was
Yeah,
playing.
it was, yes. I think it's Stretton, his team. But he did paint the pavilion and he...
It's an interesting debate, though, isn't it? I mean, in football, if you're starting sort of 9-0, 10-0, 11-0, isn't it sort of the right thing that you don't go doing high fives and jumping out, you just sort of accept it?
I would probably say
Simon
that
Mann's coming in
Ricky
here.
may have... if he'd have chipped one in the air having got 100, that may have been the better way to do it. But, you know, he has been helping out with the scoring. You know, he's playing for free. He's not taking any cash for playing on a Saturday. And he's found a club for his youngster, really. He found a club and they've become attached to this cricket club, and he's been helping out painting the pavilion. He scored for the Seconds one weekend. He just happened to get 229. He did have 3 other games where he got 14, 14 and 41.
Just fancy some time in the middle then.
Well, they obviously didn't bowl well enough, did they?
Yeah. Shield Berry wrote about it, didn't he? Wrote quite a strong piece about it.
Oh, he wasn't happy, Shield.
No, he wasn't. 279 for 2 is the score. And it's going to be Henry to bowl. 17 overs, 1 for 87.
Surely Daryl Mitchell got 9 overs to the second new ball. Just bowl your dibbly-dobbly to that second new ball. Rest up your best bowlers. New Zealand, for them to win the game, they're going to have to make that second new ball count.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. They've used, taken a lot of energy at their main 4, and they've got to expect them to come back with a new ball and continue on. Henry bowls, Root dabs it away down to second slip, where it's stopped by Southey, and there's no run.
It's not technically the biggest winning margin in cricket history. In 1964-65, Pakistan Railways beat Dera Ismail Khan by an innings and 851 runs.
Brilliant. So what did they get? What were the scores in that
I was
match?
going to say, I think we need the scorecard from that.
I like those kind of scorecards.
279 for 2. In reply to 553, Henry bowls. Root opens the face, runs it past Southey this time down towards deep third. Mitchell's Conway rather is onto it, sends in the return. And they're limited to a single. Root to 77, England to 280 for 2.
It's fair to say this was a one-sided game. Railways, batting first, racked up 910 for 6 declared.
Why did they declare?
I don't know, 172 overs.
Perhaps they thought they had enough.
Well, you've got to get 1,000, haven't you?
Disappointing bowling figures. Inayatullah, 1 for 279 from 59.
Henry to bowl to Pope. Pope plays defensively out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Mitchell, no
Just
run.
had one of those. You used to say one of those days, but he had one of those couple of days, didn't he?
They did bat till the third day. Anwar Khan, 3 for 295 from 46 overs. Disappointing economy rate. Only used 5 bowlers, one of whom only bowled 2 overs.
Wow.
So lack of depth in the bowling for Dera Ismail Khan, who in reply...
Henry to Pope. Pope in behind that, playing it back up the pitch, and there's no run.
No doubt fatigued after 172 overs in the field. All out for 32 and 15.3.
Oh, surely they didn't bat again.
Afak Khan, 7 for 14, all bowled.
He's a quick bowler.
Key moment possibly the dismissal of Kaiser Khan obstructing the field for 3. Disappointing.
Well, Michael knows all about that.
Hey, come on, Simon.
Here's Henry rolling in from the pavilion end, bowls to Pope full on his pads, clipped away to deep square. Bolt is there, sends in the return. And Pope gets a single.
Did they bat again?
28 to him, 281 for 2.
The follow-on was enforced with a lead of 878, and Dera Ismail Khan, well, did even worse in the second innings. 27 all out in 12.3 overs. This time, Ahad Khan, the destroyer, with 9 for 7.
So a proper first-class match played in
Pakistan in 64-65.
Henry to Root. Root plays this down towards fine leg, taking it off his hip.
What was the ground?
Young sends in the return, one more. Root to 78, 282 for 2.
What was the ground, Andy? Where we were playing this game?
It was at the Railways Mogalpura Institute ground in Lahore.
It's always been the venue that if you win the toss, you win the game.
What time of the year was it? I mean, I just wonder whether there's an uncovered pitch or something like that. And they racked them up, and then it rained, and then they were playing on a tricky pitch.
Maybe. Yeah, that's
why they got 32
Possible.
and
27.
No note about that.
Anything on the 9 for 7 bowler, Andy? What?
There seemed to be a lot of debutants in this game, so I don't know if they were a new team at the time. But a few work-ons, I think, they talk about in these days, don't they? Going away from that for the batting coach.
Here's Bracewell beginning a new over. Spins from outside the off stump. Root on the back foot, manages to guide it away back at a square on the offside for a single.
So when you see that, it's dumbfounding to think that he's not bowled earlier. Just to have a look. Surely one of the first things you do as a captain is offer your spinner an over or two when you're not getting too many wickets, just to see.
283 for 2, and it guided away nicely. Very good save at backward point. Prevents 4. Trent Boult diving to his left. Really athletic piece of fielding. A nice back cut from Ollie Pope, and Boult diving away. Stopped it two-handed. Here's Bracewell bowling to Pope, who eases it back down the onside of the pitch. Bracewell goes across to pick up, and there's no run. Bracewell bowling his sunglasses. It's in his 3rd over. No wicket for 6. There is some spin there, and I think we saw Leach turn a couple on the first day. Bracewell to Pope. Pope back cuts again. This time it's wide of Boult. He sprints after it down towards the deep 3rd boundary. Is he going to get there? He dives and knocks it back, goes over the rope. The ball stays on the right side of the rope. That was a fantastic piece of fielding.
What an athlete.
Sprinted after it, fully committed, knocked it back, and saved his team 1 run. They are just going to check it, I think. It's up on the big screen now. He got his left hand down, released it before his knee hit the rope. Really good fielding, and they're appreciating it in the Fox Road stand. They got something going, haven't they, between Boult?
Yeah, they like him out there.
Boult and the spectators over there. There's a bit of byplay going on. Bracewell bowls, reverse sweep, good contact from Root. Boult again down on his knees, picks it up, hurls it in, and they're through for a single.
He's a good character. He's having a good laugh with the crowd. But he's a bowler that pretty much plays 12 months a year. He's very rarely injured. He just keeps charging in. I very rarely watch Trent bowl, whether it's in IPL, Test cricket, one-day cricket, and his paces are down. Incredible athlete.
287 for 2. Bracewell bowls, dug out by Pope to extra cover. It's picked up by Young. It's the end of Bracewell's 3rd over. No wicket for 10. There is some spin there. 287 for 2. In the county championship, the leaders Surrey have reduced Somerset to 114 for 8. Jamie Overton has taken 3 wickets. He's playing against his brother Craig in this match.
Did he get him out? Is the question. And have a look at that.
We'll have more at tea with Ken and Howells. Every ball of every match is live on the BBC Sport website and app. A brief break in the blast for a round of championship matches.
Craig Overton is not out. So his brother is yet to.
So he's still that. He's batting at the moment, is he?
He's not hitting him for too many. Somerset's first team batting lineup have struggled throughout the season. They've had a few low scores.
Apart from when they played against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Well, they racked up quite a few. And Gloucestershire didn't rack up very many. Actually, Jack Leach took wickets in that match. I think he got 8 in the game. Here's a short ball and a drop catch. We'll have to wait for the umpire. There was a pull shot from Root. It's gone down 5 for 4 somethings. No buys. It was quite close to the glove. Henry banging it in short. Root went for the pull shot. Missed it clearly, according to the umpire. And Blundell could not get across and stop it cleanly. Got a glove to it. And it went away for 4 buys. Very close to the glove. And they're close to Blundell's glove as well, but not into it. That was the problem. 4 more runs to the total. 291 for 2.
Yeah, you get a sense that the
pull shot missed it clearly, according to the umpire. and Blundell could not get across and stop it cleanly. Got a glove to it, and it went away for 4 by, very close to the glove. And they're close to Blundell's glove as well, but not into it. That was the problem. 4 more runs to the total. 291 for 2.
Yeah, you get a sense that the New Zealand keeper's hands are battered and bruised.
Yeah. Grimacing. Henry goes in again to bowl to Root, who clips that away. 4 runs through mid-wicket. Hits the rope now. There are 2 fielders in that short mid-wicket area, and he found the gap between them. Punishing for New Zealand this.
I know the highlights are on at 7 o'clock, and you'll no doubt tune in to watch them, but Joe Root's innings so far has felt like a highlights reel.
I think they're going to have to leave some of the 4s out tonight. There's so much going on today. 295 for 2, and we're only about halfway through the day's play, or just past the halfway point. Root to 84 from 98 balls. Henry bowls to him. Root looking at a single there towards Southey, coming in from second slip, but once bitten, twice shy on that, because he set off not so long ago for a single and was sent back by Pope, I think rightly as well. And just put the ultra edge on that pull shot, because I mean, it must be an optical illusion, because it looked as if he got some glove on it, but nothing on the ultra edge, and the umpire gave it his buys as well. There's not much reaction from the Kiwis out there. 295 for 2. Henry bowls a short ball just outside the off stump. Root plays it well, getting the head out of the line of the ball, and then he plays the uppercut shot after the ball had gone past. There is no deep third. There's a deep backward point, really, quite wide there. So it would have been a safe shot if you got decent bat on it. We've already seen Ollie Pope uppercut 1 for 6 today. It's 295 for 2. Henry's nearly got a gallon up, 1 for 94. And that's 4 more, I think. Flicked away by Root down towards the fine no boundary. Sliding Young, can't get round. Diving away to his right. And the runs just keep flowing off the bat of Joe Root, who's on to 88. And England up to 299 for 2. Is that the 150 partnership?
Yeah, 150 partnership in 32 overs and a ball at 4.6 and over.
Well, it has been a quick scoring match, but this has been an ultra quick scoring partnership. Tough as is here, so too is Moeen Ali.
Afternoon all, afternoon all.
Afternoon.
How we going? This is good, isn't it?
Very good, very good.
Henry bowls, Root is forward in defence, head right over it, back up the pitch. Henry stops it, and that's the end of the over. 74 overs, so still 6 to the new ball, and England nearly got the 300 up.
Flying along. I mean, we mentioned the laws about Joe Root and his tempo. Once he gets in the groove and gets going, he's very difficult to bowl at. He's got those shots that if he comes straight, just clips away, and then, you know, he's played some glorious cover drives and can just knock it behind square and get the one as well. What a fantastic opportunity for Ollie Pope to bat with Joe Root in this kind of situation.
Totally agree. I think the most impressive thing about Joe is not the amount of runs all the time, it's how quick he scores them generally. When he's in, you can't stop the guy.
No.
Well, 102 balls for his 88. It's Pope on strike at the moment to Bracewell, and Pope is back playing defensively towards extra cover, and there's no run. What's
Pope's played pretty well. Pope's played pretty well as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're sitting there talking about Joe, and Ollie Pope will be absolutely delighted. I mean, a real sort of statement, isn't it, at number 3?
Bracewell to Pope, who's down the pitch driving back to the bowler. Pope has to scuttle back because it got to Bracewell quickly, and Pope was a long way down. Bracewell didn't release it. Pope's scratching away at the crease. Twiddle of the bat, settles over his bat now. Bracewell already ready to go in and bowl to him. And here he is. He bowls to Pope. Pope down the pitch again, clipping this to Southey at straight mid-wicket. Tumbling save from him. There's no run. They've got a long on in and a deep square leg. The rest up. There's one close catch, a slip quite wide. Bracewell bowls a bit shorter, nudged away by Pope to the right of deep mid-wicket for a single. 300 up for England.
Yeah.
300 for 2. And they've got there inside 75 overs, and those spectators who bought a ticket for Sunday, gambled with the Sunday, and it's a full house here, are thoroughly enjoying what they're seeing from England's batters today. Bracewell bowls, sweep shot from Root, tumbling save at short fine leg. by Jameson, diving away to his right. Root's timed the ball so well. He hit that so clean as well, but just too close to the fielder to get a run.
He looks like he's got a big bat at the moment, and everything's just sort of bowled onto the middle of it.
He's 88 not out. Make that 89 not out as he goes back and forces that away square with the wicket on the offside. Bolt's there again. He's feeling...
Must be nice to be in Nick, you know what I mean? Must be nice. I've never experienced that. You know, that you just come out, I mean, played beautifully at Lord's, and then it's just come out here and it's just been like falling off a log, isn't it? It's just like, you know, normal service has been, you know...
What does it feel like, Mo?
Yeah, what does it feel
I
like?
don't know, I've not been in Nick long enough.
Oh, no,
But
come
imagine
on.
being Joe Root, who's in Nick for 3 years, I think it is now. It's been amazing for him.
Yeah, you must wake up in the morning with a big smile on your face, enjoy your eggs, you know what I mean? Yeah, lovely. Yeah, must be nice.
Joe Root's fastest century to date is from 118 balls. That was a brilliant innings against Australia in the first test of the 2015 Ashes in Cardiff. So with 89 off 104, he's
in with a chance.
Chance of beating
He
that.
likes it here as well, doesn't he? Scored a couple of buttes here.
Isn't this his home ground as well?
Yeah,
In the
Rockets.
100?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Trent Rockets.
Sorry.
He has played some amazing innings here. You're right.
Oh,
100 last year against India.
What an innings that
Yeah.
was.
Right, he's 89 not out. Here's Henry going in to bowl to him. And he pulls that out towards deep square leg. Bolt is there. New Zealand have got 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the leg side boundary, so they're going for a bit of leg theory here. Root smacked that away, a bit like the Saturday night at Lord's when they put a few men back and they were in the closing overs and they were testing out in the middle of the pitch. Root getting on top of it, guiding it along the ground, not hitting it up. 302 for 2, Root into the 90s. Pope on 132, Henry bowls him short, and Pope ducks underneath that.
And I've just been wandering around the ground as well, just to do something for the highlight show tonight at 7 o'clock, which was great fun. And the whole of the ground is right on it. They're right on it, you know, they're all buzzing and chatting about it. You know, as you said, what a fantastic to get a Sunday seat. You know what I mean? You could really feel the sort of goodwill from the spectators.
Well, they have been thoroughly entertained today. Henry bowls and Pope gives himself some room and clackers that through deep backward point for 4. That was a one-day shot. Lots of leg side fielders. Right, I'll go towards the square leg umpire and uppercut it for 4 through the offside.
Yeah, that really
306 for 2. Pope to 136.
Yeah, that really was, because he knows with this field, it's literally the only ball he can bowl. He can't bowl full, he can't bowl offside, he can't do anything. So he can give himself a bit of room. And he has played a one-day shot, and he's a very good one-day player at the same time.
Well, this is when, as a bowler, you do start to scratch your head a little bit, because you're going, well, hold on a minute, where do I go now? And now he's decided to come round the wicket.
Yeah. We've had 3 batting hundreds in this match. We now have 4 bowling hundreds. Matt Henry, 1 for 103 in the 20th over.
Nasty. No need for that.
Just the facts. Just the facts, Tubbers. Round the wicket, Henry, short, pulled away by Pope, swatting it into the ground towards mid-wicket.
It's carnage. Shot a ball.
Well, the game will change a bit in a few overs' time, won't it? Because we're moving towards the new ball, 75.4 overs.
So now Ollie Pope's highest test score is all beating the 135 not out he had in South Africa.
Lovely.
Well, he was improvising in that game as well, and all sorts of strokes.
Lots of those uppercuts in them. Yes,
yeah,
that's
ramps.
right.
I think he played a ramp.
Yeah.
Here's Henry bowling a short ball and pulled away by Pope down towards fine leg. Young is there. Returns to Blundell, 1 more to the total.
Yeah, you feel they're hanging on a bit here for that newie, don't they? Just get us through to the new ball.
I would probably even give Daryl Mitchell a little bit of a trundle. I know he's real slow and he's just something a little bit different. Yeah, maybe. I mean, just to get through and get to that new ball as quick as possible.
Because they're enjoying the pace on.
Yeah.
Enjoying the pace on. Sometimes you just get trapped, play around that front pad, you relax, you see a sort of not a part-timer.
307 for 2. Henry bowls another short ball, pummeled away by Root towards the deep backward square leg boundary. Some good fielding out there, I think. It was knocked back inside the rope. They're coming back for 2. And Bolt eventually sending the return in. I think it was Nichols who stopped that. Another scramble. It was hit so quickly by Root, so beautifully timed.
Yeah.
He's on to 92. It's 309 for 2. 4 overs to go until the new ball.
Matt Henry started with 3 maidens in his first 4 overs and just 4 runs, and the 16 overs since he's conceded another 102.
Oh, ouch.
Ouch. Sort of almost 6.5 and over.
Yes. He's actually bowling here in a way that we normally see from Wagner. Bowling
Yes.
left arm over, hitting the middle of the pitch.
You're right, but Wagner is a master at it.
Yeah.
He's a little bit more to it than just running up and slamming it in the dirt and bowling short. He's got a process, and he thinks about it a bit more. They're missing him here, the Kiwis.
Yeah, Bracewell bowls, reverse sweep, goes to slip along the bank. So and then Mitchell. Mitchell went to, I don't know, what was he trying to do? Throw it to somebody, and he threw it behind him, and they got a single. Well, it's all going wrong for New Zealand at the moment. Mitchell's got a smile on his face. Well, he got 190 in the first innings. He's feeling happy about his performance in this match. He's dropped a couple, he's caught one. Just thrown the ball. I'm not sure Bracewell will be so happy about that. Let's have a look.
I think it was a catch. It was a crowd catch. He's going to fake it.
He's gone for the
So he
crowd.
was celebrating the crowd catch, was he? Yeah, I wonder why he chucked it up in the air. Bracewell bowls. It's pushed back down the pitch by Root. No run.
I remember Graham Thorpe dropping a catch off Devon Malcolm in Perth, and when he dropped it, he then booted it.
Yeah.
And he booted
Took
it
over the
for
boundary. Yeah.
Devon weren't happy.
Bracewell to Root. Root back, clipping that away towards mid-wicket. It was quite deep. They
Good
pinch a
run,
single.
yeah.
Very
Good
good running. Pope alive to that. Root to 93 from 108 balls. So he's got to score 7 in the next 9 balls to get his fastest Test 100. Not that that'll be on his mind, but it's notable. I mean, he's played so fluently today. 311 for 2. Bracewell to Pope. Pope nudges this through square leg for a single. It's so easy. The runs just coming in such a straightforward manner for England. It is a bit like a one-day game at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if Joe is actually thinking at least get my 100 before the new ball, because I know he's got a lot of runs and he'll be fine, but still, you want to get your 100 before that new ball comes, just in case.
Well, he's got 3.2 overs in which to do it. He's 93 not out. He's had a quick look over his left shoulder there, didn't he? Did you see that? Here's Bracewell bowling. Reverse sweep comes in. He's nailed that. That's going for 4. Towards deep third. He's on to 97. 316 for 2. With 1 ball left in Bracewell's over.
He's done the bowler there. He's done the bowler, because we both picked up on that immediately, didn't he? And then he did the reverse sweep. It's a bit like in basketball when you give him the old no-look pass, Don't watch the eyes. Don't watch the eyes.
Right, where's he going now? 1 ball left in Bracewell's over. Root is 97 not out. Bracewell bowls to him, and Root drives it into the onside towards straight mid-wicket, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. It's 316 for 2. Root 97, Pope 139. I'll leave you with Tuffers and Moeen, and then Alison Mitchell's coming in.
Well, it's just been a thrilling afternoon of Test cricket. Now, who says Test cricket is dull and boring? I mean, this is just wonderful, man.
It is. And just going back to that last 4 of Joe Root,
Yeah.
I mean, that is a classic inexperienced spinner. So that's happened to me many times where the batsman's looking and I'm thinking, right, he's going to sweep here, and you bowl a little bit outside off stump, just enough for him to just reverse sweep you, and you turn around and you're like, oh, he's done me there. He's done me like a kipper.
Done me.
Hello, both of you.
Hi.
Afternoon, everyone. Scintillating viewing, isn't it?
Wow.
Absolutely scintillating.
It's edge of your seat stuff. You can't take your eyes off it.
Well, the scoreboard has just been rolling on ever since the lunch break. And there's been some extraordinary shots as well, hasn't there? The one-day shots, the top edge which flew is probably only the most genuine false shot that's been played.
And I just had the feeling that, just before lunch as well, hope these 2 guys just get together, because you feel sometimes you complement each other in partnerships, don't you, in styles of play.
For sure. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Both of these guys are quite quick. They score quickly. They love bat on ball, especially when they're in, and they actually, to some degree, they're unstoppable when they're playing well on good wickets. Especially Joe, when they try to go 7-2 field, he still pierced the offside and scored quickly.
And you've got your wish there, Mo.
It's your change.
Think Mitchell is having a little dart.
Yep, Daryl Mitchell with 3 overs until the second new ball can be taken. He was the Centurion, just missed out on a double. The Centurion at Lords almost spilt some overthrows a moment ago. He's bowling to Ollie Pope on 139. Some medium pace outside the off stump. Pope just looks a little uncertain as to what to expect from him. didn't offer a shot.
Well, they'd got in such a good rhythm that sometimes just something a bit different, a little bit slower, just makes you reassess a bit, doesn't it? And you have to start thinking, well, where am I going to keep ticking him over from?
Yeah, you lose that bit of concentration,
Yeah.
little focus, and you think you've got to hit the ball a bit harder now.
5 fielders in catching positions on the offside. As Mitchell's in again, forward comes Pope, and he's defending, coming forward in a fraction outside the off stump. It's got a long follow-through for a medium-pace bowler. Coming almost down under Ollie Pope's nose there.
Yeah.
But how well has Joe Root played for his
There
97?
we were saying. Well, we were just saying it's been an absolute joy to be here and watch it. Just gets better and better for me, and you just feel perhaps the captaincy off the shoulders. I know we've been talking about it a bit. There's smiles out there, and just freed him up. Even though he was pretty free when he was captain, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think he was
You can
averaging.
enjoy it even more now.
He was averaging 80 when he was captain. I think now he'll be averaging 100.
There you go. The slip cordon's been bolstered here for Mitchell to Ollie Pope. As there's 2 now, catching behind the bats, outside the off stump, and a more elaborate sort of leave, taking a stride outside off and through to the keeper, Blundell. So Ollie Pope's had a look at a few outside the off stump. He hasn't been tempted to go after any. And those catches all in position. Mid-wicket's been brought up as well.
I think he's waiting for the length. If he gets the right length, with the way he played that, he's going to, if he gets it short, he's going to try and pick him up. I think on the leg side, if it's a bit fuller, then try and pierce that offside.
Yeah, mid-off, mid-on are both up. Mitchell turns at the end of his mark, comes bustling in, a sweatband on his left wrist, right arm over his bowling. There is an attempted drive, gets it through short extra cover, picked up though by mid-off, moving across to his left-hand side. There's a single though to take Pope on to 140. England 317 for 2, 236 behind. And all eyes now on Joe Root, who is 1 boundary away from his 100. He's on 97.
Very difficult when you're in the field in this situation, because you do end up with some very strange fields, and you look around going, hold on a minute, have I got this right? I've got 4 here, 2 there, 2 there, 3 here. Because you end up trying to follow the ball a bit.
Somehow Root's been able to find the gaps. Root on 97. Mitchell bustling in, Root coming forward. Now, what happened to that? Oh, it's dropped right in front of him, so it struck him on the body. He was obscured from view from right behind him here.
He's had a little chip down at him there. I think he's just gone to take a couple of paces at him, and it was just a bit near to him, and he's just...
Got a bit cramped, didn't he?
Yeah.
Jabbed at it almost.
Yeah, he went down and across, actually, so just to try and work it through the leg side.
Well, that's where the gaps are, isn't it?
Yeah.
Square. Looks up and sees point in place. A second slip in a gully, or 2 gullies almost, as Mitchell is in. Root takes a stride outside off, raises his bat, shoulders, arms, lets it go through. So he's kept nice and patient. He's just going to wait for the ball where he's able to.
He doesn't strike me as the guy who gets nervous in the 90s. Not that I've ever been there, but it must get a little bit tense. But it was a good little bowling change, that, actually. It's just threw a bit of just stopped that momentum, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's what's been New Zealand's problem ever since the break, hasn't it? It's been a juggernaut.
Yeah, even when they tried to go 7-2, like I mentioned earlier, Joe Root still managed to score fairly easily and quickly, and Joe Root is very hard to tie down. I can't remember anybody really tying him down at all.
Is he number 1?
He's number 2 currently, isn't he? Yeah.
Number 2 in the world, behind Marnus Labuschagne. He didn't have a very productive Ashes series.
Oh, no.
And also last year, he did have his longest ever run without a 50 in Test cricket.
It's Bracewell continuing, Pope skipping forwards, chips it back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler, no run.
I think it was a 10 innings run, the end of the series in India on some very difficult pitches, and the 2 tests against New Zealand at the start of last summer. But, amongst that, he's heading for his 10th 122 tests.
Pope facing up again, a little bit quicker that time off the back foot, finds short extra cover. There's a catcher there, Mitchell still at slip, and Southey is at a silly mid-on position, a little wider than the edge of the pitch.
That's almost 50% in my book, isn't it?
Short mid-on Southey. In goes Bracewell again. Just goes back, creates some room to work it square, fractionally in front of square to take the single, and the crowd like that because it brings Root on strike to the debutant spinner, 3 runs away from his 100.
3 balls left from the offie as well. What's he
Root's
going to do here?
97 off 112. Root crouches, waits for Bracewell. Clips it into the onside. Scurries through for a 1. 98. Easing his way up to the 3-figure mark. There's a bit of a hush around Trent Bridge, isn't there?
I'd say he's going to get
anticipation.
He's going to get a fantastic reception, you know.
Yeah.
3 Test hundreds on this ground already.
Ooh, 2 more runs to get.
Sorry.
Rewind.
Bracewell in. Pope on 141 and goes Bracewell. Goes back, little dabble. Steers it out towards Trent Boult. He's in from the boundary. He's been having a lot of interaction with the crowd, hasn't he? Down on the rope.
I don't know Trent Boult. Do you know him?
I know him a little bit, yeah. He's an interesting character. He's a very good guy, but he's just started to create these mannerisms about himself.
In goes Bracewell. Forward goes Pope, back up the pitch. Fields in one hand. And that ends the over. So Root will be on strike for the start of the next. We've had 79, so 1 more over of the old ball and can reach his 100 in the next one. 319 for 2.
I mean, we always go on about the new ball and, you know, it's worth a couple of wickets, but with a couple of guys in form, that could really stop.
Well, the hard ball could pin, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, actually, Joe Root, his one theory is that when he's in like this and the new ball does come, he does go harder a little bit because he feels like he needs to, otherwise he has the same sort of technique tempo. That new ball seems to get him out, so I won't be surprised if he scores even a bit quicker.
Yeah.
The crowd are going to be alive to this situation. Root has got ever closer to his 100. There's a bit of a spread field, a ring on the offside. 6 fielders on the offside. As Mitchell is in, Root leans back into the ground and then into the hands of Gully.
Such a good shot, honestly. It's such a difficult shot to play. To gather that sort of pace is a great shot.
Just leans back, doesn't he? Opens the face.
To get it down.
Yeah, like a late cut. I'm going to call that a...
double late cut?
Well, I'm going to call it a chonk. Sort of a chonk. I don't quite know how to explain that one.
I think it looks more elegant than a chonk sounds.
Yes.
Root on 98. In goes Mitchell's looking to drive. He's found the gap, but only as far as cover to take him on to 99. The gap between point and short extra cover. So the wait goes on a little longer and it's building glorious tension and anticipation around this packed Trent Bridge ground. Nobody is going to the bar, nobody is going to the toilet. Everyone is staying firmly in their seats. And if they needed to go, well, they might just be a little desperate now. He's been in the 90s for a little while. It felt as if he was going to reach 3 figures in no time at all, about 10 minutes ago. Pope 141, in goes Mitchell. He's forward, fielded at point, and there's no run.
I think he'll be hoping Pope gets a single here. Just so he's got at least a couple of balls to get that one extra single to get him to the 100, and then the new ball comes.
Yeah, have that moment of release.
Yeah.
Know that it's there. It's just an absolute privilege to watch someone at the top of their game, a great of the game, as he already is. They're in the pantheons. Gone above Yunus Khan now, hasn't he, on the all-time list of test run scorers this innings. Mitchell, leap at the crease. Fuller, drivable length for Pope. Misfield, they'll take the single. Bracewell picks up, flings the ball wide of the stumps, and they're through for the 1. So Root is back on strike. 2 balls left in the over. And listen to the crowd now. Willing him on. They want to witness another very special moment in the career of a very special England player. Root's wandered down the pitch, picked up a loose bit of dirt and tossed it away. Wind is rippling his shirt. Fielder comes up at mid-wicket. Slipper Gully, point, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on. And also everyone is coming up, knowing Root's 1 run away from the 100. Joe Root on 99. Here comes Daryl Mitchell bustling in. Root steps forward, looks to chop, could have chopped him up to his stumps, but it's running away down to the final leg boundary for 4. And Joe Root looks a little sheepish as he then hugs Ollie Pope. But he's done it. It is another 100 in the career of Joe Root. 100 number 27. Now he kisses the badge, now he raises both arms, and that familiar smile is back again. Consecutive hundreds, back-to-back innings for Joe Root for the third time in his career. It's another spine-tingling ovation at Trent Bridge.
He really is a phenomenal player. Honestly, he's even that. He made the inside edge look good.
Only Root could do that.
Probably one of the only full shots he's played in that. Perhaps he had one just before lunch where Southey could have caught it, and apart from that, I mean, that's just peeled another one off. I mean, wow.
And we forgot to look at the number of balls. That is his fastest. Test 100 as well, 116 balls. Michelin once again leaning back in that glorious glide down to third man. Take a single, gets down to the other end. 326 for 2.
I think they all have been waiting, because now there's a big rush for the loo.
There's going to be a queue. There's going to be a queue for the toilets.
It's 116 balls with his 17th and at least pure 4 of the innings. Yeah, as you said, this is the quickest of his 27 Test centuries, and he's moved ahead of Garfield Sobers on the most centuries list. He's now tied with Alan Border, Virat Kohli, Graham Smith and Steve Smith on 27. Tendulkar still a way out in front, 51. With this rate, it'll take him another couple of years to get there. It's his 10th 100 in 22 games, as I mentioned earlier on, and he's converted 10 of his last 14 scores of 50 into centuries, having converted only 6 of the previous 32. So it's been a big change in his batting over the last 2 years. And I wonder, Moan, whether you think that might be due to the fact he's been playing a lot less white ball cricket, very little T20 cricket. Do you think that might have helped the sort of concentration skills that he's shown in Test the last couple of years?
Yeah, certainly has. But the biggest change he did was he actually, so during COVID, when there was everyone was locked down, he actually trained his success. So he got all his dismissals, had a look where he can get better. So someone like him is going through this whole process, and he worked on it, and he did this thing where he was batting, he'd bat 30 overs on the machine, have a break, 30 overs again on the to help his concentration so he can bat a whole day.
Here's the new ball, and it's Southey, and there is immediate shape away swing from Joe Root. He lets it go, wanders away towards the square leg. Huge moment, he's got to have the come down now.
Yeah, and I think that really helped his game, because he obviously studied his own game. He's right, I got LBW this many times, let's take that out of the equation almost. And that is why he's so good, and that's what makes him a great and probably our best ever player. Yeah. Because he does put himself under a bit of pressure, but it's the way he trains was the most impressive thing.
Averaging 50.09 now. Southey again, away swing, left well alone by Root.
Something good came out of lockdown, isn't it?
Well, in a way, I mean, there's so much cricket that is played. I mean, there's always analysis in the dressing rooms, but actually to have, some time to really think and not be playing almost as much.
Yeah. Well, most of us, average players, will be just happy. Maybe during lockdown, we would have done nothing. He would have been thinking about his game, thinking about how he can get better, and that really sets him apart.
Yeah.
Southey running in from the Ratcliffe Road and a little fuller that time, still left alone by Root, who's just so well set and impeccable judgment. Again, happily shouldering arms, letting it go through to Tom Blundell.
It's just the sort of ease. It's the ease of it, isn't it? It's almost like, sometimes you see people with hundreds and it's bobbing and weaving and sort of sweat, coming off them and everything. It's just like...
Well, for the pace of the 100, it's just been sublime, hasn't it?
Sublime.
His fastest of his career.
Sublime.
Southey's up past the umpire. Bowls now to Root. Another ball that's swinging away, and he lets it go. So he's quite happy to see these go, and hasn't been forced to play a shot yet. This new hard ball. Bide his time. 3 slips in place. Conventional field is back for Southey and the new ball.
Still trailed by 2 and 227.
It's still substantial, isn't it? Got to be mindful of that.
Yeah, for sure. But I think if ever there was a time where you're not so worried about being behind the side, it's today on this wicket with these 2 guys playing the way they are.
Yeah.
Partnership worth 179 now.
Ooh, yeah.
Root taps his bat, stands tall. Southey's in. We did have a dabble at that. Went for a cut shot, missed. The ball swinging away, taken by Blundell. Just a moment of early alarm against the new ball. Safe for Root. He's wandering away towards a square leg now, tucking his bat under his arm, readjusting his gloves.
Just that extra bit of zip with a new ball, I think.
Yeah. just hurried him a bit. What's it like when you get 100, Mo?
Have you dreamt about it?
Well, I've been quite disappointed with. I've never got there. What?
Southey in again now, and Root does work this away out towards deep point. And jogs through for a single. 105 in England, 3:27 for 2. End of the over from Southey.
I mean, there's obviously a big release of emotion and sort of what, you know, that goal's been achieved and everything, because a lot of people do get out from 100 and... Why is that, do you think? Is it difficult to get yourself back up again? You've got to start again?
Yeah, I think when you go out and you set your innings and you get to a certain point, maybe 30, 40 night, you think, right, this is my time to get 100 for the team, for your own self, etc. And then once you get there, the guys who, you kind of then, I've got my goal, I've done my bit, almost, and you kind of lose that little bit of concentration, and then that motivation almost. The great players obviously go on and score those big, like Alistair Cook, Joe Root, these guys, they score big hundreds, and they don't. So they set their stall out. When they're in, they're going, because they know that cricket is a funny game.
Ooh.
And there'll be periods where you don't score runs, and so when they're in, they cash in as much as players like myself, and a few other guys who like to be a bit more free scoring. We just kind of think we've done all right, and we're pretty happy with what we've done.
Trent Boult has the new ball in his hand, and Root's on strike. 2 sips and a gully, and that has passed the bats. He moved forward defensively. Trent Boult with a bit more of a spring in his step now. He's got a new ball in his hand, and he doesn't have to revert back to a watchful period, perhaps, just for a short amount of time.
Well, just a little bit, yeah, for sure. You want to, as you say, still 2-2-7 behind. You can't be racing ahead. You've got to give very good bowlers respect with a new ball. You've got to earn that right again to start getting into that momentum again and getting into that pattern of play. So it's going to take 10 or 15 overs.
This will be the last over before tea as well, no doubt. Full clipped off his toes.
Or not.
Out through mid-wicket for 4. Well in front of square. And Root's just waited till he's got the one, and he knows he could work away. Neat clip, well timed. 222 behind at 3:31 for 2.
And that's a great thing about the new ball. It flies off your bat when you're in, and the way he's playing, that's a beautiful shot.
He's gone with the in-swing, hasn't he?
Let's take that off about sort of middle and off, off stump, middle and on. Just gauge the swing. Gorgeous.
Well, it's an absolute treat for everybody in at Trent Bridge here today,
I'm
supporting England. Boult rushing in again. I think he just withdrew his bat at the last moment. Zipped through to Blundell, hasn't been able to take it cleanly. And that hand must really still be bothering him, because there's been a number of spills behind the stumps today.
You always know wicket keepers when you're in the pub, because they sort of hold the pint with both hands, because all their fingers are all a bit wonky.
Yep. It's a scrambled scene from Trent Boult, that last delivery. Got a nod of approval from Root. Oh, he's driving and missing. More expansive shots attempted, and through it goes once more. So just edgy moments in the build-up to tea, and the last thing England want, having got Root to the 100, the new ball taken, is to lose one just before the interval.
Sometimes this period is very difficult because he's playing well, he's timing the ball beautifully, and you want to feel bat on ball, but you just got to respect it a little bit more than you probably would do generally.
Just that bit of extra bounce, bit of extra nip with the harder ball.
2 balls left in the over. Root leaving that one alone, got closer to the body.
But it's so difficult to stop your body from actually going on instinct. So I think if you can get to tea here, we've done well.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah. Play for sessions. Always try to play for end of sessions, don't you? Don't give them that opportunity just to take one and just lift yourselves.
Momentum, isn't it, to move into the break with.
And actually in the last year or so, the issues we had was we lost a lot of wickets in those situations.
Yeah.
And in clumps. Boult rushing in, Root leaving that one alone. Tumbling away to his right. Blundell does take that, but what a session it's been for England. They scored at a rocketing pace, particularly in the first half of this session. But Joe Root, his fastest ever Test 100, goes in unbeaten on 109 off 129 balls, alongside Ollie Pope on 142, and together they've put on 184 for this third wicket. So it's been a fabulous effort. The pat on the back for Ollie Pope from Joe Root, and significance for both, for Root for continuing his incredible form in his role as the former captain, And for Ollie Pope in his elevated position to number 3, England and 331 for 2. Still got 222 runs to make up the deficit, but Moeen, for Ollie Pope, he's going to get really warm applause. Both of them will, walking off now. But really significant moment for him, to get
massively.
that 100.
I think he would have learned so much from this inning so far, and hopefully learn more as he's going on, because he's kind of had to take a back seat in the last 40 minutes, half an hour. And that's very difficult when you're 100 not out. So he's played really, really well, and it's the maturity that we need at number 3. So hopefully, going forward, I think he would have learnt so much from today.
Yeah, special session there.
When was not been too many sessions like that in English cricket to watch, has there?
No,
in test matches. Two batsmen going into an interval unbeaten on 100.
Beautiful, great
Admittedly,
stuff.
still a long way behind on first innings, but the signs are looking good.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want. Going forward over this new regime where we want guys to score big. When they ring, go big, play positive cricket kind of thing, and very, very pleasing to watch.
Feel the bowling figures, Andy?
Well, listen away now, New Zealand supporters. Southey, none for 67 from 20. Bolt, 1 for 60 from 18. Henry, painful 1 for 106 from 20. Jameson, none for 60 from 16. Bracewell, 6 overs for 21. Mitchell, 2 overs for 8 in the session. 136 runs for no wickets from 28 overs. Going at 4.8 and over since New Zealand got Johnny Bairstow out in the second innings at Lord's. England have scored 541 for 3 from 141 overs. Joe Root, since he came in the second innings at Lord's, is now undefeated with 224 runs from his last 299 balls.
It's incredible, isn't it? He keeps on giving and giving. Sun shining at Trent Bridge then. Movement in the crowd now as all those who have been utterly drawn to the action in the middle, stretching their legs and able to get some refreshments. Ground staff are out, taking care of the pitch. But what a session it has been. More after tea then with that new ball. Scintillating to see what Pope and Root can go on to. Phil has left us, but Moeen Ali is staying for the tea break. And because in a moment, we're going to be finding out a little bit more about the South Asian Cricket Academy. But first of all, we will just check in on today's action in the LV County Championship, because 8 games are in progress, and don't forget every ball is live on the BBC Sport website and app. And Kevin Howells is at Taunton, the leaders Surrey. Kevin have been having a very good opening day against Somerset. Afternoon to you.
Yeah, hi Ali. Yeah, good afternoon. Somerset 147 for 8, and you're correct about Surrey. I mean, Somerset won the toss, elected to bat first. This clearly is not going as they envisaged. However, the afternoon session, really, we've still got a few overs left of it, has been a tale of 2 players leaving the field retired hurt, one of them having now come back out, and that's Craig Overton, who's not out on 20, got Peter Siddle on 2, but Craig Overton came back out into the middle when Josh Davey had to retire injured on 25. He got a nasty delivery from Jamie Overton on the back of the head. For Craig Overton, he took a nasty blow from the bowling of Dan Worrell early on in his innings. And the finger, do look away now, the finger had to be popped back into its socket. I was certainly looking away at the time, but clearly an awful lot of pain, Craig Overton. He's battled on, and in this battle they're doing a reasonable job actually for Somerset, because the 8th wicket fell when the score was 95 for 8. As I say, they've now taken on to 147 for 8 with Craig Overton on 20, Siddle on 2, and when Craig Overton came back out to the middle, Jamie, his brother, who of course now plays for Surrey, was bowling and bowled a short delivery at him. No love lost there, clearly, on the field of play I'm talking about, of course. But it's been a fascinating afternoon session for that little tussle, and we'll see how it all plays out in the latter part of this opening day of this 8 matches, should I say, in this round of matches, which is come in the middle of the T20 blast. There are 3 other games in Division 1, 2nd versus 3rd, being played out at Hampshire. Hampshire taking on Yorkshire. Yorkshire 179 for 2 in that game there. I mentioned at lunchtime, of course, not only got Craig Overton released by England to play for Somerset here, but Harry Brook allowed to play for Yorkshire in that fixture against Hampshire, and Brook is 52 not out. George Hill on 83 and Yorkshire at 183 for 2. After Yorkshire chose to bat first in that game against Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl. Warwickshire now 173 for 5 against Lancashire. Half century for Sam Hain. He's having a good season with the bat, is Sam Hain. And Gloucestershire versus Kent, 2 bottom teams in Division 1 without a win. Gloucestershire 236 for 4. and his recovery after a fourth wicket partnership between Miles Hammond and Glenn Phillips. Glenn Phillips is still there, not out, with a half century. Miles Hammond also getting a 50, but he's now out. Gloucestershire 236 for 4 in that game. 4 matches going on in the second division. Rachin Ravivindra, the New Zealander, of course, he's on his debut for Durham, and he's got himself a century there as well. They're taking on Worcestershire at Chester Street. Moeen might not want to hear this, but Durham are 252 for 1 in that game. Durham choosing to bat first. The leaders in the second division, Middlesex, are 176 for 7. They're playing that game away to Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Sussex 161 for 5 in the game in Cardiff, taking on Glamorgan, and Leicestershire are 231 for 3 in the East Midlands derby. They're playing Nottinghamshire. They're at Leicester. Lewis Hill with the century there. So there you are, all the 8 matches and scores.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm glad I wasn't there to see Craig Overton have his finger pop back in. Moeen, have you ever had a dislocation?
No, thank God I haven't. No, I've seen it and it looks nasty. Yeah.
Look away now. This is the best way of approaching that. That's Kevin Howes, and remember that all the action is live on the BBC Sport website and app, all those county games. We're going to have a chat now during this interval about something very close to Moeen Ali's heart, because Moeen, you're president of the South Asian Cricket Academy, which is a non-profit organisation looking to tackle the inequalities found within talent development systems. And there's a figure, of course, that 30% of recreational players in England and Wales are British Asians, but only 5% are in the professional game. Isha Go has joined us as well. Isha, you're a patron of the organisation as well. So first of all, Moeen, explain then what the organisation is aiming to do and how it's doing that.
I think it's to open doors and give a clear pathway for players to have access to then go on to play at a higher level. I think the percentage of professional players from the British South Asian community is very low compared to the amount of players who are actually playing. And I think it was done initially, I think, on stats and things like that, and to drive it forward. And I was really for this idea, and I thought it's an amazing idea when the guy Tom Brown, a friend of ours, who come out with all the stats, and
he did a thesis almost, didn't he, through Birmingham University around this?
Yeah, Birmingham City University, and a PhD on why there is an underrepresentation in the professional game for male players. So there is one coming up for female players where there are different challenges faced, and that's going to be set up in September with Birmingham City Uni. But certainly what he found were many different kind of interesting, not the superficial things that we always hear about why there are barriers and access to playing for South Asian players, but certainly around coaching styles, things being looked at from a Western lens. How can we kind of join those things up? So it's been on the back of that research, and Moeen can obviously tell you more about how they plan to use that going forward.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the cricket, it was the umpiring, the coaching, and then the cricket side. And the cricket side really got to me, because I thought he came up with this idea that this organisation, SACA, should be playing against second team county teams to help then the South Asian players find a county and etc. Just another avenue really to get there. And that really attracted me, because I thought it's a great way for them to get another chance. And there has been already one kind of success story this year, and that really attracted me. I thought it's a great. I'm a big one on opportunity, and the more opportunities we can open up, then why not give that sort of for players? And you never know. Some people are late developers. Some people become professional a bit later on within themselves before they actually sign a contract. So. Yeah, I was just a bit more on that side of things. Yeah.
So Tom Brown is managing director and co-founder. Kabir Ali is director. So when you say gives people a second chance, what does the actual academy look like? So it's rather than sort of a training academy, a coaching academy, it's a specific team. Is that right?
There's a team. Yeah, it's almost like a squad.
Like a club itself.
Yeah, it's like a club, and they go around the country playing against second 11s. I don't think they've won a game yet, but they've had some close games, which is great. Guys have had opportunities to play and learn, getting coached by better coaches, and I just find that has really helped and given a lot of confidence to players out there who probably even struggle to get a trial sometimes, or financially might struggle to get to the games and all these kind of things, and this really supports them.
So how are they found? Have they been coming to you, or is it, I guess, the networks within the game that you have and that Kabir has, sort of identifying these players to bring them in?
Yeah, so the support Tom gets from everybody it is fantastic, and we've seen players. Kabir knows some players. Loads of the guys know players who potentially could be professional players. Some guys were professional players who were at counties and got released and finding how to get back or get a trial elsewhere. So yeah, I mean, there are different ways to find players, and we've certainly done that.
So on the female side, Isha, then you said research is going to be done. What do you see already as the challenges for British Asian women making their way in the game?
It's a slightly different challenge to the men, because already there are a lot of South Asian male players playing cricket, and as we heard there's 30% of the playing population from South Asian background, the majority from that are male, and there's an overrepresentation we're finding actually at age group level for the men, and then that underrepresentation happens as that transition into the professional game. So why is that happening? That's what Tom has been trying to ascertain. But we know with the girls, the barriers kind of start at an earlier level. So at a younger age, there are barriers there for young Asian girls. There might be interest because obviously it's in the genes. Cricket's in the genes. You watch it on telly, you play it in your backyard. But why are they not feeling like they can get into the system? And that's something we want to understand more. There are many reasons that people talk about, such as girls are channeled towards focusing on their studies. My message was always it is possible to do both. Obviously now with the women's game, far more professional contracts, another 40 introduced last year, and we're going to have regional teams that hopefully in the next 2 or 3 years will be fully professional. So there is a way of earning money properly through playing cricket for young women now. I look at a team like Middlesex and Sunrisers, who are one of the most diverse teams in the country from a female point of view, but we're not seeing that translation into England. So only 4 players from an ethnically diverse background have played for the England women's team ever. So why is that happening? Let's try and understand why.
And once you understand why, you can use that to then implement programs. And would the possible idea be to mirror what's happening with a men's team at SACA and have a similar women's team? Yeah,
and there have already been some programs that have been set up with the Warwickshire under 15 county age groups. They tried to put in place a mentorship program, which is something that I'm trying to focus on myself. Around mentorship and leadership programs. Meena Zahor, who played for Warwickshire, she also played for Pakistan and Scotland. It was almost like a trial run with the girls there, just to kind of learn from that, get the insight of what the girls need support-wise, relationships with coaches, how they're being trained, the support they're getting at home, and that will influence then how the work going forwards is shaped. But it's different for everyone. We can't obviously put South Asians in one box because there are so many different backgrounds. You go to India, you go to Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. It's there are so many different family traditions, I guess, as well. So it's really important to get to the heart of that and really try and understand what the different issues are that people face, then also educate those who may not understand what those different barriers might be.
And you, of course, were a very visible role model, still are, because of your media roles, and it's been wonderful seeing somebody like Abtaha Maqsood, who is she a patron or ambassador for the organisation? So she's got the visibility through the 100, and she has spoken wonderfully about her journey, and she's quite young to be a role model. You were talking about that earlier. It's not something you necessarily think about when you first start playing, but you soon realise that you are.
For sure. I think she's actually a huge role model, because obviously she has her different challenges. She's obviously good at cricket, wearing a headscarf while playing, which is very rare to see, and her challenges are probably different to
Isha's, when she started.
But the challenges are the same, just like you're saying. You kind of have to understand where they come from. what challenges they have, and then accept and then try and help them as much as we can.
It is one challenge, I guess, in men's cricket in particular, because this is a team now effectively acting like a club. Would say drinking culture, but just an environment where perhaps some people might not want to drink, and it's part of the socialising around club cricket. Is that a particular challenge as you see it for particular Asian communities?
Yeah, and it's a bit both ways, in my opinion. Like, from where I always came from was, if people want to drink, it's totally up to them. I'm not going to drink, and all this but it can be quite awkward for a South Asian person, or especially from a Muslim point of view, because we don't drink, we don't like to be around it too much and stuff. So these are the challenges as a South Asian we face, but also what we can also get better with, because there is naturally, culturally, in club cricket around the country, even in England, a drinking culture is part of playing club cricket, and
many sports,
many sports really, and it is good fun. Like, you see the guys having great fun. Sometimes it's a very social thing, and which is completely fine, and we've got to accept that. But also, I think from the other side, people have to also accept that we don't like to be around that, and that shouldn't be a problem. And that's the thing. It shouldn't be a problem for anybody. And from my experience in the England change room, in particular, which I always talk about, is the culture is so good. And we've sat down, we've spoken, we speak so easily and openly that it becomes it's normal for everybody now. And I don't think they see me as an Asian person with an Asian background, with a beard and all. They just see me as a human being, which is awesome. And that's what we want from soccer and going forward everywhere.
And an important point that interested me greatly is the time span you've put on this, because actually it's for a limited number of years, isn't it? Because you want it to feel as if this won't actually be necessary by the time you've come through a cycle.
Yeah, of course. And once I've finished, or Adil Rashid or whoever has finished, the next group of guys to come in from South Asian background, or any sort of background that is different, it's easy for them, and it's very understandable for them to settle in.
And that will come through the research, won't it? Is talking to people and finding if they are now finding it easier to come through. You will have felt as if the Saka has done a job.
Yeah, it's a short-term solution while we're going through this transition in the game at the moment for inclusivity and to make it a game for everyone. And that takes everyone kind of understanding, what is happening. There are so many amazing initiatives. ACE is a wonderful initiative, but it's how do we all link up and also learn from each other. So I think it's really important. NACC, Cricket for Girls, there's so many amazing things happening in the game. Lord Tavs, I understand the Learning Disabilities team won in Australia today, which is fantastic.
England's success in Australia, which is definitely something to be celebrated.
But this is where we're all heading to, isn't it? Just that understanding, that willingness to learn and be better and try and create a game where you don't see any barriers.
Thanks to you both. I can see the New Zealand team are gathering in the pavilion, getting ready to come out and take the field. The umpires are making their way down on the steps. So that is the South Asian Cricket Academy, hearing from Isha and Moeen about that. Now, you can see Alistair hovering, so I'm thinking Alistair is possibly coming in alongside here. Simon's going to be coming in to guide you through this session. A post tee. The ball is new. New Zealand desperately need to break a partnership which has been a delight to watch for England fans here at Trent Bridge, seeing Joe Root storm to his 27th Test 100, the fastest of his career. So it's still a fine evening, some high cloud up above. And spectators taking their seats once again to, from their point of view, hopefully watch another scintillating session and to eat into this deficit, which currently stands at 222 on first innings, but Root on 109 and Pope on 142. Coming back out now with England on 331 for 2, ready for this evening's session, as is Simon Mann. Over to you.
Thank you, Alison. 2.5 hours entertainment left, 34 overs to be bowled, so we'll be heading to 6:30. And where are England going to be at the close of play today? They've had a wonderful day so far, about as good as they could have hoped for, in actual fact. So they've taken the score from 90 for 1 to 331 for 2, so 241 for 1 today. And they're 222 runs behind, with hundreds for Pope and for Root, and 67 for Alex Lees, his highest Test match score. Pope's made his highest Test match score as well. Joe Root has made his fastest Test 100. What's not to like about England's batting, Alistair?
there's a few CB rounds, aren't there? Lees have to buy a round for the lads. Pope have to buy one. I think they could probably force one out of Joe Root for his quickest one as well. But it has been brilliant batting, and they'll just have to weather this next half an hour with the new ball.
Here's Southey going to bowl to Pope, and Pope gets an away swinger, which he leaves. That was a potentially good ball from Southey. But he read it well, Pope. He started quite close to off stump and swung away. During the tea interval, we've had an outbreak of pedantry from next door, from someone who's part of our commentary team yesterday, but it's not part of our commentary team today, thank goodness. Daniel Norcross saying that about Pope's first class 100 north of the Thames. Here is Southey bowling. Forward goes Pope, squeezing that way into the offside for one, possibly two. Yeah, he's tapped down. He's coming back for the second. Throws on its way. And it's taken by Blundell, the wicket-keeper. So first runs after tea. 332 for 2. And his view is that the oval is north of the Thames. You've got to think about it. You've got to think about the geography of the Thames. So some part of the oval is part.
He does think
north of some part of the Thames.
Yeah, he does, I think, some strange things, doesn't he, old Dan?
Is Southey bowling another away swing? That really did go to Root, and Root also let it go as well.
It's not north of most of the Thames, though, is it? No. I mean, on average, it's south of the Thames.
Yeah, I'm going to go south of the Thames, but there is a bit of the Thames, say Putney area, where it's south of the oval.
If you walk north from the Thames, from the oval, you end up walking into the Thames. I think that should be.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with you on that one as well, Zoltz. Yeah, 333 for 2. England 220 behind. Here's Southey bowling, struck on the patch out for LBW. Umpire Gough, nothing. Shake of the head. Pope survives. What are New Zealand going to do here? How many reviews have they got left? They've got 3 left. England have got 3 left. They are not going to go for it. And they haven't created many review opportunities in New Zealand in this bowling effort.
No, there hasn't been many LBW shouts. I don't think an LBW shout in the game, really, which has been close, but very high. It was Southey did the set-up 2 away, and that was definitely a straight one, and hit Pope on the inside thigh. It looks by his reaction, he might have just missed his inside thigh pad, and that will sting with a bruise.
Southey goes into bowl to Pope, outside the off stump, another away swinger. Pope lets it go. It's probably straight enough, but too high. I think that's what the technology, once they put it on that incident, will show us.
So it'd be a good test for England, and
here we go. Here it comes now, actually. Impact in line, wickets missing. Yeah, going over the top of middle and leg stump by quite a distance, actually. 333 for 2. Southey from the Ratcliffe Road end with 2 slips and a gully in, moves into bowl to Pope. It's full, clipped away, go for a quick single to mid-on, shut the stumps, is wide. Pope diving to make his ground. England really have run well today, or tried to be as positive as they possibly can be between the wickets, pinching singles, a bit like a one-day game, and they were home there. And what's he done? I think in diving for his ground at the non-strikers, then he might have damaged the buckle on the back of his left pad. So I think he's asked for a bit of assistance from the dressing room, so we're going to get another hold up here. 334 for 2 at the end of the first over after tea.
I think the buckle, you have 3 straps, and the buckle which you go through to strap it has come off. It's totally ripped off. So I think that had to be a new pad.
Yeah.
Which I've never seen before, like a batsman changing their pads, and it's not something you carry around a spare set of pads. So, and I know this is a very batsman thing, but your pads are your pads, and you're used to them, and they're comfy, and they're moulded around your legs. Like the first couple of times you wear them, they don't quite feel right. It takes a couple of net sessions. Or was it Derek Randall famously made his wife walk around his house, didn't he, wearing his new pads in? I think that is a true story. But I'll be interested to see what he does here.
Well, he's taken his pad off. He's waiting for one to come out of the dressing room. Also, the other thing, you need, if you haven't got a spare pair of pads, you need one that's Pope-sized.
Yeah, he's not the tallest, is he?
No. Well, someone's got a new pair. So do you want to just change one here, or do you want to change both of them?
This is you're right. He'll be wearing small men's. He looks like, I think they're like the slightly smaller like version, and yeah, he's going for the new pair by the looks of things out the packet. I've never seen this before.
No. Well, we were talking about this earlier in the Test match about how you go to cricket and you see something new most days. Not the most startling thing, but I don't think I've seen a batter rip their pad before. Did it diving for the crease at the non-striker's end.
This is England's highest third wicket stand against New Zealand since 1958, when Arthur Milton and Peter May put on 194 unbroken at Leeds. I think Arthur Milton, was he not a dual international? Did he play football for England?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, played at Gloucestershire.
And another pair of pads has run out in case he doesn't like these ones. And actually, I'm going to take this time thinking about stuff you don't see, for the first time. Cricket ground. Well, a friend of ours is on his stag do today. The Wisson family, a very famous family in Bedfordshire, cricketing family in Bedfordshire. He's on his stag do.
He's at this ground.
He's
Looks like he's in the newsstand over to our right-hand side.
He is, wearing a very nice wig, as you do on stag do. So I wish him a good stag do and hope he's having a good time.
What's his name?
Ben.
Okay.
I might try and catch up with him afterwards. It just depending on the state.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? A full day at the cricket, and it's probably best to wait until the next day to catch up with them. 3:34 for 2. Pope has padded up again. I mean, a whole phalanx of backroom staff out there with various pads and bats and gloves.
I don't quite know why he's brought the new bats out with him, but he's got his same make of pads. Gray Nichols he had, and I think he was trying on another one, but someone's found in the same pair. It's slightly ironic if he gets donged on the pad first ball now, wouldn't it?
And Bolt's ready to bowl the second over after tea. This is taking 10 minutes to get to the second over after tea. All sorts of ways we find to hold up this great game of ours. Anyway, Bolt moves in to bowl to Pope, and Pope hits this high in the air. He could well be caught fine leg. He's going to be, and he is. First ball after changing his pads. He went for a pull shot, top-edged it, down towards fine leg, and Matt Henry, I wouldn't say judged it well, but he got underneath it, and then he fell forward and held on to it. And Pope is on his way. 334 for 3. Trent Bridge rising to a very disappointed Ollie Pope, out for 145. Well, when he thinks about his innings, he'll think it's a breakthrough innings. He scored it at number 3, but all batters are greedy, and he wanted many, many more. And he walks off with a bit of disappointment on his face, and he's acknowledging the crowd. There's also frustration there. The ball after changing his pads, he is out.
An amazing reception here at Trent Bridge. You can hear that noise coming through. We've opened the windows. But on this occasion, Ollie Pope has to sit down and be very proud of that innings. Coming into this game, everyone questioning why he's batting at 3. Been a bit of a punt by the England selectors and Rob Key, and he's responded. All those doubts he would have had about belonging at international level, he has just shown over the last 6 hours or so he absolutely belongs at international level, and it was a really, really good 100 to watch and to play. And it's just that, it's amazing how the game of Test cricket has, moments where we know it's critical. We know what the next half an hour has for the development of this game. And this new ball, New Zealand knew they had to strike. If they didn't strike with it, could England get a lead was on the cards. And now, as always, a new guy coming in. The pressure's on Johnny, even though a great time to walk into bat, and what a person to have coming in when 334 for 3, but suddenly 350 for 5, and New Zealand suddenly take a big step for putting pressure on England's batting in innings 4. So, good 45 minutes of cricket coming up.
Yeah, and Johnny Bairstow coming in at 334 for 3, but he also comes in with a new ball 3.1 overs old as well, after 2 failures at Lord's in the last Test match. Well, he's taking guard from the umpire. I mean, they didn't cross while the ball was in the air. Now, of course, you can cross now in first-class cricket until October when that law changes. It's already changed in some short-form cricket.
That's what I'm saying. I don't look at me for any rules or regs about what you can and can't do, but I thought you couldn't cross. But
well,
anyway.
I think from October onwards, you have to be on. The next batter is on strike, even if they cross. But at the moment, they could have crossed, and it would have been Root on strike. Here's bowling a short ball to Bairstow, who ducks underneath it, and it's through to Blundell.
Ollie Pope's final figures: 145 from 239 balls, 3 sixes and 13 fours, the higher of his 2 Test centuries so far. The partnership was 187 and 41.3 overs at 4.5 and over.
There was a steepler for Henry on the fine leg boundary, and he took it falling forward. Bolt he had one hand up in the air as it went out towards the fine leg boundary, just waiting for it to be taken. It took an awfully long time. What do they call it? Hang time. 3:34 for 3. Bairstow waits, bat raised. Bolt bowls him outside the Ossom, across him. Bairstow lifts the bat and lets it go through to Blundell. So Bolt's second wicket, got rid of Crawley yesterday. Henry getting rid of Lees for 67.
Spare a little thought for Johnny Bairstow here. It's kind of always the way, isn't it? He's watched a brilliant partnership from Joe Root, Ollie Pope, making batting look easy. With the old ball, tiring bowlers, fields back, and he's sitting there doing the Sudoku, thinking, I'll have a bit of that when I get out there. And suddenly he's facing...
Bolt bowls, Bairstow plays that quietly back down the pitch, and there's no run.
He's facing a fired-up New Zealand, know how important the next 45 minutes is with a new ball. You can get a case of the Paul Mees in your mind mentally. You're like, here we go. Why can't I have had that? And you kind of start your innings in the wrong frame of mind. So he's going to have to work hard. No easy runs now for the next little bit to earn the right to cash in late. And Johnny Bairstow, if he gets going on this wicket, some of these games where he played one-day cricket here, where he's just unstoppable. We could get him into that kind of period.
Bairstow yet to score. Bolt bowls to him. Bairstow opens the face and runs it down into the gully region. And there's no running. There's still 219 behind. I'm just trying to remember, did Bairstow play in the 480 match?
He got 100. He got 100, I think.
I remember him pounding the ball to short boundary over there over and over again.
I think when he went up from low order to the top order in one-day cricket, obviously not take my spot, but as in like the kind of evolution of cricket, and he just bombed it. I was like, he's making this look incredibly easy. 90 goes and making it look pretty hard, and he's just destroying bowling attacks, the new ball.
Ball to Bairstow's appeal for catch behind. Nothing from the umpire, and not a huge conviction from New Zealand. It must have flicked something on the way through. It must have been a noise them to appeal, that possibly flicked the pad. Bairstow walks down to have a chat with Joe Root with a smile on his face. Let's have a look here. We're seeing it on the replay. It was across him. No, unless it was bat flicking the pad. And there's an appeal from Blundell, and Bolt pointed at Bairstow. He didn't actually turn around and appeal. I think he was saying to his slip corner, OK, what have you got for me here?
I think he said his bat must have hit his pad. But I mean, it's the only noise it could have been. But Johnny did look, that little, the look where you can't help yourself but look round. But I don't think he did it.
3:34 for 3. New over from Southey. Goes into bowl to Root. And Root dabs it into the onside, and they're off for a quick single. Bairstow responded well. That was very good running. Didn't look to be a single there, to be honest.
No, just dropped it at Joe Root's feet. Kind of rolled out to where short leg would have been, and Johnny Bairstow, probably the quickest man in the England team, responded well, actually called Joe Root through. I'd be a terrible umpire, because I would have gone on the batsman's reaction there. He's turned his head, he had to have hit it. You've just given it out. When you have that little has he or hasn't he?
Yeah. Let's see where they put the ultra edge on it. Where's the spike? There's nothing at all, actually, is there? Oh yeah, there we go. It is the bat flicking the pad. Eventually comes up after Bairstow was through the shot, half through the shot. 2:18 behind England, 3:35 for 3. Root on 110.
So as a batsman then, there's an advantage in looking guilty if you've not hit it, to try and get the opposition to burn a review. Do you train for that?
No, that's, someone said you should look at your edge when you haven't hit it or something. But
Southey bowls, short to Bairstow, ducks underneath it.
It's quite a lot to think about, though, if you're trying to think, I'm going to act, when I played and missed it, I'm going to act as if I hit it straight away. I mean, struggle enough to watch the ball, let alone do that as well.
The only problem with that is the umpire gives you out, and then you have to sort of have enough conclusive evidence to overturn it. And sometimes it isn't totally obvious. There was one earlier in the game, wasn't there, where it wasn't quite clear whether it was pad first or bat first, and then it had been, I think, given not out, and the umpire said, "Well, I haven't got the evidence to overturn that." Here's Southey bowling, Bairstow blocking into the offside, and there's no run. So you can get too clever, or if you did that, you could be getting a bit too clever.
And the cleverest man in the box thought about it. That's what we've summarised earlier in the day, didn't we, Zoltz?
Yeah.
We named you as the cleverest man. Yeah. I mean, not hard, but it's just a clever man to think about it, getting too clever.
I take no pride in that. Joe Root set a new record.
OK, let's see if we can guess what it is. 3:35 for 3. Southey bowls, Bairstow is off the mark, slipping this through, forward square leg for 4. Well, he likes them there. Firmly pushed away. 339 for 3.
It's hit that hard, though. He's firmly pushed. He's nailed that, hasn't he? Like, such a strong man. He's bulked up in the last couple of years or so. And when it comes into your area now, all that one-day cricket, he has absolutely crunched that. Firm push rocketing off for 4 through square leg.
Right out of the middle of the bat. So Root's 110. He's got his 27th 100.
I'm going to go 4.
Here's Southey bowling to Bairstow. Bairstow turns that into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket this time. And there's no run. What are you going to go for on Root's record?
It's not a record.
Oh, it's
Sorry.
not a record.
Okay.
But he's done something unusual for an England player.
For an England player.
Only Dennis Compton beats him on this.
2 successive hundreds against New Zealand.
No, it's not. It's not that. I mean, it's quite niche. This. He's got 10 hundreds in his last 22 tests, and that's the second quickest sequence of matches for an England player to get 10 centuries. Dennis Compton had, in fact, 11 in a 22-test sequence.
Whatever.
In the late 40s for England in tests.
Right. Okay. Here's Southey bowling to Bairstow outside the off stump. He back cuts for 4. Hits it hard into the ground. Goes out towards the deep backward point boundary. Bairstow's underway with 2 tremendous strokes in that over. 2 fours to him. Bairstow on 8. He was positive at Lords, and then his second innings was nipped in the bud. But he's quite a dangerous player in a way, coming in this situation for New Zealand. But England's still a long way behind. 3:43 for 3. Root 110. Bairstow has 8 more from you, Alistair, and then you'll be joined by Isha Guha.
This could be a very, very fun session for England. Often the middle order have been a rescue act for England over the last period or so, and then this position, they've got a real chance to push the advantage home, and with the players to come, or certainly the next 2, if Stokes and Bairstow get in, and it could be danger time. Well, it'd be great fun to watch. I mean, Ben Stokes is walking down the wicket at Lords. Quite know what he's going to do here to up the tempo.
The prospect of something very entertaining, but we are 5 overs into this second new ball as Bolt bowls to Root on the back foot, guiding it to point. He's seeing it like a football. There's a bit of a misfield. He shapes to maybe come through, but Bairstow says no immediately. 2 slips and 2 gullies in position for Joe Root. 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. And in fact, there's no protection out on the deep cover boundary where he scored a lot of his runs today. He's just overtaken Sunil Gavaskar as well in the leading run scorers column. Joe Root on 10,125 in 119 matches. Sunil Gavaskar 10,122 in 125 tests as Bolt past the stumps to Root, who's pushing to the offside. They'll come through for 1. Mid-off scurries round to collect the ball. Moves to 1-1-1. 3-4-4 for 3, England.
I think we might see Joe Root just change his tempo a little bit now. Because with Ollie Pope, he was a slightly more aggressive partner in that partnership, kind of helping Ollie Pope through the 90s and stuff. But now I think with Johnny Bairstow, I think he's such aware of the game situation. I think he'll just drop and run a bit more, play low-risk cricket for this session and get Johnny Bairstow on strike and kind of see and watch the carnage from the other end if Johnny gets in.
He's tracking you down, Joe Root. Alistair Cook in 5th position there as Bairstow cut in half. They go up for the appeal. Was there any bat on it? I think he definitely got some jumper through to Tom Blundell. Bolt bowling a good length delivery. I think there was a shape back into the right-hander. Given not out. Time ticking away, but they're going to go for it. Tom Latham signalling for the review. The TV umpire, Rod Tucker, you'll hear next.
It's kind of cut in, hasn't it?
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
It's the in-swinger from Bolt, nipped in as well, the seam, so it's going to be whether to inside edge. I think
like
he's missed it.
Missed the bat there, but I'll just confirm that it's not near the glove there, so can we go to ultra edge, please?
By an inch or
Split
so.
screen will help me there.
Yeah, I don't think it's hitting
Coming
the
up
glove.
now, ultra edge.
This will confirm
flat
it.
line. Flat line. Oh, we've got.
Oh.
Yep, we've got a murmur. Just go back one
Okay,
frame.
maybe
Yep,
there is
we've got
glove.
a clear spike as it's going past the glove and on the glove there. So I'll be going back to Paul on field. Paul, we've got a spike as it's going past the glove. It's touched the glove, so you'll be overturning your decision. You're out. You're on.
Well, decision overturned. Trent Bolt rising, swinging in delivery to Johnny Bairstow, coming forwards to play the ball, and it's just caught a bit of glove on the way through.
It's amazing, that front shot, wasn't it? Like Rod Tucker, heard him saying, oh, he's missed it by a good 2 or 3 inches, and kind of the depth perception totally and utterly did me. Well, I'd have given it not out and pressed sent it on the way and then looked a right idiot on the way, but they just caught his glove as the ball passed at a totally different spot. So a big wicket for New Zealand.
Yeah, 2 quick wickets. Bairstow out for 8, 344 for 4, and this second new ball is working for New Zealand. Trent Bolt's got a smile on his face at the moment. They've been waiting for this opportunity. It hasn't been great going for the bowlers today, as that round of applause and ovation is for the new England captain, Ben Stokes, striding out with purpose to meet his partner, Joe Root. England still trailing by 209 as he warms that shoulder up. Ben Stokes. That breeze just getting up a little bit here at Trent Bridge. Blustery conditions once again. A few dots of blue up in the sky, but plenty of cloud cover. Andy?
Trent Bolt now is 3 for 61 from 19.5 overs. Also had both Ollie Pope and Joe Root dropped off his bowling. So again, fraction over 3 and over. The overall run rate for the innings is just over 4 and over. So he's stood out from the rest of this attack by a large margin.
Keeps going, doesn't he, Trent Bolt? He's quite similar to Jimmy in terms of how light he is. It doesn't seem to take that much out of him to bowl. I'm sure it does, and I'm sure he's got. It does hurt, but he just keeps on going, and he's got like the bit between his teeth. I think he gave Johnny a little bit of verbals, which is kind of unlike New Zealand, but just to get under Johnny's skin. And he's definitely running. He's bowled beautifully today. Just that control of his swing.
Left armour to left-hander, Bolt bowls to Stokes, who defends back down the pitch. 3 slips and a gully in position, orthodox field for the England captain. Now, this is going to be interesting, because at Lord's, certainly early on in his innings, Ben Stokes was advancing quite a bit to Bolt.
He was, and again, it's such a strange dismissal, that, because no one knew on the field. That everyone's like shaking their heads, especially when you get asked, oh, did he hit it?
Stokes back and across. It's the top corner of the bat as he plays it down into the ground. Good length delivery again, so probing areas here for Trent Bolt. He sees an opportunity here. And that's what the best bowlers do. They're on their game when they need it the most.
Yeah, he's such a fantastic bowler. He's another guy that he hits the bat harder than the speed suggests. You know, he's coming at 81, 82, 80 miles an hour. I think he's a lot quicker than that.
Into his stride, bowling now to Stokes, who clips it past mid-wicket, diving to his right, out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. He kind of just placed it, really. But as we've seen so often here at Trent Bridge. It flies away. Stokes with his first runs. It's a boundary. He moves to 4. 348 for 4 at the end of the over, and it's England trailing by 205.
I was just saying like Bolt feels quicker. He did for me than 80 miles an hour. And someone like Ryan Harris, he was always like high on the speed gun, like 88, 89, 90, but he never felt like that quick. Brilliant bowler. I'm not saying
his
anything.
seam position.
Brilliant bowler. Hit the bat, but I think with his action, such a classic action that it was nice to pick up. Where Bolt maybe just that little bit skiddier, through the crease a bit quicker. Those visual clues as a batsman which you kind of need surprised me, and certainly that's how I found it. I'm sure other batsmen find it differently, but certainly for Bolt, he got onto you quicker than I kind of felt.
I'm recalling that delivery he bowled to you, Ryan Harris, as Southee is in to Root, who lets one go past him. Bit of shape away from the right-hander, 2 slips in a gully. It's a deep point out on the boundary. I'm sure you can find it on YouTube. It kind of angled in at you and then left you and hit the top of off, did it?
I try and forget moments like that because that was...
But if you look at the seam on that delivery, it's
don't rub it in.
ridiculous.
Don't rub it in more.
There was I wrote an article about your wisdom when you passed 10,000 runs, and in that Ashes series, you were clean bowled by Johnson and Harris.
Here comes Southee past the stumps to Root, driving easily and casually to extra cover, no run.
2 unbelievable deliveries, and at that point you hadn't been clean bowled by a fast bowler for 7.5 years in Test cricket. You played on a bit, but you hadn't been clean bowled by a... That's what it took to bowl.
Are you saying they bowled too short to it?
I'm saying those 2 were very good balls.
No, he was a good blocker, he was a good defender.
The Mitchell Johnson ball, like you set up for Mitchell in general to shape the ball back in with his slingy action.
There's the right armer. Southee bowls to Root, getting into position, hits him high up on the hip as he comes through for 1. Trying to come forwards, and I think he might have been struck in a region that hurts a lot.
Yeah, maybe a little bit lower than that.
Okay.
I think, judging by his reaction, normally you're on the haunches. And I remember that ball because of Mitchell Johnson. I think he got me out bounced out on a slow wicket Adley first innings. So obviously, and he was steaming, bowling fairly quick. And he bowled. So I used to set up for Mitchell Johnson in general, just slide the ball back into me, so aiming it mid on. And if he swung it away, well, he's bowling 93 mile an hour like that. When he doesn't really mean to swing it away, then I'll be like, fine. Anyway, I got my... it properly thudded into off stump, didn't it? And it didn't move the stump. Those stumps are so in and rolled back. Anyway, Gucci, good batting coach and good friend, he goes, I think you should have got forward, mate. I'm like...
Southee bowling around the wicket to Stokes on the back foot and punching to point. No run. 349 then for 4 England, trailing by 204 after that single from Root to 112.
Yeah, it was like, mate, you should have got forward. I'm like, he's bowling 93 mile now. He knocked my head off in the first innings. I was just going to hang back. And anyway.
You almost have to preempt going forwards, don't you, when he's bowling that quick?
Well, I did. I wasn't good enough to go forward or back at that. But I'll say you can have the front foot and I'll just play a little bit of French cricket. But Gucci was right. It's just I wasn't good enough to do it. But it was quite a good ball.
Decent. Southee to Stokes advancing, and he's smacked that out to long off for a 1-bounce 4. Take that, says the England captain. Trailing by 200 now, England, 353 for 4. The Stokes-McCullum era is well underway. Stokes to 8.
I said something's going to happen in this session, entertainment, and that's just brilliant batting. We saw it Lords. Well, it's brilliant batting, but it's so different for a test match. We saw it Lords how many times he came down the wicket to de Gromholm to block. He's come down not to block that, and as a one-day shot on the up, over the top of mid-off. The lovely swing of the bat for a bloke who's on 1 on Test cricket with a second new ball, thinking, well, I'm thinking just get through this and you get your rewards later on in the session.
Against one of the best swing bowlers in the world, in Tim Southee, who's coming again. Here comes Stokes, this time into his crease and working it to wideish mid-on. A gentle push at the end of the over, 353 for 4, trailing by 200. Root 112, Stokes 8. There's a bit more voice in the crowd and probably below us as well in the hospitality boxes, because I've just popped in to see...
You were caught, weren't you? You were busted on TV.
The newly wedded Catherine Brunton, Nat Siver, along with Amy Jones and former England cricketer Nick Shaw, who's from Nottingham herself but now lives in Australia. And it was a little bit rowdy in there. And Catherine, the entertainer that she is, realised that the cameras were on her and decided to twerk.
But you didn't, did you? You just tucked your alcohol glass of wine quickly into the side.
Root pulls a short one from Bolt out to deep square for a single and comes through for one, moves to 112, 354 for four now, England, trailing by 199. I'll have you know that I don't drink on the job. Thank you very much, Alistair, as Jeremy Coney is now coming in. It was a pretty boisterous hospitality box. As the Barmy Army are in full voice here at Trent Bridge. The captain's in and he wants to entertain. Three slips in a gully in position. Bolt bowls a lovely delivery outside the line of off stump. Stokes just raises his bat and lets it go. Hello, Jeremy. That was an interesting shot from Stokes.
Sorry, I missed it.
Sorry.
Describe it to me. This is your chance.
He just bunted Southey back over his head for four.
Okay, excellent. Well, we've seen a few of those in this game so far. Bunted back. Well, it's still a way to go. Remember I said to you 200 ahead?
Yeah, England trying by 199. Stokes off his hips turns the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
There will be there's no need for Stokes to start crabbing his way down as he did at Lord's outside his leg stump on this pitch. He may as well stay at home. There's very little advantage, I would think, in doing that, trying to speed up the delivery so I can hit it harder and further. He may do that, of course, who knows, but I would expect him to bat in a more orthodox way here because the runs come quite quickly anyway.
Bolt past the umpire. Stokes squeezes one out to the offside, slightly fuller in length and almost Yorker type as he comes through for one, moves to 9, 355 for four, trailing by 198.
Will we see a slightly different, not rate of scoring exactly, because I think that with Stokes here, I think we're going to see more boundaries if he's going to succeed. He'll look for that more, whereas we've seen so much running between Pope and Root, taking ones, turning ones into twos, pressing the field, and consistent running, isn't it? It's been quite helter-skelter kind of cricket, but some good cricket.
Bolt steaming in to Root, who's waiting on the ball and dabbing it to point, no run. Raises his bat to say no immediately. That wind has really got up now. Flags blowing in the distance above the pavilion. Packed house here at Trent Bridge, enjoying the action and the batsmanship of Joe Root, Ollie Pope, and now hopefully for them, Ben Stokes. One more ball left of this over. A few New Zealand supporters in. Jeremy is... Bolt is in again, this time Root lets it go across him in the channel. End of the over, 355 for four then.
I haven't seen too many New Zealanders.
There were a couple staying at our hotel. I bumped into them in the elevator.
Okay.
And it's probably majority England, but yeah, I think there are a few dotted around. I can see an East Devon flag actually over to our left.
Where's that?
Devon is southwest.
I know where Devon is.
Oh, sorry.
East Devon. I mean, where's the flag? I was meaning. Sorry. I can see two men in orange jackets there. I can see someone in yellow.
I'm pointing at it now. Can you see? They've got like a bullseye on the bottom right of the flag.
Yes.
Daventry. I can see Daventry, Gotham. Here comes Tim Southey, flashes of yellow from the bottom of his shoes as Ben Stokes is defending solidly to extra cover off the back foot. No run.
Looks like a target.
Yes.
Doesn't it?
It does. Andy's got the binoculars out. What can you see, Andy?
Just checking Gotham. Is that Gotham City? Is that? Batman from Gotham City.
I'm not actually sure what that is. Lincoln City. Southey, and again to Stokes, driving, but catches the outer part of the bat out to deep cover. He was looking to play that a lot straighter as he comes back for a couple, moves to 11, 357 for England, trailing 196.
It's a village in Nottingham, apparently, not that.
Oh, there we go. I did, yeah, I knew that, of course,
Enterprises
yeah.
or whatever it is. Just a little on Joe Root's progression up the all-time Test run scorers list. He memorably reached 10,000 runs with his 100th run in the second innings at Lord's. He's the 14th player to reach 10,000.
Stokes, bat waving, back and across and blocking the ball to point, no run.
In this innings, he's overtaken two great players of recent decades. Yunus Khan played with great distinction for Pakistan from 2000 to 2017, and Sunil Gavaskar, the fantastic Indian opening batsman. Next, however, still needs another 800 runs to catch up with Steve Waugh, who's in 11th place on the list.
How many Test matches for Steve Waugh? 68.
68.
Yeah.
But average 51. Got a few knock-batted lower down the order.
Yeah.
And Tendulkar?
Stokes, again, blocking on the back foot to extra cover, staying rooted to his crease. No run.
And how many years would he have to get there?
So, well, it slightly depends how much, if England keep playing the volume of Test cricket they played in recent years. But, I mean, I'll check them, in the last 5 years, he's scoring a lot of runs and they're playing a lot of cricket. So it's definitely within reach. Tendulkar 5,920 runs, so Root needs another 5,800 to catch that up. So it's definitely possible.
Played another 80 Test matches more, Tendulkar. That 200 mark brought up as Stokes back and across and clipping the ball out to deep mid-wicket, gets across to his off stump, and that again is just rolled to the boundary in no time. It's like, as Alistair Cook mentioned, a vacuum out on that side of the ground, just pulling the ball towards it. Stokes to 15, 361 for 4, trailing by 192.
It's like glass, isn't it? It's just very little friction, slowing or plucking at the ball as it races away. It beats a fieldsman. It's very hard to turn and chase, unless it's a check drive or even a defensive stroke.
Yeah, there is a man at deep square who's now just being asked to move slightly straighter. But couldn't catch that one. Southey continuing around the wicket. Stokes this time defending to the offside. No run at the end of the over. 361 for 4, trailing by 192. Root 113, Stokes 15. A few more words from you, Jeremy, and then Aggers will be in here.
Well, if we can just keep this in context, I know it's been very exciting watching for England, the way that their batsmen have gone about chasing this big total. But just to remind you, it's about 320 runs a day so far. But prior to the start of today, how many runs have been scored, Andy, and how many to get to the 320 a day today? They're a little bit ahead because of that the extra runs in the middle part, middle section of the day.
So far today, 271 runs.
Right.
In 63 overs.
Okay. So there's between 50 and 60 sort of to get. And then they'll have completed the same equation, if you like.
Here comes Bolt, and he bowls to Root, who allows that ball to go by outside the off stump, and there's that nervous chatter around the ground again, isn't there? The game just sparking back into life. England still 192 behind. Folkes in next. Matt Potts will have his pads on. So, very important partnership this. Stokes charging down the pitch like that and hitting Southey for 4 was certainly a sign of intent. But still 192 behind as Bolt runs in again, bowls wide outside Root's off stump, and he lets it go by.
I mean, well, the effect of the 2 wickets is very clear to see on Root, isn't it? He's letting those go. He's not trying to dab the ball around. He's not looking at all as free as he was prior to tea when things were really going well for England.
They've still got a long way to go. Root's over his bat again. Bolt has bowled brilliantly all day today, actually. Just turns around at the end of his mark. The end favourite by the great Richard Hadley back in the day, and he bowls on the off stump, and it's pushed away to gully by Root, and there's no run.
Was he a pavilion man? I wondered. I mean, in the
Far end, yes.
And the one that when '86 he bowled from this end.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. He came from Radcliffe end.
Oh, well, for Notts, it'd be
Up there.
Yes, I remember.
Depend which end the grass was growing.
Or the breeze was blowing
Yes,
or whatever, but no.
sure.
Generally, my recollections of Leicestershire days, I'd be watching the great man, would be him bowling from the far end. Well, Nottinghamshire hero, of course, the great Hadley. 361 for 4. Here's Bolt again, and he bowls, swings a little into route, who's forward though to meet it.
It's been interesting, the relationship between New Zealand and Nottingham, hasn't it, really? And Nottinghamshire, the club. Cairns came at some stage after Hadley came here in 78, and as I say, on that 86 tour, he was having a benefit year. Cairns had some success here, I think, as well.
He did.
Fleming came as a captain, and they won the county championship, I think, when he was here. And then there was a bowler who didn't play much Test cricket at all, but Andre Adams was another New Zealander.
One-day cricket, didn't he, mainly, I think? There's Bolt's bowling, and that's turned away out to deep square leg for a single by route. I remember Adams, I'm sure. Things memory fades, doesn't it? But I think Andre Adams,
medium-fast bowler, wasn't he?
I think he played in the game at Auckland.
Yes, he did.
Where it was dark. Do you remember?
Yes,
and they tried to put the floodlights on.
Yes, I do.
And I think he got some runs in that game, and no one could see anything.
And that was England fielding, and I remember Nasser Hussain going to the umpire and saying, "It's too dark, my fielders are in danger."
They couldn't. He was pounding it around. They kept dropping catches.
Yes, they did.
And it was very dark.
Yeah, it was. It was. You could see the moon was out.
Yeah, it was. Then comes Bolt, short, swung away by Stokes very hard. We'll get 4 for that too. He's rattling along, 19 not out from 16 balls. Absolutely making sure that New Zealand don't just completely seize the initiative here after those 2 wickets. 366 for 4. They're 187 behind. And England's captain 19 and the former captain 114. And I think we were commentating then back in one of those sort of little pie shop mobile caravan things. You open up the hatch.
That's the one. We were right back.
We were in one of those.
A very odd position, actually, sort of about fine third man.
Yeah, it's like sort of the mobile kebab shop. We were in there. So, very strange.
We could have sold a few things too. I'm sure there were.
Yeah, I'm sure Andre Adams played in that game. I don't know why, but there you go. Yes, he was here. So you're right. That's that relationship forged by Hadley.
And a few more since, but not quite to the same extent as those ones that I've mentioned. I mean, nowadays, international players come for 3 weeks, don't they? A month, and that sort of thing.
Hadley was a sort of classical overseas player of those days.
Absolutely,
here for years, part of the furniture. Henry runs in and bowls, and that's a lovely silky drive by a route, but only as far as the cover fields when it was Bracewell.
Did you play through that era, when there were 2 per team that were allowed to play?
Hadley and Rice.
Yes.
Yeah, they were a formidable combination, those two. Rice, very aggressive, but quietly spoken, but a hard man. Bowled quick until his back went. The double whirl of an action. There's 2 of the ones there. This is outside the off stump, left alone. Garner and Richards, LaRue and Imran. The list would go on. Oh, I reminded, of course, Ross Taylor and Danny Vittori played here at the International. Yeah. So
that's the more modern era, isn't it? Yeah. With the shorter period that they would have been associated with Nottinghamshire.
Yeah. But no, county cricket in the 80s was tough. The England players were playing as well. Henry bowls over the wicket. A little bit of swing there. Root says, I'll have one as he dabs that towards gully. Again, these 2 running well, just as Pope and Root had done earlier this afternoon. 186 behind now, England. At 367 for 4. Root 115, Stokes 19. The innings you feel in the balance rather here. Can New Zealand secure a lead of 120, say, going into their second innings? Be a nice platform for them if they can. England really have to get up to that.
It'd be interesting to see. It might be the best way for England to win, that there is a bit of a lead, and New Zealand would then think, OK, we can push on and declare. But I think the team batting fourth has the better chance because of the conditions and the pace of the outfield.
Henry bowls and Stokes lines it up and allows it to go through. And I'll throw in another little factor there. 3-match series and they're one down.
Yes.
So they've got to do something really.
Oh, they'll try.
Yeah.
They'll try. But if it gets to even Stevens, that's going to take England, I think, probably to lunch or just before lunch tomorrow, the way things are happening.
Yeah.
So that only leaves 5 sessions to do something about. I don't know whether you'd...
Henry again. Oh, Stokes is down the pitch and he plays a mowing sort of a drive here out to deep point. It's the sort of shot that we were watching him play at Headingley in 2019, coming down the pitch, and there's a massive swing of the bat. Just one now because there's a fielder out there. 20 not out from 18 balls.
See, I mean, unless England wanted to go for it and provide perhaps an opportunity, not many spinners in the New Zealand side or anything like that. I just don't know whether there's time to do things if that happens.
Root's on 115. Henry again scuttles in, bowls to... Oh, it's inside edge there into his pad. And there's no run to complete that over. So England 185 behind. 368 for 4. And then going back to the previous conversation about the overseas players, if there's a tour on, say, Richard would go off and they'd sign somebody else, Franklin Stevenson, or somebody would come in as a replacement. And so it was pretty relentless,
how did
really.
You like that as a batsman?
Not very much.
No.
If I'm honest. I remember, I always liked Richard, and he was very kind to me, actually, as a youngster.
What about bowling?
Yeah, very. And a feature of playing here was there was a bar behind the stand down there at the far end. It's all
That's right.
now. I assume it's still there. And the players would repair in there after the day's play. Not boozing pints, but you'd have a Coke or something and have a chat. I remember when I was very young and I was sent out as night watchman, reluctantly. In fact, I'm not quite sure how they got me out there. In one of my very first games, I suspect that's why they pushed me out there. And I managed to survive. In comes Bolt. And that's tucked away through mid-wicket by Stokes. Well timed, more runs here. Chase the man running back from mid-on. Jameson, and they'll take a couple of runs. And I think it was my second match. I nervously went into the bar. And there was Richard Hadley sitting there. So I thought, and he always sort of gestured to come over. We talked about bowling and so on, and I was getting on, 18 years old. He said, you've been night watchman, haven't you, Jonathan? And I said, yes, I have. Said, I don't expect to be seeing too much of you in the morning, if you don't mind. And I walked off. Here's Bolt. And Stokes plays that down to point. So we had a very nice chat, but they made it quite clear. They expected me to...
You've done your bit.
Fall on my sword early, or was it going to be trouble?
OK.
And I think I took him at his word, too. No, really kind man to a young cricketer who would listen, in my experience of him. We saw a lot of them, too, because obviously down the road we played Nottinghamshire a lot. 370 for 4. Bolt runs in very smoothly, and I was hitting him on the pad. I thought I might get a bit more appeal from that, from this particular end anyway, but there's nothing from Bolt. 1 or 2 arms raised in the slips, but Stokes there again trying an ambitious shot over the bowler's head. I think that would have gone. I think to drive him down the ground anyway. Hit him high up.
Richard felt very keenly about playing for as much as he did about the other teams he represented, actually. Nottinghamshire man, really.
Yeah. Well, he had good friends here. Bolt again. Stokes, a big step there, back and across his stumps. And then defends. Have you noticed that Trent Bolt is doing a semi-Hussein Bolt? Just every now and then, Hussein Bolt and the finger pointing up. Well, just a couple of times now, he sort of does a pointing a little bit lower.
Right.
Like that. He did it
What's that?
When I think
What's the reason for
Bairstow
that? The
was out.
ball or the wicket, you mean?
Well, he seems to be doing it generally towards his teammates in the slips. He did do one again then. So it's a pointing both fingers.
I see. Well, that's a new one.
He's done it a couple of times. Have you noticed it, Andy? Yes, Andy's noticed it. We notice these things.
Yes.
Bolt again, left arm over. Stokes walks down the pitch and hammers him down the ground. There it is. I'd lost it for a moment. And it trickles into the long-on boundary for 4 runs. I'm not sure he's aiming for there. I think he was just generally just clubbing the ball anywhere, if I'm honest. And he just dragged it slightly into the leg side. I found myself looking through the offside for that to start with. Anyway, he's thumped him down the ground. I mean, this is it's an extraordinary innings, really, given the situation.
It's a belter of a pitch, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's also the message that we've been getting from Stokes about how he wants England to play. It's going to be an interesting few years, isn't it?
Yeah.
200 behind, the captain comes in and plays like this. In comes Bolt again, he bowls, and that's 4 more. He's hammered him off the back foot. That's a real Stokes shot. Crowd loving this. Wasn't that bad a ball, really. It's a little bit short, that was all. Stokes almost created his own width.
Exactly.
Led back a bit and bang, hit it for 4. As a bowler, you walk off really saying, well, there's nothing I can do about that. That's a sort of ridiculously good shot. And look at the follow-through, too. Stokes' bat almost slapping into his bottom there.
It's unfettered, the whole thing of the follow-through.
shot.
And also the preparation for the stroke, too. The bat is well back. And so it's going to be a clatter when it makes contact. And you
hard
could
is
hear
it?
that. I'm sure listeners will hear that through our sound microphone. Just the contact, the sound that it makes.
He's 30 from 24 balls.
Yeah, he's going hard at it. As I say, it's going to be boundary territory rather than little singles off an inside edge. I wonder if New Zealand would be brave enough to bowl a slightly slower ball at him to change things a wee bit. I know it would be bold, but just to...
So it's not
maybe
coming
you
onto
just
the back.
can't keep hitting at the same speed all the time.
Well, I say, Bracewell didn't look the worst, did he? He came
Not
on
the
there, it was his
worst.
first
I
start.
was quite pleased the first time I'd seen him bowl too. Tended to look as if he was a more of an over spinner to perhaps maybe get a bit more bounce. Pretty hard to judge someone on a pitch like this, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
But he didn't disgrace himself.
Not
It's
at all.
not as if everyone sort of laughed into their sleeve.
I think he should have bowled more. He's come on earlier. Now we've got Henry bowling to Root. There's 2 slips and a gully, and Root comes solidly forward to this. He's changed tempo since England lost Bairstow. He's just calmed things down a bit from his end, at least, and realises that this is still potentially precarious. And if Stokes wants to come out and biff it about, well, that's fine, let him do it. But Root realising that he's just got to...
Well, he's a batsman now.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to take the same set of responsibilities.
No. Henry bowls wide of the off stump. He waits and then dabs the ball late through third man for another 4. We've seen some boundaries today, haven't we? And it just feels as if it's just boundary after boundary.
You'll tell us how many, won't you?
He will.
And that's, yes.
Shortish boundaries here in terms of dimensions, and a very quick outfield helps.
How would you like to have bowled it in this match, Eggers?
In goes Henry, bowls on the leg stump. Another run here, turned away around the corner down to the long leg. Well,
Do you think you would have been able to quieten them down a bit?
No.
Okay.
But I sort of floated this out there earlier on. There's been a lot of talk about England putting New Zealand in and 550 and the third highest. But don't you think the pitch was at its best for bowling on that first day?
Yes, it was.
So in fact, I don't
And
think
the same as at Lord's too. That was
and they dropped a lot of catches. But had they caught, it would have been very different.
Yes.
So
I agree.
I don't think it was necessarily a bad decision. They just didn't follow it up. Henry bowls outside the off stump. There's Stokes again. That clubbing blow. It's like a man is felling a tree with an axe with one blow. He's not bothering to chop away. He's just bringing down an enormous oak tree with one swing of the axe, which takes some doing, I'd imagine. Well, that's how he's playing. 3-8-4 for 4. England are 169 behind. Stokes leaning on his bat. He's got a big smile on his face. Thoroughly enjoying this. Henry again. Shadow to his left. Only a faint one, and does a lovely stroke from Root, but he's just hit the fielder there at cover. A couple of yards either way, and that was 4. Rather a silent assassin, Root, you know. He just picks the spot, doesn't he? Just boom, plays it in there. Just admires it and gets over his bat again. Nothing over dramatic. It's ruthless. Henry runs in, bowls to him on the leg stump, down the leg side. Little noise there, which some response from Blundell, but nothing from the bowler. It's the end of the over. It's 3-84 for 4.
We have had 37 fours and a 6 today.
Yesterday, how many overs?
In 60. Well, just a mental maths,
26,
26, so 67 overs.
So it's a boundary every other over, is it?
More than that. Yesterday, even more actually. 49 fours and 4 sixes in 82. No, what was it yesterday? Oh, anyway, a lot of boundaries yesterday.
Yes, even more than today.
Day 1, 43 boundaries.
Yeah, 43 and 2.
43 fours and
That's
2
right.
sixes. So it's been a boundary-laden match.
See, Graham from the Barmy Army is here, Jeremy.
What does that mean?
You may have heard an interesting rendition or two of The Lion Sleeps Tonight.
Ah, in the jungle? Yes.
Which, when it's at the far end of the ground, it's okay. You know, you hear it sort of drifts across, and you can deal with it. When
Yes.
it's underneath you, you're trying to close the windows. Have you not heard it?
Yes, I know.
Okay.
I know the song.
Well, the song. Oh, Stokes has charged Jameson, who's just come into the attack. He's launched him down the ground for 6. Afternoon, Kyle. Go and find that. What a response.
Just a little shimmy out. Was it outside leg stump or just straight down? No, across. And that, yeah, just a little bit of making him room so he could swing freely through that.
What a shot. Yeah, this is the 6'8". Oh, he's not fast. He's a tall, quick bowler, but even so, to go dancing down like that first ball.
Yeah. Now what now?
Well,
is he going to do the same, or is he going to stay back and try and hook him?
Let's
Because
see.
Will he drag it down?
There's Jameson again, moves in, bowls, and Stokes just defends the next one. It's a crowd like. Playing it away into the offside. Good to see Graham.
So they're all here, are
He's
they?
the man. Graham's the man who.
I thought they were coming in to sing behind us.
No, that was going to be my point.
Yes, and don't mention it, please.
If Graham felt tempted to sing,
yes,
I'd probably be grateful if he didn't. Yes. All right, good lad. Thank you.
Oh, he's lost his voice a bit too. Did you notice that too? Oh.
Anyway,
that's not from singing though, is it?
Good to see Graham and his mates back on tour in the West Indies anyway, which is how it should be. Now, what are they going to do out there? And there'll be one or two bowlers thinking, I might keep a low profile here, because this is not a time to necessarily put your hand up and volunteer. Stokes is on a mission. Jameson's on his way, and he bowls on the off stump. Stokes just carefully dabs that into the offside, and there's no runs. There are 163 behind. Stokes is 37 from 28 balls. He's hit, 6 fours and a 6 so far. It's not a great way to start a new spell, you know.
No, to get smashed back over your head.
Come on, Carl, stick it up him. It's lots of shouts from slip.
No, it's not.
Come on, Carl, let it go. And the first ball whistles over your head into the members for 6.
Yeah.
Another conversation is a bit of a shrug of the shoulders there from the big man. Where are you going to bowl it, Carl? Well, I don't know.
Well, he's kept him quiet for the last 2 deliveries.
A couple of balls. Oh,
is he hurt?
I think it's coming off.
Is he injured?
I think he's broken down. He's taken off his He's taken off his sweater and his cap and is leaving the field. Little tap on the back there from Tom Latham. Well, that's sad. I don't know what's wrong with him. Let's hope it's just something like cramp. But they're now a bowler down. And someone's going to have to come on and complete this over. It's going to be Trent Boult, who's just bowled a spell. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end. I never like seeing a player leave injured, especially a bowler, actually, because it has such an impact on a game when you lose a bowler. Well, hopefully he'll be returning soon. And Boult will complete the over. In he comes, bowls to Stokes. It's short. He swings that around the corner, down to long leg. There's a man here. One more under Stokes, who's 38 not out. 391 for 4.
Didn't appear to pull up or anything, did
wasn't anything obvious. I was going to say, impishly, they ricked his neck to that first ball, but
but maybe, you know, we were saying that perhaps there was an idea going on and they were sort of having what shall we bowl, but in fact it wasn't probably that at all.
I think it was I'm struggling, skipper.
Yes, yeah.
I've done something. But he must have done it to the first ball because they had a conference immediately. We'll find out. There'll be a missive from the New Zealand dressing room. There's Root flicking that away wide a bit on. Very well fielded. Very well fielded by mid-on. That could have gone for 4 very easily.
That's the new man that's on. I think is that Cam Fletcher.
That's his first touch.
Yeah.
That was a good effort. And yes, maybe fresh legs there helping as well. That could well have been 4. Some bottom hand from Root, sending the ball wide a bit on, but absolutely full stretch. Good piece of fielding. Stokes back on strike. There's 1 ball to go in the over. .392 for 4. Boult bowls a very high bouncer. Stokes couldn't possibly have reached that. That must have been the thought there to call that a wide, actually. It was so high. 392 for 4. Root 121. Stokes has 38. Jeremy's away. We'll catch you later. And Matt Henry wanders up. Cap in hand. Hands it to the umpire. Needs to put on 48 already, which Root has scored just 10. So they're a bowler down, which is no particular place to be. Matt Henry is going to continue from this end. 392 for 4. Great entertainment. I think Michael Vaughan's enjoying it.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
What sort of innings is this from Stokes? It's remarkable.
Fantastic one so far. I mean,
remarkable.
Well, I think what he's done is, you know, he's at number 6 for this reason. That he hopes that the top 5 will play like they have done, and it allows him to come in when the bowlers are a little bit tired. Obviously, the pitch is good. It's in decent form, so why not?
Spinner's coming on.
Well, I think this is maybe it's a move that they've been forced into because of Kyle Jamieson walking off, but I think this is the way to go to Ben Stokes. In this situation, off spin, spin it away from the bat and in outfield, you know the way he's going to try and play.
There's a slip. There's a man down at that square third man they like for Root. He scores a lot of his runs there, particularly off the faster bowlers. 392 for 4 then. It's Bracewell, the off spinner, who bowls to Root, who comes straight down the pitch, hits him high into the leg side, and the ball bounces a couple of times before running into the boundary. So now Root imposing himself. It goes to 125.
So you'll have been around the commentary booths for Test cricket when Brendan McCullum played in that fashion.
Yes.
And Brendan suddenly realised that his technique wasn't really strong enough to play the conventional way, so he started dancing down a lot in Test match cricket.
50 partnership up, by the way. That was the applause there from the crowd. It's Bracewell again bowls, and Root plays a full ball firmly down the pitch. Beats Bracewell's dive, and they take one. So what's Stokes going to do here?
Well, I think he'll look for two areas. I think the lap slog. I don't think he'll be shy of playing the lap slog. And let me see where mid-off goes.
There's quite a conference here. There's three New Zealanders, Southey, Latham, and the bowler Bracewell, trying to work out what they're going to do here and where they're going to position their men. Although the bowler's gone off, you do get, of course, a reserve fielder, so they've got the full complement.
So I think you need a 45 catcher, because he will play the sweep shot quite hard, and there's a chance there'll be a top edge that will go to 45. They put a cow corner in place and a sweeper back on the boundary, deep backwards square and mid-on back and mid-off back. They've not given him any option. Got to keep one up to try and just dangle the carrot.
Bracewell bowls to Stokes, who goes for a big one. High into the air it goes. There's no one to get underneath it. It won't go for four, though. It's rather plugged there in the outfield. It's like a one-day game. And yet England are 154 behind.
Well, they've said they're going to play positively, and they're playing with fun and freedom. I'm quite enjoying it, I have to say. Whether it lasts long, whether they'll continue to play in this fashion if a couple of weeks don't quite go their way, we'll have to wait and see. But
it's certainly a roller coaster ride, as McCullum promised it would be. 3.99 for four. In goes Bracewell again. Oh, that feels huge. Here it comes. I can almost catch that. A straight six landing just below our window. 400 up. And New Zealand in real trouble here, unless they could stop this somehow, because they're a bowler down.
They're in real trouble, but I'd also look at it the other way if I was New Zealand, going, if they get Ben Stokes now,
yes,
you know, they've got England 5 weeks down. They're one away from the tail. England's still 148 runs behind.
It does give them a platform, doesn't it, for their second innings? I mean, Matthew Potts has got his pads on, presumably. 405 for four. There's 2 balls to go in the over.
I'll toss it up.
Bracewell moves in, bowls to Stokes. He's gone for another one. Now there could be a man get under this. He's coming in from deep mid-wicket. He takes the catch and Stokes is out. And Bracewell has his first wicket in Test cricket. And Stokes is out for 46 from 33 balls. And there's a lot of smiles up there amongst the New Zealanders. It's just tossed up. Fair enough to Bracewell. He kept going, and Stokes going for a big blow through deep mid-wicket. Didn't quite get it right. And he's gone down there, the England captain, playing his shots. And the crowd certainly have loved that, really enjoyed it. 46 from 33 balls. But England are still 148 runs behind. Folkes will come in next. And if he hadn't had them on before, Matthew Potts will have his pads on now. Michael, thoughts from you? And then Alison Mitchell's coming.
Well, that was entertaining. I think that the Test purist will say that it wasn't quite the conventional way of playing Test match cricket, but it was certainly entertaining. But England are still 148 runs behind. Ben Folkes strolled out at Lords under a huge amount of pressure and played so well in the second innings, and he strolls out here at Trent Bridge with that, you would think, confidence boost from the first Test match. But if New Zealand can get one more now, and they're into England's tail, they could end up with quite a big lead if they bowl nicely from here.
Stokes' figures 46 from just 33 balls, 2 sixes and 6 fours. Had he succeeded in clearing the ropes with that big shot that dismissed him, it would have tied his fastest 50 in Test, and the partnership 61 from just 9.2 overs.
Afternoon, Michael. Hello, Andy. Afternoon, everybody. Goodness, what a storm. What a storm it's been. And I suppose the question is, does an innings like that from Stokes, what has it done for the team in the match situation? Did it last long enough to really make an impact? Because it's taken 61 runs off the deficit.
Yeah.
It is when you look at, there would be a situation where time really is of the essence. There's still a lot of time here.
All I'll say, Al, it was great entertainment. I hope that he's not going to play in that fashion all the time in Test cricket, because I think he's better than that. You know, yes, it was great fun, and it got us all energised, and the crowd loved it. But you know, I always go back to that innings at Headingley, where he played the innings of probably Test match cricket history. He earned the right, and he just played so conventionally, and then he started to flourish. I just think he's a better player, and I hope because he's gone to number 6, he's not just going to play in that fashion because he's one step further down the order. I think he's better than just going out there trying to swing. I think he playing that fashion again, he'll come off every now and again, and he'll get quick runs, but you know, I think he can be more consistent playing a little bit more conventionally. But did I enjoy it? Yeah, I did. I enjoyed it for a while it lasted, but I just think in the situation that he'll be going out to batting, I hope he's not going to bat always in that fashion.
Yeah, only lasted 33 balls. If he'd been able to carry on with that for another 33 balls, and he's got 80 odd, and then it feels a more substantial score, that deficit's come right down. And there's still a lot of work for England to do if they're to get themselves in a stronger position in this Test match, still nearly 150 behind. But it's been a scintillating day all round. The hundreds from Pope and Root, who is still going on 126, been sparkling to watch.
I think what's very clear with Brendan and Ben is that they are just going to go for it. You know, so it may produce a bit of inconsistency, but they've been inconsistent for the last 2 years playing Test cricket anyway. Whatever they get set, they're going to give themselves the mindset that it can be possible. So say we get to day 5 and England are batting and needing 380, I think they were saying, right, we go for it.
And perhaps actually the way Folkes batted with Joe Root showed that actually if Stokes does come out, scores, you know, a short, fast, furious cameo like that, makes a bit of a dent, and probably does a bit of a dent to the bowlers' egos as well. You've actually still got Folkes who has showed that he can play a really nice longer form innings in partnership with someone like Root.
Yeah, I'm interested in what Joe Root does here, because at Lords when Ben Stokes got out in that second innings, Joe Root suddenly went up in terms of his tempo, started to be a bit more aggressive. I don't think Joe needs to change anything today. He's played purely, beautifully, scoring at a decent rate anyway. But that's what happened at Lords. England just need to just calm the situation down for just half an hour here. They don't want to lose another one. I think Potts may come in next. It might be Leach. I don't know what the order is, but it could be Potts yet to get a Test match run.
And it was, of course, a maiden Test wicket for Michael Bracewell to dismiss Stokes. He has got one last delivery in this over. Some drinks were brought out onto the field. So Ben Folkes has come out. He's on strike. A slip and a short leg and a catcher at short mid-wicket as Bracewell is into him, and he turns it around the corner. Little tickle out towards deep backward square, brings the fielder in off the boundary, goes through for leg by. Looks as if the umpire's about to signal. Yep, so off the pad. And England 406 for 5 at the end of that over, and 147 runs behind. So Root and Folkes, who were the match-winning partnership in the second innings at Lords, now come together under a bit more slightly overcast skies, but the cloud is very light and high, and there's some pockets of blue as well. But the crowd really have just, well, they lapped up all of those sixes, didn't they, and the fours, and sort of it's just jaw-dropping batting when you see Stokes hammer a big fast bowler back down the ground, the straight six, which I think Aggers thought was coming in through the window.
Big hit.
Up here.
Sorry about that, Ali. I'm on a new app with my kids.
You've just, I wonder if you're just filming me on your phone.
It's called Be Real.
All right.
And Be Real sends you a notification, and wherever you are when that notification comes, you've got 2 minutes to take the picture of what you're doing. So you take a picture of what's happening outside, and yourself, you view what you're doing. So
and then you post it.
I apologise for that.
Yeah, that's all right. So what are we going to have here? Matt Henry from the pavilion end. 2 slips the gully. They've got a new batsman, of course, so see a bit more traditional field, traditional bowling, try and Folkes out. And there's an outside edge first up as he advanced forward. Slight leading edge, looking to turn that to leg, but fielded at cover and no run. It does feel as if everyone's taken a bit of a breath, haven't they? And a little bit more, say subdued, but certainly a lot more calm in the stands and indeed from those out on the outfield. Matt Henry then turns, running him past the umpire and past the blue stump. Some width, and it's over the outstretched hand of Southey. Really chased it. The top edge from Folkes has flown down to the third man boundary for 4. And he needn't have really chased that
Well, Ben Foakes is quite a traditional player, and he's come out and already inside a few balls he's played a big waft outside off stump. This is clearly a method that England have gone for. I think it was Moan was telling me earlier, he went on the outfield and Baz McCullum just came straight up to him and said, what you doing? He said, I'm just trying to play more shots. That's all I've done.
That was certainly a shot from Foakes.
Just get after all the bowlers.
A back issue for Kyle Jamieson, by the way, we're hearing. This one covers up, defensive, back up the pitch, picked up by Henry. So Jamieson's being assessed by the physio. Whether we'll see him come back out and continue, but New Zealand are bowler light as they try and take these last 5 England wickets.
We had an England side a few years ago before the 2019 Ashes where they played in that kind of expansive way. It was quite good fun for a little while.
But it doesn't always win you matches. In goes Henry outside the off stump, left alone by Foakes. It's very exciting when it does, and of course things like Ben Stokes at Headingley, it comes off in extraordinary fashion. Can every batter play like that? In the face of a 500 run first innings,
on the balcony, he's lying back
reclining,
on the bench.
Absolutely reclining. He's got his sunglasses on, the hoodie, got one leg perched up on the railing. It's a bit like a teenager watching an afternoon movie. Outside the off stump, shaping to play and letting it go through to Tom Blundell. Foakes off his no shot.
There is a lot of psychology involved in what he's trying to do there. He's just trying
being
to
relaxed,
he's
isn't
just
he?
trying to free up the minds. He's trying to just make sure that dressing room is so relaxed, enjoying the game. This is a different era of the game where these players do play more shots. They do play more expansively. They're not so traditional. Yes, it's high risk, but I just think he's trying to create this real kind of fun vibe around the Test group. They've had a difficult couple of years, and I think he's just trying to release the shackles, just go and play and have some fun.
Well, you can still play good Test cricket without it feeling like it's the heaviest weight on your shoulders, can't you? Henry in, Fuller past the outside edge of Foakes as he came forward, prodding with a defensive bat. Good delivery from Henry to end the over. He just sent a man back onto the deep mid-wicket fence, maybe signalling he could have sent down a short ball. Just left him slightly. End of the over, 410 for 5, England. They're still 143 behind.
This is the first Test in England in which both sides have made 400 in the first innings since that turgid game here against India 8 years ago, when the teams made 496 and 457. So it's become very rare, and over the previous 14 seasons it had happened in 15 Tests, so roughly 1 a match. But now this is the first time in 8 seasons it's happened.
Was that a draw, the Indian game?
It was very much a draw.
Yeah.
And I'm not expecting there was a 33 ball 46 and a blazing innings in amongst that. Bracewell continuing over the wicket at root forward. Diving stop from Bracewell, flinging himself full frontal on the ground right in front of Foakes to pick up. Sun's peeking out from behind the cloud here, just casting some slightly longer shadows beneath the players' feet as we're 20 past 5 in the afternoon. Bracewell in, going back route, playing with it straight back, gets it past mid-on, will take a single as the fielder moves in off the boundary, flings the ball back into Blundell, and one more for Root.
Well, that was the game in which James Anderson, the Lancashire Sobers, the Burnley Lara, scored 81 off 130 balls. Suggest it was more a batsman's pitch than a bowler's pitch.
Stack full of runs. Well, we've got a stack full of runs in a rather different way today. Innings of real contrast between the way Root and Pope scored their hundreds, and then the way Ben Stokes came out with his 46, a half century for Alex Lee. So that was significant milestones for batters in this newer look England side under the Stokes-McCullum leadership. But it's about really now where the match can go from here and how England can steer the last hour and a bit of the day. Try and keep these last 5 wickets intact and make sure that they're able to come back and draw parity, see where they get to tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see, Harry Brooks got 76 for Yorkshire, playing against Hampshire, batting at number 4. It's good to see that they've released the England players.
Yeah. Bracewell in, clipped along the ground by Foakes. That'll be 4. Got it past the catcher at short mid-wicket. And the cheer as it reaches the boundary. And he's on to 8. Punch of the gloves between Root and Foakes in the middle of the pitch, 415 for 5. Speaking earlier, weren't we, about it's the structure of the county game and players being released to play T20. It's tricky, isn't it, if you then get recalled to a squad off the back of T20 cricket. Forward comes Folkes, smothers that one from Bracewell, and there's no run. And that was the challenge that Moeen faced, wasn't it, when he was recalled to the side shortly before he then retired from Test cricket. And it'd be interesting to ask him about it, actually, because he absolutely said he struggled to get in the zone and to concentrate forward again. Folkes defensively, there's a leg slip in place now as well for the spinner. Leg slip, short leg for the new batter.
Yeah, there's a little story at Somerset today where Jamie Overton hit brother Craig on the head. Had to retire hurt. He's luckily okay. He came back out there, but brother to brother.
Oof.
I saw the ball.
Craig dislocated his finger as well. Bracewell in, going back, defending deep in the crease. No run into the onside. End of the over, 4:15 for 5.
Yeah, I think Davey got retired hurt as well, but the first ball back's a funny ball. Well, not a funny, but it's a nasty ball. The first ball back, brother to brother, he bounces it once again, flew past the nose.
Probably replicating what they used to do in the back garden.
Look quick.
What a rare thing, I imagine. It's quite hard to find this out in cricket, where a batsman retiring hurt is replaced by the batsman who'd retired hurt to get that batsman in.
It's obviously a lively pitch. Somerset were 180 all out and Surrey are 10 for 1 in reply.
Plenty happening. It's just gone a little bit quieter here after all the flurry from Stokes. Matt Henry at the end of his mark then. New over with Root standing tall, and Henry's in off the pad. There's a big appeal from Henry. Root scampering one and asking for a second note. Decides against it. Oh, is that Trent Boult who
will they review
fielding? Looks like he might have tweaked his hamstring, has he somehow? He's limping. New Zealand might well review. Trying to look at two places at once here with Boult down in the deep. He's still looking over at the captain, and Latham has asked for a review. In the meantime, Trent Boult is moving very gingerly.
TV umpire to
Let's
director.
focus on the
We have
LBW.
a player referral review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot. It's fair delivery. Can I have a look at front on, please?
He went over to the off stump, did Joe Root.
Thank you. It appears there's no bat. We'll confirm that with Ultra Edge.
Strikes him above the knee roll.
Ultra Edge coming up now. Flat line. Yeah, clear gap between bat and ball so we can go to ball tracking when it's available. Thank you.
Striking him in line with the leg
Ball
stump.
tracking coming up now. Impact is in line and missing the wickets. Paul, coming back to you on field. Stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now. Signal now.
I think the angle that the ball was coming, striking in front of leg, felt like it was going down. See what Trent Boult, meanwhile, is doing down here on the boundary. There's a member of the backroom staff down there that he's speaking to, but he seems okay. A moment of alarm. He really seemed to pull up suddenly and then put his hand to the back of his thigh. Well, it was a sniff of hope for New Zealand against Joe Root. And he hasn't offered much, except for when he was on 54, that big, strange shot out of nowhere, the big top edge off the sweep that flew in the air, went sky high. Henry in again, shaping to play, letting this one go through to Blundell, and there's no run. It's been an incredible steady innings from Root. A wonderful tempo to score his fastest Test 100 of all his 27. But also then reining it in when Stokes at the other end is quite happy to play second fiddle when required. Crowd getting excited at something as Henry is in. Looking forward, Folkes driving only as far as mid-off, and there's no run.
Root was dropped a tough chance by Southey on 27. He's added 100 more. Pope added 108 after being dropped on 37. Lees added 55 after being dropped on 12. So those three catches have been vastly costly for New Zealand.
Oh, he's getting. There's a gentleman in the aisle. I think he's lost some kind of forfeit, and he's supposed to have downed his drink, and he can't do it. He's getting booed. Henry
in now, forward, blocking up to mid-off Folks 8 off 14. He's taking his time getting in here.
You get booed for anything these days,
Well,
don't
you do.
Poor chap, he just can't neck a pint.
Not everybody can.
No, it's
Nor
hard.
wants to.
No, exactly. It's hard work. Takes a lot of practice.
Well, there's no sunshine, so the classic chant from yesterday won't resurface just now. Here goes Henry, bounding in again. Fuller driving, but it's been stopped at extra cover. And no run for Folkes, who scrapes away at the turf with his boot. Agger's mentioned earlier the squash bar here at the Trent Bridge. Michael, I was delighted to know it's still here. Are you spotting Stuart Broad with his pads on?
Yeah, so Stuart Broad's got his pads on. Usually on pad up when you're next in line or the one after. So maybe there's a change in the batting order.
A bit early to be looking at night watch, isn't it?
It wouldn't surprise me if they threw Stuart Broad in next to have a swing. I just get
Well, that again is a McCullum way, isn't it?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what they're thinking.
Deep backward square back on the boundary here. Last ball of the over from Henry, and he goes past him. He thinks he's taken the glove, has it on the way through. The finger's gone up, but immediately Folkes has reviewed. Now, Henry is certain that it came perhaps off the wrist part of the glove. He's pointing to his wrist, or the lower part of the
He's very confident,
hand.
isn't he?
But Folkes must be equally confident because he went
To
very
the
quickly
umpire,
with
to
review.
director, we have a
He stood
player
and dropped
review
his
for
hands
caught
as the ball
behind. The original
fizzed
decision
past him
is
close
out.
to his body.
It's a fair delivery. Can I move to front on, please?
Let's have a look. Banged in, it rose quite sharply on Folkes, who dropped his
Ball's
hands.
gone
It's
up out of my picture
ricocheted off
there,
his
so,
chest.
Yeah, Aldridge would be good, thank you. Aldridge coming up now. Thank you. Just keep rolling through. It's clearly hit his chest or stomach and goes on past the bat. There's no glove or bat involved, so I'll be going back to Paul to overturn his decision. Paul, it's hit the stomach or body, so overturn your decision. You're on screen now to not out.
Well, that was where the change in angle must have come to make him think that it had taken the edge. Joe Root, while that was going on, was down on the ground doing some flexing and stretching of his back. I think he's been out there for some time, 158 balls. But Folkes was very quick to drop the hands.
Yeah, I reckon Paul Rifle thought that the ball had just flicked his glove on the way through, so you can see why he would have given it out. But when you see the replays, it does miss the glove by quite a few inches.
Well, new over about to start. Michael Bracewell to continue. And we've got Simon Mann up here to talk you through it.
So 4-16 for 5. He actually played that pretty well, folks, didn't he, that delivery? Dropping the hands and getting in the way of it. Anyway, the decision review system doing its job. Here's Bracewell bowling. Sweep shot from a Root to a ball well outside the off stump. Bracewell inclined to swivel round and appeal. But he realised what an absurd appeal that would be because it hit him well outside the line of off stump. Root on 127. Bracewell bowls. Root back and beaten.
What ball?
Yeah, that was the one that just went on.
Yeah, the arm ball. We don't see many arm balls in this era of the game. And to beat a batter like Joe Root, who's on 100, that's a really good piece of bowling. I'm amazed he hasn't been used more, you know.
Leg slip and a slip in. He's in his 9th over. Bowls to Root, who turns that away through square leg for a single. Game's all gone back to normality now, isn't it? With Root and Folkes together.
Well, it's a really important. How many overs have we got left? 17. We won't get them all in. Hours play, because if New Zealand knock over 2 or 3 more tonight, England only get 40 more runs. New Zealand end up with a 50-60 run lead in the first innings. You could quite easily see New Zealand give England a tricky last day. A few more clouds are due on the last day, so it might swing that little bit more. Vice versa, if England can get somewhere near parity, which again it's possible from this situation, that'll take them into tomorrow, possibly to lunch, and then it'll be hard for New Zealand to bat long enough to give England enough to chase on the last day. So then New Zealand are under a huge amount of pressure in that third innings of the match.
4-17 for 5. You feel that, I mean, the draw feels by far and away the most likely result, doesn't it, at the moment? But you can see some scenarios. Here's Folkes playing defensively, dropping the ball at his feet, and there's no run. Ball doesn't even go out the crease there. And, the keeper bends down and lobs it back to Blundell. Yeah, you can see some scenarios where either side could win the game from here. But at the moment, odds against. Here's Bracewell bowling to Folkes, who pushes that away into the offside, and there is no run. But England have scored really quickly today. What have they scored? 327 for 4 today at the moment, and still an hour's play left. They've been rocketing along, scoring over 4 and over. Bracewell bowls, Folkes is back, opening the face, picked up by Mitchell running around from slip, and there is no run. It's the end of Bracewell's over. 9 overs, 1 for 40. The wicket he did take, that of Ben Folkes, which is hugely disappointing for this Sunday crowd. They were looking forward to another hour of Ben Stokes. Just hit him down the ground for 6, and then he went that big boundary against the spin, miscued it, and Bolt took the catch. 46 off 33 balls. And also out today. Pope for 145, Bairstow for 8, and Lees for 67. 3 for Bolt overall, 1 for Bracewell, 1 for Henry.
I think, again, I go back to Ben Stokes, the way that he played. It's just a message he's sending, and whether we think it's high risk or not, he's thinking as he goes out and he gets that, I want to win the game. In his mind, if I can smack 125, 150 quickly, I'll get England beyond New Zealand's first innings.
Henry bowls to Root. Root turns it away down towards fine leg for a single. He moves to 129. I suppose it's disappointing for the crowd that he got out in the way that he did, because it felt like a higher risk shot than he needed to play.
Yeah, it certainly was, but I keep hearing the messaging from in the press conferences, from all the players and from Ben. And it's, can you influence the game? You know, how are you going to influence the game? And Ben chose the option of trying to influence the game in a really aggressive nature. And he was willing, like he did in the end, to get out by trying to strike a very quick 100 to try and get England close to this first innings of New Zealand, to put them under a huge amount of pressure and give them more time in the game.
Henry bowls, Folkes clip drives that out towards mid-on.
And it sends me the message that they're in the mindset that if we can get quick runs, we'll get them. If we get bowled out, we'll go out there and bowl, we'll bowl them out, and whatever they're going to ask us to chase on the last day, you know what, we'll go for it. That's what the message I'm getting.
Yeah, we're talking about the likelihood of a draw. Well, who knows what England might be prepared to chase on the last day of this test match. We don't know what New Zealand will set them. I mean, it could be impossible to get it, and no team would chase it or try to take it on. 4:18 for 5. England 135 behind. Henry bowls short, pulled away down towards fine leg. It's in the air, but it goes between 2 fielders. Bolt goes away to his left-hand side, picks it up and hurls the ball in, and Folkes gets a slightly fortuitous run. He's on to 9. 419 for 5. So you think by the close of play they're going to be around about the 450 mark, something like that, 460. Question how many left in that wickets column, and then tomorrow just bat and bat, trying to get up to that New Zealand score if they can.
I think the mindset is swing and swing at the time, and I don't think it's bat and bat.
Well, Henry bowls, Root stands up and guides that away down towards deep third, should get 2 here. He's coming back for the second, throws on its way from Conway. Good throw as well, right by the bails, but comfortable 2 runs. Root moves to 131, and England up to 421 for 5. On a day of bountiful run scoring. Well, it's been a test match like that. Well, 15 wickets. And we're nearly up to 1,000 runs now, aren't we, in the game? Not far away. 474. 974, I should say. Root again up on his toes, guiding it away. A bit closer this time to Conway. And another single to the total. 422 for 5. Root to 132. Just an update from New Zealand. Kyle Jamieson off the field after experiencing sharp pain in his lower left back, currently being assessed by the medical staff, and is unlikely to return to the field today. So that's a setback for them, and may influence any potential declaration later in the game. I say potential, we'll see where we are first. Here is Henry going into bowl to Folkes, who plays that up towards mid-on, straight ball, and there's no run. It's the end of Henry's over. It's 4:22 for 5. England 131 runs behind. Root 132 and Folkes on 9.
That's England's highest score at the 100 over mark in a Test innings since 2011, when they were 437 for 6 against India on this ground in the second innings. Had a first innings deficit of 67. Lost a couple of early wickets, Cook and Strauss, and then Ian Bell with a brilliant 159 off 206 runs of Peterson, Morgan, Pryor, Bresnan and Broad, as England made 544 of 120 overs when they were 437 after 100. This is the highest since then.
Was that the game in which Ian Bell was run out at the tea interval when he thought he'd struck a 4 and then he walked off and Dhoni reversed the decision? Here's Bracewell bowling. Sweep shot comes in from Root. Surely he's outside the off stump there. Bracewell yelled at the umpire, who gave it not out. Moeen Ali's here. Good evening to you, Moeen.
Good evening, Simon. Good evening, everybody.
Well, they're thinking about reviewing this. Surely don't review this.
Oh, he's gone for it.
They're going for it. I'm sure. Didn't it hit him outside the line, do you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain it did. We're obviously right behind the bowler's arm here. It's a great line to bowl to Joe, but yeah, I think that's outside
TV
the line.
umpire to director, we have a LBW review. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. I've checked the front foot. Can we go to front on, please?
Just seeing it now. Did Root get his pad outside the offside? It looked as if he did. Did spin. Oh, actually.
Thank you. That looks like it's hit his arm first, but I'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please, in the split screen.
Well, it's hit him on the arm rather than the pad, and the ball did turn. So the question here is, did this hit him in line or just outside the line of off stump? And then
it hasn't touched the glove first as well.
Certainly spun more than
yeah
everybody's anticipated.
Initially it looked as if it hit him on the pad outside the line, but actually it spun a bit and hit him on the arm.
Coming up now, Ultra Edge coming up, ball going past the bat, missing the bat, and going very close. Just roll that one more frame on. Right, so we've got it, and go back one frame. So I've got that missing the glove, it's hitting his arm, it's missing his sweatband on his glove. So we can go to ball tracking when it's ready. Ball tracking coming up now. Impact is umpire's call and missing the wickets. Go back to Michael on field. Michael, original decision not out, so stay with your decision. You're on screen now. Signal now.
Well, New Zealand have lost a review there. It was umpire's call for impact. But I don't think I've seen a review missing the stumps by that much, because it did spin. The ball tracking was having it going way over the top of the stumps. So Root survives.
Hawkeye had it going miles over the stumps, didn't it?
Yeah. 4:22 for 5. Here's Bracewell bowling to Root. Root back and playing defensively into the onside. A nod of appreciation there from you, Moeen.
Yeah, that was. He just pushed that slightly, ever so slightly, a bit more than he did before.
Took the arm ball past Root's outside edge a few minutes ago. Root turns that one away, backward a square on the onside for a single. Ticking the board over. Root to 133 and England to 423 for 5.
I think Bracewell's bowled quite nicely here, actually. Nice attacking line generally.
Seeing the reaction from some of the New Zealanders, I think Bolt in particular, when he saw that ball spinning right way over the top of the stumps, he couldn't believe it. Bracewell bowls, Folkes down the pitch, driving towards cover. And there's no run, picked out the fielder there. Throw whipped back in, make sure Folkes gets back in his crease, which he did. England 130 runs behind. There's a backward short leg and a slip in and a short mid-wicket. Bracewell into bowl to Folkes, and Folkes stands up and punches this towards mid-off, and there is no run. There is some turn for Bracewell. I wonder whether Jack Leach might be able to get in the game in the third innings of the match. To do so, England need to get reasonably close to New Zealand. Still 130 behind, still got 5 wickets left, mind you. Bracewell bowls, Folkes drives back down the onside of the pitch. Bracewell across to stop it. There's no run. 4:23 for 5 with 43 minutes left on this third day. So yeah, New Zealand 1 review left. England still have 3.
Yeah, I think in this situation, if England can keep bat long, still obviously score at a decent rate. And I think Jack will be sitting in the change room thinking he's got another opportunity. There's a bit more spin than the first couple of days. And having bowled decently in the first innings, I think he will fancy himself bowling on day 4, day 5, hopefully.
Yeah, it's not settled yet. A lot of people will be looking at the scores, not necessarily watching the game here and thinking, yeah, this looks like a draw. 523 plays 423 for 5. We did dig up a couple of examples yesterday of test matches where both teams have scored 500 and we had a positive outcome. Yeah, sure, Jaw does look the favourite at the moment, but things can change very quickly. We're only 25 balls from the end of the game. You've got to think like that, really.
Yeah, 130 runs is still a long way. Yes, it's a good wicket, it's a fast-scoring ground, but still a long way, and if you lose a couple of wickets, you never know.
Right, here's Southey bowling to Root. Root cuts that away, and that back cut we've seen quite a lot today from Joe Root. And New Zealand have a fielder in that channel down there. It's Conway, so it's only a single to Root. 134 to him. Recently, it seems to be just ticking over in singles, Root. Is that right? Results? When was the last time he hit a 4?
He hit a 4 off Bracewell, the first ball of Bracewell's spell, in the over that Stokes was out. Since then, just singles and a 2.
Yeah. Here's Southey bowling to Folkes. Folkes gets one that seems to bounce a bit. He takes one hand off the back, turns it away towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, he's almost as if I think he is playing the situation, isn't he? Just a different sort of game now.
Yeah, and I think he's doing the right thing, to be honest, because it's easily after when the way Ben Stokes was playing, very aggressive, very positive, and I think Ben Folkes needs to stick to his own game. He will score quick enough on this wicket.
4:24 for 5. Southey from the pavilion end bowls to Folkes, and Folkes drives and misses. I've seen a lot of that today. I've seen a lot of it recently. Past the outside edge there and through to Blundell. I suppose it's a new era, isn't it, in that England dressing room, different coach and different captain. I just wonder what they'll be thinking in there. They'll be thinking about, we can win this game. Which the way Ben Stokes batted, he thought, we can win this game still, get up level or whatever, even just a little lead. And
he was trying to take that game forward.
Southey bowls to Folkes, and Folkes quietly in defence there, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Which there's two ways of looking at it. You think, I think he's thinking, let's try and take this a great wicket. I'm playing well. Let's take this game forward. And the other way to look at it is, we're still miles behind. That's the negative approach, and I think the approach we've probably taken previously. So I think he'll be thinking, let's keep taking it forward, see where we can get to, and you never know.
Also, as well, we look at this England lower order. Southey into bowl to Folkes, is right forward, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. We sort of, in a way, we see Potts, who was out early his last Test match, is Broad. You never quite know what you're going to get. Jack Leach and Jimmy Anderson. It's not the strongest lower order that England have ever had, but Potts, Potts can bat a bit, and he didn't show that at Lord's. He was bounced out, but he may come out and smack it around a bit. And Stuart Broad as well, he can be very dangerous in situations like this. And Jack Leach adhesive. Southey bowls short, pulled away by Folkes in the air, out towards deep back of square leg.
He's dropped it.
He's dropped it, Drop catch on the deep back of square leg boundary.
Substitute fielder.
Sub-fielder.
No.
Is it?
Young.
It's Young out there on the deep back of square leg boundary. Well, he made good ground to get there and then put it down. So a life for Ben Folkes. Really frustrating from Southey. A pull shot, slightly top-edged. Yeah, you'd back him to get that, really, wouldn't you? He'd got two hands to it and then rolled over and down it went.
Yeah, he is running in his short leg pads, and sometimes it can play in the back of your mind as you're running for the ball. But yeah, he got two hands. At this level, he should be taking that. Tim Southee's body language he's obviously gutted about that.
Southee today with, well, he's yet to take a wicket. That should have been it, really. 4.25 for 5. A Life of Folkes on 9. He got a single. So he's on strike again for Bracewell's latest over. Drives his first ball out to mid-off and there's no run. The only thing you would say is it got him very quickly, but then, you know, that's what you practice for. Bracewell to Folkes. Folkes edges it past slip along the ground. Probably 2 for him here. In fact, not even that. Just the single. It has been a match of drop catches. It's been a remarkable game, really. So many have gone down.
It really has. I mean, so many drop catches, actually, thinking about it. That line that Bracewell's bowling to Folkes in particular is a fantastic line.
Bracewell now to bowl to Root, and Root squeezes forward and eases that away with an open face. New Zealand have a field on the deep backward point boundary. He rushes in, picks it up. One more run to Root.
So 9 out of 24 chances have been missed in this game.
And if you rank them, I think that's probably third on the list. Here's Folkes turning that towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. In terms of, I think Root and Mitchell, the 2 drop catches at first slip, probably really should have been taken. That one, yeah, as well. So in the top 3 bad drops, if you like, in this game. Bracewell outside the off stump. Folkes drives past extra cover, gets a single to the left of mid-off. One more run to the total. 4.28 for 5. Is Trent Bridge a particularly bad seeing ground? Is that the reason? Is it just one of those things?
Yeah, it certainly is. Trent Bridge along with Headingley were the 2 most difficult grounds to see. For whatever reason it was, you react really late to picking up the ball.
Bracewell to Root. Root nudges it into the onside towards mid-wicket. I think he caught Folkes unawares then. Folkes seemed to be on his heels, but I think he picked his man, didn't he, Southee, who is quite athletic when the ball comes to him. But he had a bit of ground to make in to pick that up. Anyway, it was the last ball of the over as well, and Root gets another single, so he's dealing in singles at the moment. 4.29 for 5 with 40 minutes play left. England 124 runs behind. More from you, Mo, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, and this is where Root is really, really good, because he's acknowledged and he knows Folkes has just come in not long ago. He needs to build a partnership, get him settled in, and then he'll pick up the scoring rate. And this is what makes him such a great player.
So 4.29 for 5. How's the stamina, Mo? You're keeping going?
I'm good. I'm very good, actually. I feel strong at the minute.
Well done. Southee from the far end moves in bowls to Root, who tries to steer the ball away towards the square third man that they have, but picks out the gully, and there's no run. And it's really interesting how he's changed his tempo completely from the moment that Johnny Bairstow was lost, really. You've got a comparison there for us. Andy must be able to show that, because he was playing with such freedom. Then Bairstow got out. And of course, Stokes played the way that he did, and from that moment on, Root really just realised I've got to hang in here. I'm still a long way behind, still 124 runs behind. And Potts next in, of course. In comes Southee and bowls on the off stump, turned away into the leg side. They'll want 2 if they possibly can, but no. Fielder gets there quickly, throws it in, and so it's just 1 run. 430 for 5.
I also think New Zealand have bowled really, really well with this second new ball.
Yep.
And just stopping them from really pushing on. Got a couple of wickets, slowed down the rate, and they bowled fantastically well.
When Bairstow was out, Root had 111 from 132 balls. Since then, 26 off 40. So still going at a decent rate. He's actually not had that much of a strike for some of that period. What's different, though, is the number of boundaries he's hit. He's been more accumulating.
In comes Southee, running in, and he bowls to Folkes on the middle and leg, turned away nicely into the leg side. I'll just take a single there. Folkes to 13, 432 for 5.
Of those first 111 runs, he had 18 boundaries, so 72 runs in fours, just 2 fours since then.
Well, the field's spreading again. There's that man that goes down to square third man. Deep square leg. Still 2 slips and a gully. Southey will be cross about that catch, not least because he hasn't got a wicket yet and he's heading for his 100. Up he comes from the pavilion end and he bowls, and Root just very leisurely steers the ball down into gully. Goes away and plays the shot again for himself there. Just hasn't quite got the timing right then. I guess it happens, Mo, and if you do change tempo a bit like this, you can just lose a bit of rhythm too.
Yeah, certainly you definitely can. But he's such a good player, and he's been in this situation many times now, that he kind of knows what he's doing still. He might feel like he never really fights himself when he's batting, and that's the difference between him and everybody else. Everybody else will be fighting it, maybe playing out balls they shouldn't, but he just stays calm and trusts himself.
Southey runs in hard, bowls, and again he tries to dab the ball away to that offside. He keeps picking out the man there at gully. And again goes away for a little talk to himself there, keeping himself going. He's 137 not out. Back-to-back centuries for England's former captain. Terrific partnership with Pope, worth 187. Lots of fun too. They really seem to enjoy doing that together. Big smiles. Root really helped Pope on the way through there. He was eventually caught down on the long leg boundary for 145. In comes Southey and bowls. Oh, now there's a rare loose shot from Root. Rather lured into that. Little bit of width.
He did, and it's probably one of the very few times we've seen him play a miss on this wicket. This summer, really, he's been playing so well. It's actually surprised everybody that he's played a miss at it.
Quite the length. There's a bit of width. Lucky not to get an edge on that, but it's the end of the over. 4:31 for 5. There's 35 minutes to go of play today, and there's a change in the bowlers here, so time for our long wave listeners to head off for the shipping forecast. Away they go, and time being set here to set the field for Bracewell. Well, I think he's bowled pretty well. I mean, he was held back for so long by the New Zealand captain, but actually he's done a decent job. He's got his first Test wicket. It's Ben Stokes, and he comes again and he bowls to Folkes, who clips that hard but straight to short mid wicket. He's got a man out at deep backward square, mid on and mid off are up. They don't really want Root down on strikes. They're making it difficult here for Folkes just to hit the ball away for a single.
No, you're right. I think he's bowled really, really well. The line he's bowling is really impressive, and he seems to be able to hold a length.
And he goes again, bowls. So Folkes plays that carefully back at him. So today, England have lost Lees for 67, Pope 145, Bairstow for 8, and Stokes for 46. That was 405 for 5, now 431 for 5. Bracewell tosses this up, Folkes down the pitch, hits him straight back at him. He manages to catch that with his right hand. Trembridge thinning out a bit. Whether people have pre-booked trains or something like that, it's possible, but some empty seats appearing now on this lovely ground. Some low cloud overhead. Bracewell again bowls a bit shorter this time, and maybe that kept a little bit low, or certainly Folkes gave the impression that it kept a little bit low. He managed to jam the bat down. It's fielded in the offside. Again, there's no run. And a gentler day wind-wise, although the flags are still blowing around down there. Bracewell bowls, flicked away that towards mid-wicket. A bit of a fumble there from the fielder. And there's no run. Of course, Monday tomorrow. I don't know what the ticket situation is tomorrow, whether we know if there's any available or whether it's still full, but there are tickets available. I'm reliably informed, so I guess you go online and buy those. It could be a good day tomorrow. So lots in this match. Bracewell again, lopes in, bowls. Oh, it's gone straight through, Folkes. Driving a little bit ambitiously there, maybe. And the ball's beaten the edge, it's beaten the keeper, and runs into the boundary for 4 byes.
Again, it's that line he's bowling outside off stump, hitting a bit of rough that's there, but that's the real first ball that's really spun and bounced, which is interesting.
It is. You like a bit of that, though, Ian. I see your eyes light up.
This is a beautiful ball. There's enough when it comes out like that. Out your hand, it is lovely.
Straight past the inside edge, and then a little bit of roughing there of the surface. So this pitch is is getting a little bit drier now, but that did turn and bounce.
Beautiful shape. Ball hit the seam, bounced and spun.
4:35 for 5, the England score. They're still 118 runs behind. The lower order padded up and due to come in next. And we didn't see much of Potts in the Lord's Test match. Have you seen him bat much? He got a second baller there and got bounced out. But have you seen much of it?
That is the first time I saw him bat.
Right.
I saw him in the nets this morning, and he looked actually half decent.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did,
okay. Now we've got Southey bowling, and Root has flicked that away from a good few inches outside the off stump, down to deep backward square leg for 1 run. And Southey watches that number creep up. It's always been a cruel place for bowlers, Trent Bridge, because back in the day there was an enormous scoreboard, the first electric scoreboard actually in this country, down to our left. Do you remember that one?
I don't know. How long ago was that?
Not that long ago.
Okay.
Anyway, it was the first one that had all your bowling figures up, and it was a bit depressing, frankly. In comes Southey, and he bowls short, and that's been flogged away through mid-wicket for 4 by Folkes. Southey goes to 99. England 440 for 5, so they're 113 behind. Not really the pace, I'm afraid, Southey at the end of a long day to start bowling short.
Yeah, much better control this by Ben Folkes after top edging the previous pull and getting the life that he needed, but this one is really hit in front of square nicely, top of the bounce. Beautiful shot.
440 for 5. I'm guessing a Southey wouldn't have had 0 for 100 many times in his career, but he's such a fine bowler. And he comes again, bowls, and Folkes, he takes into 100 by paddling him around the corner. The chase for the fielder down to our left. It's Trent Boult who flings the ball in, and there'll be some ironic cheers there for Tim Southey. There you go, and it's a no ball too, I think. 441 for 5.
So he's now bowled just over 50 overs without a wicket in the second innings at Lords and the first innings here. He picked up 4 in the first innings at Lords.
So fine bowler, and it happens. It happens. So he's had a chance dropped, a couple of chances actually. Southey again runs in hard, bowls, and Root plays slightly across that pad, or runs off an inside edge. Fielded at mid-wicket, but the former captain takes one more, looks at the inside edge of his bat. 441 for 5. So England now 111 behind. It's half an hour to go on this third day. Tickets available tomorrow. The weather looks good. Set fair. You're not with us tomorrow, Mo?
I'm not.
You're
no.
back in action somewhere?
I am going tomorrow evening to Heathrow Airport.
Oh.
And then we fly the following morning to Netherlands.
Oh, of course. That's upon us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of course it is. Southey's on his way, bowls full, turned away by Folkes. Out to deep square leg. They've taken one. That's going to be an interesting little trip, actually.
Yeah, it is 3 ODIs against Netherlands, who almost beat West Indies actually a couple of times. So they're not the easiest of teams.
No.
And it's always difficult to play a side like Netherlands. But obviously with the new coach coming in, which is exciting for everybody as well.
Do you know him?
I actually don't. I've met him a couple of times previously, but I don't know him that well though.
Ah, good.
But apparently he's a really, really nice guy.
Well, you'll be excited packing a gear up.
Oh, yeah.
Southey again, bowls, slower ball down the leg side, but Root's brushed it away, and Boult can't stop it. Another 4 runs. Blundell's flat on his face there behind the stumps. 447 for 5. 106 behind. Root goes to 143. So when you've been picked like that again after a little while, does your kit come in the post? You got sorts of new coloured clothing?
It's funny you say that because the sponsorships obviously changed.
Yes.
And so we get everything brand new bags, brand new clothing. So it's quite exciting.
Yes.
You know, when you have...
How does it come? The van
pulls up outside your house. And England's kit guy, whose name is Sean, he drops it off to your house. So he texts me in the morning saying, are you going to be home from this time? 2:30 I think it was yesterday, and it arrived. So when I went back home from here yesterday, I had a couple of big bags waiting for me.
That's very exciting. Bracewell bowls, pushed off the front foot down to backward point. You must have a house full of redundant coloured clothes from old series and sponsors.
Yeah. But I actually had a clear out the other day, and we've Given a lot away to friends and family.
Yeah, nice. 4:47 for 5. Bracewell bowling his off spin, tosses this up, and it's hit hard back at him, but into the pitch. So almost a crowd catch there, but no big crowd. But no one fell for that, obviously. 4:47 for 5, 106 behind. There's a short leg there because we have seen the ball spin. Bracewell bowls a flatter one, and folks turns that into the onside. Moeen answering your questions at lunch, by the way, is available as a podcast now. You'll find that at BBC Sounds. Lots of interesting questions, lots of interesting answers, actually, Moeen. It goes Bracewell again, tossing it up and steered away to backward point for a single.
Yeah, there's some good questions, actually.
There were some
enjoyed
good
it.
questions.
Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Well, you are on your way, so I really hope you've enjoyed your time with us, Mo. Watch this ball. We're going to do a formal send-off once this ball's been completed. Folks on 19, Bracewell bowls Clint, defended. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having
really
me.
enjoyed your company. We're seeing you at Headingley again.
Yeah, hopefully.
Excellent. And enjoy the Netherlands.
Thank you very much.
Get some runs, get some wickets.
We'll try.
Enjoy your new kit.
I will. I certainly will. Thank you very much for having me.
See you at Leeds.
Thanks.
Cheers, Mo.
Bye-bye.
Nice to see you. 4:47 for 5. And there's a man going a little bit deeper there, mid-wicket. Still the fielder out at deep backward point. 447 for 5, so 106 behind. Root on 143. There's Folks on strike on 19. It's tossed up. Folks clips that away into the leg side. No run. It's the end of the over. We've got about 25 minutes of play left. 9 overs. I'm not sure we'll get those. It's possible with Bracewell bowling. Tuffers is back. Oh, that new kit appearing. The white van turning up. Tuffers bags.
I remember that when that happened with me. You really knew that you were involved. You got the knock on the door. The cricket case was there. Opened it up. Your cap, your blazer, your tie.
Yours have been the old stripey.
Yes.
MCC colour. It wasn't MCC colours, but it was a sort of deterring colour, wasn't it?
Is it egg and bacon or egg and tomato?
No, well, it's not. I don't think it's any really, because it's a unique tie for England touring teams, isn't it? When they toured as MCC.
Well, it had the egg and bacon or tomato or whatever, just with that little black line in it as well.
It was.
Yes, it was. And then you started going, oh crikey, this is actually happening.
Yeah. Sweaters as well.
Oh, lovely. The old cable knit, cream.
Yeah.
Oh.
Southey's on his way, running towards us. Root waits, bat raised, and he drives. Oh, what a wonderful shot that is. I'm afraid Southey's getting a bit of a spanking here. Too wide, that one. Root's got the bottom hand in. He's just reached it, brought it through. The 450's up. And Root moves to 147. Terrific shot. He just extended the arms. The bottom hand, he reached it.
Wonderful shot. We've seen a few of those.
It's almost like a tennis right-hand topspin.
A topspin cross-court.
Yes.
Lovely. Yes.
Southey again runs in, bowls, and Root goes back to cut. Southey yelps there, optimistically, possibly finding an edge, but it didn't happen.
Was that Dan Maskell?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's a peach of a topspin cross-court volley.
wouldn't have gone cross-court, though. That would have gone that way.
Oh, right, down the tram.
Towards the right, yeah.
Yeah.
Really, but it was that bottom hand really came through to control the shot.
You still got your jumpers, John? You still got your...
I had a bad moment, I think, with the washing machine.
Yes, I did.
I don't know if we can get any back on it. Mine comes up to about halfway up my tummy now, unfortunately. I think it's all packed away for posterity.
Yes.
Southey bustles in, bowls, and there's more runs.
Wow.
Through the leg side this time, and Joe Root reaches 150. Brilliant innings, played by a man who's just in outstanding form.
What?
Beautiful innings. And he's showing his bat around the ground. Once again, his teammates are out on the balcony there in the pavilion with smiles on their faces. Terrific innings, full of just beautiful, silky timing.
Listen to that from Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got goosebumps.
Yeah, it must be an extraordinary feeling. Southey comes in, bowls very wide, and it is a wide actually. Root ignores it. I mean, there must have been a time where they're all singing your name like that.
Well, of course. Yes, I'm not quite sure what they were singing, but that was just what a way to get there as well. Nipped across to the offside.
Yep.
Decent ball just outside the off. He's just picking him off where he wants to.
I don't know how you bolted that.
No, why? Because that was outside off stump.
Yeah.
And hit like a tracer bullet through mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's hit you through the offside, ball before. The line's good. You feel we let that go, that'll be okay. Southey again runs in, bowls to him. Oh, now that's a little bit flirty. It's across the front pad. They've got a thick outside edge. He walks. Oh, look, he's kicking at the ground.
Yeah, come on.
He wants more. He's hungry.
Of course he does.
That was a loose shot, though.
To use the football analogy, he's playing like a Rolls Royce.
Is he?
Yes, that's what I say about centre halves when they just sort of cruise around,
right,
hoovering up everything. It's like a Rolls Royce out there, a well-oiled one.
Yeah,
just at a service. What a knock! Seen him play some beauties here.
Southey bowls to him and very late dabs the ball towards third man. Just misses out there. He's hit that fielder a few times.
Yeah.
Let's have the stats.
He brought up his 150 with his 23rd four off from 181 balls. It's his 13th score of 150 or more in Test cricket. That's out of the 27 centuries he's made. So almost half of his hundreds have been 150 plus, and his 6th 150 plus score in the last 2 years. It's in 22 Test matches.
That's quite remarkable. A number of times he's kicked on, isn't it? Southey moves in, bowls to him. Oh, that's a ridiculous shot.
That's
I'm sorry. I mean, if you're Tim Southey now, you say, I'll have my cap and my sweater, and I'm heading off down to the long grass, because that was a ball of immaculate length. It was outside the off stump, and Root has just hammered that between the bowler and mid-on. He's worked it across. That is an absolutely incredible stroke. It's not a half volley.
He's hit that on the up.
I don't know how he's played that.
No, he's hit that on the up from what? A foot outside off stump, and just shoveled it with immaculate timing, like a bullet back past Southey and mid-on.
I'm not being silly, but Southey, I think, I just seen running up the steps into the pavilion.
That's enough.
You can't. How are you going to bowl to that?
That was number 3 gorgeous shots during that over. He's got a good name for it, though, hasn't he? La 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 la, Joe Root. They always used to go tough as boing boing when I
boing boing.
It didn't quite have the same ring.
No. No, but Southey, I'm afraid, I'm just looking round. He just said, that's it. Cap and sweater, I'm out of here. Bracewell bowls and Folkes defends. That was a most wonderful shot. There's just an element of just ever so slightly taking the mickey. 460 for 5. And Folkes turns that into the leg side. They'll take a single.
And there's another thing that I've noticed here, and they were doing it at Headingley. Everyone's taking their shoes off. They're waving their shoes about. Yeah.
Why they? Oh, they are. Why? Why would you do that?
I don't know. Wouldn't fancy being in that stand.
No, but I really need to know why.
Yeah, everyone's got their shoes off. Well, I'm sure someone will text me or whatever. Yeah,
they must do.
Twitter me.
Right.
Tell me.
They're waving their shoes in the air.
Yeah. They've had a good day at the cricket here.
They have. Well, if you can come tomorrow, come along. Bracewell bowls and Root's on the back foot, playing from the crease, and fielded at slip. I can't get over that shot.
No, it's amazing.
Bracewell again, turned away out towards mid-wicket. The highlights will be starting in 50 minutes. I think that shot might feature.
It was almost, I don't mean to say it, it's a bit of disdain.
Well, it was. Well, that's what I say. I think he's got to take your stuff and go, haven't you? Sorry.
Skip. Okay, I'm done. I'm
done.
I'm going for a bath.
I can't do anything with that. They just play that well too, because that's outside the leg stump. Just gives up a little bit of room. Played it square through the offside. I'm not sure I've seen Root play any better than this.
Well, we were talking earlier, Andy, weren't we? That he's played a couple of belters here against India. There's a great one here where he was late cutting Mitchell Starc for 4. Do you remember that?
I missed his double century against Pakistan at Old Trafford because I was doing horses.
Yeah.
So that was a great innings.
Yeah.
But I didn't see that one. But he's just playing so brilliantly at the moment. He defends the last ball. It's picked up by Mitchell to end the over. 4:63 for 5. 20 minutes to go until the close, or 7 overs. Andy, you got something to say? Tuffers, add to that, and then Simon Mann will see us through to the close.
Just quickly, the second of the 3 fours that rooted in Southeast previous over for the 50 partnership in 12 overs and 4 balls. Mentioned it's his 13th score of 150 or more in Test cricket. That puts him into the top 10 all-time. Already had the English record. Alistair Cook with 11 was England's second most prolific scorer of 150s. Sachin Tendulkar leads the way, 20 of his 51 Test hundreds, or 150 plus. So Root now up there with some pretty elite names: Tendulkar, Lara, Sangakkara, Bradman, who made 18 out of his 29 hundreds, Mahela Jayawardene, Ponting, Kallis, Sehwag, Steve Waugh, and then Root tied with Yunus Khan, 10th most with 13.
Simon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, evening.
Evening,
Tuffers,
even. Yes. Sorry to interrupt, but you're a man of the terraces. Why are they all taking their shoes off? Do you know? When Joe Root gets 150. Any ideas?
None.
None at all?
No.
OK. Thought you might know.
I'm puzzled as you are.
No, I mean, there must be some Root.
Someone, let us know, somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody out there will know the reason.
Oh, here. I've got something here. Hold on. Carry on.
OK, keep talking. 4:63 for 5. England are 90 runs behind. They have had today about as good a day as they possibly could have imagined, really. How many runs have they scored? 353 for 4 today. Is that right, Zoltz?
It's more than that.
373. 373 for 4.
It says here, shoes off if you love Joe Root.
Oh, right, OK. Here's Bolt bowling to Folkes. Folkes tucked up by that one that came back in from Bolt, who looks as fresh at the moment as he did at the start of the day. I'm sure that's not the case, but he rushed forward there to pick that up. And there's no run. The lights are coming on. There's plenty of blue sky above, but the lights have fired up here with just over 15 minutes to go until the close. England are 90 runs behind. I heard Jeremy doing a piece for World Service next door saying he thinks England should declare.
Well, just calm down. Hold on. How many are we about? England are 90 behind.
Bolt bowls, Folkes leaves. That curves after it goes past the stumps and taken by a tumbling Blundell away to his left-hand side. I think his theory was that the best chance of winning is the team batting last, so you've got to declare and try and bowl New Zealand out and then chase something, give yourself maximum amount of time.
One up. We are one up.
This is not my theory, Tuppers. This is Jeremy's theory.
Yeah, England are 1-0 ahead in the 3-match.
My theory is just bat and bat and bat and bat, get as many runs as you possibly can.
Put pressure on.
Try to put pressure on. That's what I would do. Here's Bolt bowling, and Folkes is forward, playing it back down the onside of the pitch, and Bolt picks up, and there's no run. But he might be right. You might be. You go out there and bowl again and bowl New Zealand out and then knock off 280. I don't know.
Yeah, bowl them out for. Yeah, it'd have to be bowl them out for 200.
200, yeah, and knock off 280. Yeah, that's something like that. Anyway.
Well, I admire his positivity, but having had a look at this today, it's a pretty docile track.
Bolt bowls short and Folkes ducks underneath it. I mean, also as well, we think about teams being winning series, being one up in series, and you hold on to your lead in the series, try and win the series. But of course, there are World Test Championship points on offer now for individual Test matches.
Yes.
So what you need to try to do is win as many games as you possibly can.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to say England has started this summer from quite a low base in the World Test Championship, i.e. bottom of the table.
Yeah.
They lost 10 points for a slow over rate. For slow over rates, not just in one game, but over a couple of games or so, whatever it was. 4:63 for 5, 90 behind. Folkes on 20. Bolt bowls. Folkes head right over it, plays defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, that's why I was slightly perplexed about Ben Stokes. He's not necessarily. It was fantastic to watch, and but if he's still here now and still looking to pick the right ball, because he just started trying to hit everything for 6, didn't he? If him and Root were in now, they would have probably been a few more nearer. And then,
Over
as you say,
500, I think.
well, there you go. And then come back tomorrow and bat and bat and bat, and then, you know, get the lead and put pressure on that way. That's what I perhaps would have done.
Yeah, I'm presuming that are just going to try to bat and bat and bat into tomorrow. You know, from here, best case scenario, middle of the afternoon.
Yes,
something like that.
I'd give.
Here's Bolt bowling, and folks beaten. That's a good one. Really good delivery. It is gloomy now at Trent Bridge. The lights, I mentioned the lights are coming on. Went past the outside edge there, through to Blundell. 4.63 for 5. Where are we in the World Test Championship, Andy, in terms of teams leading? Last time I looked, the impression that I was given is, from the table and how it might shape, is that Australia and India look quite well placed to make the final, which will be at Lord's next summer. I mentioned the other day, actually, that Broad and Anderson might be playing their last Test matches at Trent Bridge, but there is a possibility that England will play Ireland next summer again, and Trent Bridge doesn't have a Test match. It could be played here. That's not in the calendar yet, but there's a possibility that that could happen. Anyway, that was the end of Bolt's over. 4.63 for 5. England 90 runs behind. Pope today making 145, Lees 67, Bairstow 8, and that the innings that Tuffers mentioned, Ben Stokes 46 from 33 balls before he was caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary, having a wipe across the line at Bracewell.
And it just popped him straight back over his head from the similar length straight.
Yeah, so go straight rather than against the line.
Well,
across the line.
Who am I to say? But I mean, yes, perhaps, yes. You know, that just does bring into the spin bowl of the top edge. And it's quite a big hit out there as well to Cow Corner.
Yeah. Right, here's Henry going into bowl to Root on 157. Root is forward, playing it to cover, and there's no run. Celia Berry emails us about why spectators have been taking their shoes off for Joe Root. It's a reference to the Monty Python film Life of Brian. They take their shoes off to indicate their dedication to their Messiah, because one of his shoes falls off when he jumps in a hole onto a naked hermit. Where's this going, this email? It makes as much sense as Joe Root's batting. This has been unbelievable. Here's Henry. Well, he went to bowl there and deliver the ball and then just didn't release it for some reason.
What is that? Yeah, he's not coming out. That's a good film, that one.
World Test Championship table?
The table?
Still bottom.
Yes, England not doing tremendously well. The top two currently Australia and South Africa.
Here is Henry bowling full to Root, who blocks it to mid-off, and there's no run.
Australia, from 8 matches, 5 wins and 3 draws, have acquired 75% of the potential points. So the ranking is done by...
Yeah, percentage, isn't it?
Yes, so the percentage of the available points. England down in 8th out of the 9 teams, having played 14 matches.
Henry bowls to Root outside the off stump, swinging away, no stroke from Root. So have England got any chance of qualifying, or is it just about impossible from here? If they won every single game, beat New Zealand twice in the last 2 games, beat South Africa 3 times.
I think because they've played so many games, 14, 2 wins, 7 losses, 4 draws, they are... yes, I don't think they could make that up.
Yeah. So South Africa's second at the moment, India third.
You couldn't make it up.
Here's Root edging. Henry's latest delivery down towards deep third. New Zealand have had that fielder out on the deep backward point boundary for much of the afternoon, so it's only a single. 4.64 for 5.
South Africa's in an interesting position. They did quite poorly in the first edition. They've struggled in tests for sort of 2 or 3 years, but have emerged in the last 12 months with some excellent results. Beat India in South Africa, had a very good 1-all draw in New Zealand. So that'll be a very interesting series later this summer. I've got outstanding seam bowlers, 2 very good spinners, Maharaj and Harmer.
Spinners and pace bowlers, yeah.
Batting has been unreliable, but got a few youngsters coming through.
Yeah, look forward to them coming for 3 tests later in the summer. Henry bowls, Folkes drives for 4, past mid-off. Lovely sound off the Folkes bat. He's played 2 or 3 fine strokes. That was just about the best of them. Once it went past the mid-off, and that was skipping out towards the rope at wide mid-off. Takes him to 24 and England to 468 for 5. I'm not sure how they're going to fit all the highlights in tonight at 7 o'clock on BBC Two and BBC iPlayer. There's also a Toughest Guide to Trent Bridge, including him being hit for 6 by a youngster. Well, it comes to us all, doesn't it, eventually, Thomas? It's Henry bowling full. Oh, that's good delivery, and right up there, and folks beaten and through to Blundell. Actually, I've seen it. I just had a look at it on my phone. Someone's circulated it. Yeah. It was too fair. You did tease him a bit, didn't you? Just lobbed it up there.
It wasn't going to be. Yeah. It wasn't going to be nasty, was it?
No. You're not that sort of man.
No. Would have been nice if it was 4 though, not 6.
Got to be prepared to buy your wickets.
Well, once in a while, sometimes you've got to do. Well, New Zealand wouldn't mind doing that here because they're looking on their last legs, aren't they?
Well, no Jameson.
No, back.
He's got a back problem. Is Southey off the field now? Is his race run today? I can't see him out there.
No, I think he just had enough.
Or is he at second slip?
No,
he come back on the field?
Oh, is he? Oh, he has come back.
Yes, he has. Yeah, he's back on the field at second slip.
He went off for a cold shower after that chastening over from Joe Root.
So one of those days today, Southey gone for a gallon. 468 for 5. Bolt 3 for 84 in his 25th over. Bowls to Root. Root nudges it away with an open face down into the gully. And there's no run. I think Bolt has just about been he has. But
without doubt.
New Zealand's most impressive bowler.
Without doubt.
Southey, 28 overs, 0 for 119. Only one maiden in there. Henry's gone 1 for 123 from his 25 overs. Jameson 0 for 66. Bracewell 1 for 48 from 14. Bolt 3 for 84. Goes in now to bowl to Root. Root lets it go outside the off stump.
Didn't like that, you know. Andy didn't like you taking his little thing away. he was looking very nervous.
I think, to be fair to him, I think it's because he hadn't filled in one of the bowling figures. Is that right?
I hadn't added Henry's last overs.
Oh, right. So he's actually 1 for 128 from 26 overs. Got
all panicky there. He's taken me clipboard. He's taken me scorecard.
Don't touch the clipboard.
468 for 5. Bolt bowls. Root turns that away to mid-wicket. Can't get a single. Picks out Bracewell, who's really been in the game, actually. In the field, he's been lively. He's been good in the field. And he's bowled his overs eventually. He wasn't used until the 69th over.
It was too late for me. Should have been brought in. But he showed a bit of promise. I thought he bowled all right on a flatty. But bowled pretty decent.
He got one to spin.
Yeah.
To turn and bounce past the inside edge. That's Folks his bat.
Yeah.
Bolt rushing in to bowl to Root, who plays a magnificent shot and is very well fielded by Bracewell, diving to his left at mid-wicket. It was a lovely bit of cricket, that. Good shot, good fielding.
Hits them hard through there, doesn't he? It's not like a whack through mid-wicket. It's just strong forearms and wrists and really smacks it through mid-wicket. I mean, that's got to be on your toes at mid-wicket. Comes at you at a rate.
Root 158 not out. Fastest Test century today from 116 balls. Dying embers of this day. Bolt bowls to Root. Root lets it go. Ball across him outside the off stump. Root now, well, unless he gets a full picture on his pads, looking to play for tomorrow. Get through to the close. 5 minutes away. Probably time for. What have we got in terms of balls in this over? How many left?
4.
Oh. It's because Bolt finished off an over, so he's got 25 points. He bowled 3 balls the over when Jameson went off.
Yeah, it is confusing, yeah.
Don't like it. Joe Root's 150 was also his fastest 150 from 181 balls.
Right. Bolt goes in to complete the over, bowls to Root wide, or some very wide. Root leaves it through to Blundell, sprawls away to his right-hand side. Looks quite tired behind the stumps there, Blundell. Well, he batted for a long time, and he's been leaping here, there and everywhere today.
And 181 balls puts him into the top 10 fastest 150s for England in tests where balls figures have been recorded. In fact, joint 8th with Robert Key when he made his double 100 against West Indies, reached 150 also off 181 balls. Ben Stokes's Cape Town Blitz leads the way, 135 balls. Kevin Peterson has 3 of the top 7 in that list.
I've never seen anything like that partnership between Stokes and Bairstow in Cape Town. It was just incredible hitting. Ben Stokes, 258. And he batted a bit like he did today, but for about 4 hours. Here's Henry bowling what might be the last over of the day. It's forced away by Folkes into the covers, and there's no run. He was just looking at it. He got to the stage where he's looking at everything for 4 or 6, and it was happening for him. And Bairstow responding at the other end as well. Partnership with 399.
So it's the first test in England for 8 years in which the 2 first innings combined have exceeded 1,000 runs.
Henry bowls to Folkes. Folkes plays that towards mid-on, and there's no run. Sorry, you say the first test for 8 years, did you say?
In England.
In England.
Where the 2 first innings combined have exceeded 1,000. It was 1,028 when England played Sri Lanka at Lords in 2014. Game which ended with that dramatic finish with Sri Lanka's last wicket. Pair at the crease.
Yeah, that's a test series we talked about in the last test, because it was a painful one for Alistair Cook, because England got close to winning the first game and just lost the second. Folkes plays defensively to Henry. Henry picks up away to his left-hand side. And there is no run. 468 for 5. It's coming up to 628. 3 balls left in the over. England 85 runs behind. Starting the day at 90 for 1. Henry bowls to Folkes. Folkes drives. Henry fields off his own bowling. Good committed fielding away to his left. Very crisply struck by Folkes.
I think that innings at Lords might have done Ben Folkes a world of good. Sort of seeing England over the line, didn't he? Batted very composed and very assured, and he's come out and played a nice knock here as well. Played some good shots.
24 not out.
Hooks and pulls.
Henry bowls to him outside the off stump, swinging away, allows it to go. And Henry's running back. New Zealand definitely want, another over here. Oof. They are 3 overs short at the moment. Yeah, there will be another over.
Yeah, easy.
As this is the last ball. 468 for 5. Henry is about to set off there, and they're putting 2 men back. They want to bowl at Folkes for the last over. They've had enough of Root today.
Absolutely.
There's a deep backward point and a deep square leg. Henry to bowl to Folkes, and Folkes gets one that keeps a bit low outside the off stump. We have seen some variable backs, not that much today. I mean, it's been a wonderful day for batting. Folkes allowed that to go through. 468 for 5. 1 over left definitely now.
Well, it's a viable tactic, you know. Give the bloke on 180 odd, or wherever he's on, obviously on 160 nearly, one, and bowl at the other bloke. I used to do it. You know, set mid off and mid back. He knocks you for 1. Right, okay, lads, everyone.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the proper game.
And actually, some players, probably not Root, but some players who are dominating just like to be on strike, and it gets a bit frustrating for them as well.
Exactly. Yeah. And then perhaps they want to field bat and ball, and you bowl that little bit wider and a bit swing, and they go after it and nick it. So it's a legitimate ploy. Ploy.
Right, last over of the day. Bolt bowls to Root, and Root drives through extra cover. It was a wide full toss. He's hit it for 4. Not a great delivery from Trent Boult. And more chasing for 2 New Zealand fielders, because he didn't hit it perfectly. It was sort of toe end of the bat, but fast outfield and a free swing of the bat. Gift for Joe Root late in the day. Takes him now to 162, and England to 472 for 5. On a remarkable day at Trent Bridge. England have scored 382 in the day, if I'm not mistaken. Here's Boult. Bowling to Root. Short, pulled away. Guided pull down towards deep backward square leg. A single for Root.
Well, I reckon that second session, that partnership between Root and Pope was mesmerising, really, wasn't it? One of the most pleasing sort of sessions I've seen. Talking as an England fan, you know, it was glorious cricket.
Well, they went from 195 for 2 to 331 for 2 at tea.
Without sort of breaking sweat. It was just just going at 5 6s and over. It was New Zealand had no answer. Excellent batting. smiles all round, wasn't there? You know, Pope
Full
smiling.
house, everyone enjoying it.
It was
Bolt
lovely.
bowls, and Folkes forces this back down the pitch. Good fielding by Bolt away to his left, prevented that going up to the straight long off boundary for 4. Because Bolt has bowled a strange number of balls in this day's play. How many left, Andy? 3. It actually says he's bowled 26 overs, but because he completed an over when Jameson went off. He bowled the last 3 balls of the over. So 3 for 89 for Bolt. Goes in now to bowl to Ben Folkes, and Folkes is forward, playing it back to the bowler, and Bolt bends down, picks up, immediately sets off back to his mark at that far end of the ground. The crowd has thinned out a bit. It's probably 2/3 full now, Trent Bridge. But I think it's fair to say if you bought a ticket today, you've had your money's worth. A rollicking batting performance from England. It's been that sort of test match. Here is Bolt, penultimate ball of the day, bowls to Folkes, who covers up, ball tailing back into him, runs it away towards mid-wicket. Again, Bracewell is there, and there is no run. Still 2 full days left in the game, and it feels as if the two teams are going to be quite close on first innings. Mind you, if England bat properly tomorrow, they do have the possibility of, getting a reasonable lead here. I'm trying to put pressure on New Zealand, whether the pitch will allow them to roll New Zealand over in their second innings and allow them time to chase. Well, we'll find out, of course, but I mean, it looks pretty blameless. There is some spin, but not huge amounts. There's something to work with out there for Jack Leach, and sometimes pressure as well can have its effect.
Oh, pressure's the best.
Bolt round the wicket to bowl the last ball of the day, and he nearly gets a wicket. Change of angle. Folkes leans forward. It goes past the outside edge. It's through to Blundell, and that has been a superb day for England. They've only lost 4 wickets, and they've scored 383 runs, hundreds for Pope and Root, 67 from Lees, 46 off 33 balls from Ben Stokes, but ultimately it's been Joe Root's day again. Another fabulous 100 for him, and he walks off undefeated and ready to come back for more tomorrow. England have scored at 4.35 runs per over today.
I mean, that is a wow day for England. Entertainment from ball 1. It's been sensational. Just seeing Joe Root walking off now as he's raising his bat to the pavilion, and the crowd, all his teammates on the balcony giving him a clap in as well. Fabulous knock, and let's not forget Ollie Pope. What a great knock at 3 for him. He'll be really satisfied that with all the talk about can he bat 3 and Joe at 4 and what have you, just settled everything down a little bit, didn't he? So fantastic day for England, and as I said earlier, that second session was just sublime.
Can you break down the sessions for us, Zoltz?
Yeah, the morning session 105 for 1 from 28. The afternoon session 136 for 0. Also from 28 overs in the evening session 142 for 3 from 32. So relentless scoring through the day. Roots finished the day 163 from 200.
And the sort of batting, I think it's fair to say, we haven't really seen from England in recent years.
Recent years.
Dominating batting. It's been hard work scoring batting in England, it seems, in recent years.
I mean, good pitch. I mean, good flat pitch. We all thought it might just do a bit, didn't we, at the start of the game with the green tinge, but didn't particularly do much for the England bowlers, hasn't particularly done much for the New Zealand bowlers either.
There have been the odd chance here and there. I mean, Folkes was dropped at deep backwards square leg. Pope on 37, that was yesterday, wasn't it? Mitchell dropped that catch. It was Mitchell yesterday. Alex Lees. There was one that dropped short of Mitchell this morning from a full outside edge from Pope. And there was one from Root as well, where he cut at a ball and he got top edge. That's and right. Southey leapt and tipped it over the bar. That was a really difficult chance. So there have been moments for the fielding side, but generally speaking, it's been a day of dominating batting from this England lineup. Root's fastest Test 100, Pope's highest Test score, Lees' highest Test score. Only probably Johnny Bairstow will be feeling a little bit disappointed this evening. Another low score from him.
Yeah, I think Alex Lees he'll be sort of happy in a unhappy kind of
Yes,
way.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it's a sort of could have been day, but not too bad. But it could have been a lot more.
Yeah, to get to 67, you then kick yourself a little bit when you have a little flirt at one outside the off stump. But no, fabulous day for England. They'll be absolutely delighted.
So what's the plan for them from here then, Tuffers? As Jonathan lines up to come in, and Michael as well to review the day. I'm going to leave you with that thought to offer our audience, our listeners.
there's a chance that they could go past them. That's what I'd be thinking. Can we go past them and, I don't know, get a 50-60 lead and perhaps put a bit of pressure on them in the last innings? Who knows what can happen? Pressure is a very good bowler, I've always found. Angus.
Yeah, what a day. Thank you, Philip, very much indeed. You're stood down to go and do what you have to do for the TV highlights and so on. It'll be on in 25 minutes, and I do implore you, watch them. If you haven't been watching this innings today from Joe Root, then you might have been doing something else. It's fine, but if you have the chance to watch that innings played by Joe Root today, I implore you to do so, because that was his batting poetry on a different level to anything we've seen for a long time. We'll talk about that during our review of the day, which can be downloaded in the usual place at BBC Sounds. Close of play of the third day of the second test between England and New Zealand at Trent Bridge sees England close on 473 for 5. It means they're just 80 behind New Zealand's imposing first innings total of 553, with Joe Root undefeated on 163 from 200 balls. It's been an absolutely beautiful, magnificent, majestic innings. Really, just sitting and watching that was just a privilege, frankly, batting on a different level. He was dropped on 27, but then so's virtually everybody else in this match so far. But that was a really special innings, and it's coming back tomorrow for some more. Ben Foakes is 24 not out alongside him. Earlier, Lees was out for 67. He played nicely in that innings. Pope 145, but on 187 with Joe Root, who's caught in the deep playing a hook shot. That was 334 for 3. Bairstow got a good ball with a new ball. It brushed the inside of his glove. It came cutting back. A fine delivery from Bolt, who's been far and away the best of New Zealand's bowlers. Bairstow out for 8. Then a strange innings from Stokes. He came out and just as a rampage, really, fully on the attack. And he rushed to 46 from 33 balls. He hit 6 fours in that time. But when he was dismissed, caught out in the deep having a go at the spinner, England was still 148 runs behind and clearly still had a lot of work to do. So we'll talk about that approach as well, I think, during the course of the next 25 minutes or so. But however, the way that Root played, and along with Foakes, it didn't really matter. I suppose it brought it down to just 80 then, that deficit, and it's all set up for a really interesting fourth day tomorrow, for which there are some tickets. If you could possibly come and watch, well, the finest player in the world at the moment, absolutely at the top of his game. So if you can, do come along. Michael Vaughan's alongside me. I don't know how words really, you need John Arlott, and John Arlott was sort of half an hour of preparation, I think, to come up with the sort of words to really give justice to that innings.
Well, I think you've just used a word that I've stolen and put it out as a tweet, poetry.
Oh, okay.
I think that sums it up perfectly, that we're witnessing something very, very special. I've known Jones since he was 7 or 8 years of age, and to think that I now sit up in here and I really do believe he's England's greatest player. And I'm not being disrespectful to those that have played the game back in the day, because there will have been many. I'm pretty sure that if there was 3-4, I'm talking about across all 3 formats.
Yes.
I just think he's such a joy to watch, and he makes batting look so easy, and it certainly isn't. I spoke last week about the aspects of coaching. So many quirky techniques and so much difference. He almost reminds me that cricket actually still played in a very traditional way. He stays neither side on. He gets forward to full of length. He's got a real nice upright head position, eyes over off stump, leaves the ball pretty well. But when he gets in, he owns channel, works it on the onside. He picks up length quickly to hit it on the back foot, both sides of the wicket. And he's nice and busy, and he runs between the wickets hard. That's pretty much what you get taught as a youngster. He's a pure player to watch, and it's just that drive and that determination, because as much as he's so easy on the eye, inside there's a real determination and a real steel To week after week, pretty much since 2021. I think it's now 10 centuries that he's scored in that period. You've got to have an incredible appetite to keep on doing it.
But do you know what he's doing at the moment with a massive smile on his face? And yes, he was batting beautifully, even though times were hard for England and for him as captain. It just looks as if he's even more liberated now. And I know it's easy to draw the conclusion, well, he's not captain anymore, so therefore. But if you look at the way that he's playing, there's such joy about his batting too. And I thought the way that he and Pope played today, there's lots of smiling and laughter and just really enjoying themselves.
Yeah, and that's the way this Test match team's going to play. The way that Ben Stokes came out and played today, completely expansive, radical, aggressive.
Yes.
But that is the way this Test team are going to play. Ben's at number 6 and he's going to play that role. Whether he's going to play so riskily that he's going to offer the opposing team an opportunity to get him out cheaply now and again, probably. But, they've set the stall. Baz McCullum, when he was captain of New Zealand, did that. He used to go out to bat and from nowhere would dance down the wicket and have a big old yahoo, and that's the way that he kind of got himself going. I think Ben's going to play in that fashion. I think during the last 2 years of his captaincy, he played incredible. And I think when he goes out to the middle, all right, he's smiling a bit more now because he's not the captain, but I still think his form was outstanding as a captain. Yeah. And I think when he goes out into the middle with the crowd, and I just think it's his peaceful place. That's where he's at his most peace. He just likes being out in the middle batting. He enjoys batting. I thought the story Moeen told earlier about in COVID where he went away and spent 2 hours on a machine to bat a session, and then he went and spent another 2 hours on a machine because he wanted to bat a long period of time. I've never seen a player bat for so long and look like he's playing a shot, pretty consistently. He seems to be so busy on every single ball. He's not defensive at all. He just makes it look very, very easy. And there's only been a small few players in the history of the game that have made batting look as easy as Joe Root is making batting look at the minute.
And I don't know where you bowl to him, because Southee, he's pretty tired towards the end. But that over that Root just dismantled him, really, he's broken. The last shot that we all just said, wow, what was that? But actually, the one before that he hit through mid-wicket, we've got a great view from here. That was missing off stump. It was a nice length. It's gone through mid-wicket. Next one, he's worked it from a little bit wider through a straight mid-on. And you think, well, where do you bowl to this? Well, where do you bowl to?
I think the only ball that I've seen over the time I'm saying not having him on toast, but it's someone like Josh Hazlewood in Australia, where he seems to get the ball to kind of come back from around 4th, 5th stump line and kind of nips it back onto the stumps. Any batter's vulnerable inside the first 30 balls, and I still feel today when he first went out there, I think it was Matt Henry got a couple to go past the outside edge, and then he cut one a little bit too close to him off Trent Boult around the wicket. Southee dropped him at seconds. Tough chance, but when you've got a player playing like he's playing, you have to take that chance. You have to take a flying catch, and the problem is when you've got a player like Joe at the minute is you feel a bit more tension in the outfield, because you know that every catch, if you get a catch or an opportunity, it's so important that you probably grab at it a little bit more so than any other player. He's a genius. That's a word that probably gets used too much, but at the minute and at the end of his career, we'll be talking about incredible numbers. He's got incredible numbers now, but the way that he's played since 2021 to now in Test match cricket is genius-like. He's just made it look far too easy.
Let's talk about Ollie Pope as well, because it was a great opportunity for him, of course, and he's taken his chance, hasn't he? And there's some lovely shots in there. He can still be a bit flicky and flirty around that off stump. But again, I hadn't realised until we were watching from this line quite how much, again, he gets that ball from outside off stump through mid-wicket. You might say it gives you a chance, but he doesn't miss very much.
Yeah, fresh start, fresh mindset in terms of McCullum and Ben Stokes. I think that's going to work for Ollie Pope batting at 3.
That's a real slap on the back, isn't it?
Yeah,
for him? When the captain says publicly, I want him in my side, that's where I want him to bat. Off you go and prove me right.
Yeah, and also at the third time of asking, he's got a perfect pitch. This was a pitch that, batting at 3 on a wicket like this is not really batting at 3. It's almost like batting at 5 because the ball wasn't doing a great deal. But you've got to make hay. You've got to really capitalise. When you get things in your favour as a batter at this level, you really do have to work as hard as you can to make sure that you get a good number. And Ollie Pope, I just hope it triggers him into that inner belief of consistency. I still worry a little bit about his balance when he first goes out there. I feel that he plays a little bit on rollerblades and if you're looking at him as a bowler, Aggers, we sit here and you study from behind. You kind of think if you bowl channel length,
yes,
and there's just a little bit of movement, I think you still fancy that he'll have a big dash and potentially create an opportunity. So it's early days. He's 25 Test matches in. He's now got his second Test match 100. I hope it gives him the inner belief to be more consistent. I hope he realises at this level that playing just one way won't work. You know, dashing all the time won't work. You'll get too many low scores. So I think it should give him a massive boost. He's clearly a player, and we've seen enough of him, and there's been many pundits in the game that have looked at him and go, yeah, he's going to be around for a while. And I just hope this is the trigger for him to be more consistent and play the kind of innings that we've seen here on pitches that necessarily, you know, are going to do a little bit more than we've seen this week.
Just looking at his wagon wheel there, 26% behind square on the offside, 18% square through the offside, much higher numbers than through the leg side. Now that, I suspect, obviously reflects the line that they bowled at him, but it's quite unusual to see those high numbers for a Test batsman 100.
Well, you hear it in the modern game, and these younger players do play more strokes, and they do want to own channel. You know, that channel length, I pretty much got taught to leave. You know, if anything in channel, just don't even bother with it. Unless it's really full or really short, just let it go through to the keeper. Well, this era of player, that they're taught actually that channel, you've got to try and own the challenge. That's why you see so many batters. There's two reasons why they go at the ball and outside off stump is to try and nullify the LBW, but a lot of bowlers do bowl into that channel. And a batter these days is thinking, yeah, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to come at you. I'm going to try and dance down and flick it through the onside and ask a question of you. What have you got to offer? So I think he's got a huge amount of talent. I like the look of him. I have done for a few years. And I just hope that gives him the inner belief. At this level, it's all about the inner belief. It's about the inner mind, the chimp that talks to you. You know, the book, The Paradox, that Sir Dr. Stephen Peters says you've got to control that inner kind of thought. I just hope that inner thought now for Ollie Pope is, yes, you are a Test match player, but it's not always going to be that you're going to get on pitches like this where the ball's not doing a great deal and everything's in your favour. When the ball's nipping around and seaming and swinging, which it will, and there'll be moments probably throughout the rest of the summer where it'll be a lot harder, can you find a way and a method to score runs when it's a little bit tougher?
And Alex Lees is another who's, again, I mean, he got 67. He looked he looked positive too for someone who comes in with a bit of reputation of actually being rather a more obdurate player than that. But he was flashing 11 fours in that.
Yeah, I mean, his 20 at Lords in the second innings I thought was excellent, and then he left one. And here, again, he's at the start of his Test career, and 67 will be a big boost for him. But you know, I think he's the kind of person that he'd be sat in that draft thinking he's missed out. It was a great chance to go and get 3 figures. But what I've seen so far of him in the English summer is of a player that, I'll say Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes clearly have sent a message to the players they want to look to score. You know, they want you to go out to bat, take your guard, and your mindset has to be you're looking to score. You're looking to be proactive and put the bowlers under pressure. And I look at Alex Lees and the way that he's played this summer compared to the way that he played in the Caribbean, and it's clearly a method that he's looking clearly at the ball to try and score and drive the ball, which is a good sign for him in England.
Looking at Ollie Pope there doing the rounds of interviews. I think we'll probably get him a little later on in the podcast by the look of it, but he's doing some interviews down there at the moment with a big smile on his face, and why not, because that does hopefully set him up nicely for the future. Johnny Bairstow, that was a good ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, not much you can do about that.
I actually feel sorry for two players. I feel sorry for Zach Crawley and Johnny Bairstow, because I thought Trent Boult today, Aggers, was magnificent. I just think he's a wonderful bowler. He keeps running. He plays all formats, 12 months of the year. And every time he gets the ball in hand, he charges in.
Yes.
And he gives it everything. And I thought the ball that he bowled to Zach Crawley yesterday was a beauty.
Yep.
And it was almost the opposite ball that he bowled to Johnny Bairstow today, because it nipped back and it cut him in half. Just a little bit of a brush of that glove. So, yeah, on this kind of wicket, you always need a little bit of luck early in your innings. And unfortunately for Zach Crawley and Johnny Bairstow this week, the luck wasn't quite with them.
You've got to fulfil your telly duties, Michael. Thank you. We'll get some reaction from the New Zealand camp. And we'll hear from the debutant Michael Bracewell, who took his first Test wicket today. He's been speaking with Eleanor Oldroyd.
Just talk us through the day today, because there were stages, I'm sure, where you thought, How on earth are we going to get an England wicket here?
Yeah, it was pretty flat for a long time there, and I think we actually stuck at it really well and kept fighting, and I think it sort of happened in clumps there for a little bit, and then obviously England piled on the pressure again, and Joe Root batted beautifully and so did Ollie Pope, so they put us under a lot of pressure, but I thought we hung in there, and when we were able to take a wicket, we were able to apply a bit of pressure back.
Talk us through that over in which you eventually took Ben Stokes' wicket.
Yeah, I, from the way he was batting, he looked like he was going to come pretty hard at everyone, so I spread the field a little bit and sent up a little prayer there, and luckily enough Bolty was able to catch that one. So yeah, it was one of those ones I knew what was ahead of me, and there was going to be a couple of boundaries in there at times, but yeah, just tried to stay in the fight and keep trying to stick to what I was trying to do.
When that ball was hanging in the air for quite a long time before you were certain that Trent was going to get underneath it, what was going through your mind?
Oh, he looked very calm under it, so yeah, he's got a beautiful pair of hands, so you've got to trust the fielder there, and yeah, he took a beautiful catch in the end.
Coming in to make your Test debut on a ground like this, which is as flat as it has been, of course, you know, batting and bowling on this, what have you made of it so far? Yeah,
it was really nice to bat on first innings, and I think, yeah, it's you've got to really work hard for your wickets on this wicket. So, yeah, it's nice when you get a few rewards as a team. And I think, yeah, as I said before, things can happen quite quickly when you get a new batsman in there. So really trying to apply pressure once a new batsman comes in, and then it's a very fast scoring ground. So if you can sort of reduce that scoring rate a little bit, which we sort of struggled at times to do today, but if you can really work towards that, then I think you can stay in the game.
Can I ask you what the state of play is in the dressing room at the moment with injuries? Because obviously we saw Kyle Jamieson go off. Are you a bit worried about him, or what's the latest news from in there?
Yeah, he hasn't. I haven't caught up with him yet, but he was walking around the changing room, so hopefully he's able to come out tomorrow and bowl, but I think we'll just have to wait and see how that one plays out. He's a very important player for us, so it'll be great to have the big man back out there.
And for you, you're very much from a cricketing family. Your uncles, your cousin, I think, have all played for the Black Caps before you. What kind of family advice have you had? Yeah,
well, it's pretty special, actually, because John, my uncle, scored his maiden Test 100 at Trent Bridge. So, yeah, there's a bit of history, particularly at this ground as well. So they're all very supportive of me and sort of, like, I guess they really know the ins and outs of international cricket. So they don't put too much pressure on you and just wish you all the best and go out there and hope that you enjoy it.
Well, best of luck for the next 2 days, Michael. I think it's going to be fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Michael Bracewell speaking to Eleanor Oldroyd, who took that wicket, the wicket of Stokes. I've got Jeremy Coney beside me. Let's talk a bit about that, because it was a belligerent, brutal 33-ball extravaganza there. Out for 46, with England still nearly 150 behind at the time. If England keep playing cricket like that, it's going to be explosive. But what did you make of the tactic?
I think I don't believe that cricket is just a one-dimensional game. It's one of the things I think I love about it, and particularly the Test format. It is so heavily nuanced that it can be attacking, it can be defending. You can have both at the same time, just as Leach was trying to defend more from the one end the other day, and allowing the faster men to attack from one end. So that's just a very basic example. But I mean, if a wicket falls, suddenly you've been there, and then you go more onto the attack. For how long? Well, let's just pull back here now. They've got a wee bit of control. Let's pull our lengths just back a little bit and just hold for a moment. Batsmen are allowed to get themselves out in cricket, Angers, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
So I just think sometimes there's a misinterpretation that goes with being aggressive and fun and entertaining. That can be taken too far.
Yes.
And I just feel someone like Stokes just crossed that line a little bit today. For me personally, I mean, other people will say, great, that was great to watch.
I was going to interrupt you because Eleanor Oldroyd is actually live with Ollie Pope now.
Ollie, very, very many congratulations today. What did today mean to you?
It was very special. I think my first home 100, it was an amazing feeling. Obviously a great crowd here at Trent Bridge. And it hasn't been the easiest ride over the past however long, I guess, with the Ashes and stuff. So it's nice to be in that changing room and batting out there today.
and a long gap between your first Test century and your second Test century, and as you say, your first one at home. Was there a point where you thought, this is just not going to happen for me?
I don't think so. I didn't know exactly when, but I know I've got the game for this level, and now it's just trying to be as consistent as possible. And obviously, a new role, batting a bit higher up the order, can provide that kind of opportunity.
Yeah, did you think you had the game to bat at number 3?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's one ball difference between 3 and 4, and that's where I bat for Surrey, and I love batting there. And I think just getting out there and getting amongst the cricket rather than having to sit and wait with your pads on for so long is something that I've just seen as a massive positive.
Moeen's been talking to us a lot today about the confidence that Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have given you that you can bat at number 3. Just tell us about that.
Yeah, I think we've sort of gone away from the technical aspects of things. We can do that work away from the games, but it's just about decision making and almost just enjoying it and loving every minute out there, because it's cricket, it's supposed to be fun, and today was. So no, I love batting, and today was a great day.
You sound like Joe Root when you say that. What was it like being out there with him?
Oh, amazing. I mean, he's England's greatest, and watching him do what he's doing at the minute is just, it's a joy to be a part of in the changing room or out there in the middle with him. It's amazing to watch.
And the reception you got from this crowd here today, I can imagine it's hard to describe at this moment.
Yeah, it is. It's quite hard to take it all in. I guess when it happens, I'll probably have a flick through the videos later. But no, the crowd here has been amazing. They're great fun. They're noisy. So hopefully we can push for a win and make it entertaining for them.
Well, look, enjoy your evening. Enjoy the quiet celebrations. How do you think the next 2 days are going to pan out?
We've got to obviously focus on our batting, hopefully sneak ahead of them or get as close to them as we can, and then hopefully put them under some pressure with some early wickets.
Very well done today, Ollie. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Ollie Pope speaking to Eleanor Aldroyd. Have you been purring watching Joe Root bat?
He's at his best. He's lovely to watch, isn't he? He adorns the kind of orthodox game, and he plays his shots so he can still score quickly. He bases his game around a straighter bat, and I think he's just he's probably the best right now in the world. He's going through a nice little patch, of course, but...
Well, a smiling assassin, I think. I mean, he's ruthless.
Absolutely, yes. He doesn't give too many chances. No. Yes, I know. Length, width is always a difficult question for him. I mean, Pope is still, to be really honest with you, for me anyway, a middle order player trying to learn some of the tasks at number 3. That's not going to change overnight. You wouldn't expect that. Interesting, he used the word consistent. I just want to be consistent. Now, is the way that we've saw, say, his captain bat today, is that going to produce consistent cricket? That's a question I would ask. McCullum, just to finish off, got a 300.
Yes.
And he batted for 11 hours. Now, you can't do that all the time without playing a few defensive shots.
True. If you haven't seen today, watch the highlights. They're on now, BBC 2 on the iPlayer, to show you can either rewind or watch again at your leisure over the next 30 days, by the way. Our bonus podcast featuring Moeen Ali answering your questions is available on BBC Sounds. We're back on air at 10:15 for our highlights half hour on 5 Sports Extra, with Radio 4 Longwave joining at 10:45. Seems some special batting. There's more tomorrow with tickets available. Who knows? We might see you then. Goodbye.
Five, Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra.